Okay, we are live streaming, and now we have got to check in with hopefully T Tank Berry is there, and I can explain to him the latest update concerning the toaster oven. Let's see how we're connecting, because he supplied me a toaster oven that came far earlier than I expected, because they gave the deadline as for Monday when it would arrive, and I purchased enough food supplies to last till Monday, and am still going through those. At any rate, hopefully, dear T Take is out there and listening and responds. Love you dearly, brother, and will try and work with the oven tomorrow, eating up the last of the supplies that I purchased to last me through till Monday. Its expected arrival. We're going to call everyone else, of course. Let's get this call started, okay, because we seem to be connecting with studio, and we're going to try the infinite call. Meet now, audio call, and hopefully bring on John Doe, who is T Tank Berry, as well as Aristides, most certainly. And let's see who joins us tonight. And okay, someone's answering. It's Aristides, thank God. So, how are you, good sir? We are live. We are streaming. Let's
Yeah,
check in with
I
studio.
know.
Okay, excellent. Good.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, let me check.
Okay.
And OT Tank's responding. Okay. It looks like you're registering, but let's try one more thing. Say something again.
Something again. Am I registering?
Yes, yes, yes. Excellent. Excellent. And T Tank Berry is there. Okay, let's take a look at what he's saying in the chat. Good evening, loud and clear, brother. Douglas Marks says, "Hey, team leader. I hope all is well. Loud and clear. God bless you, Douglas Marks." And yeah, T Tank says, "Long live the Oster 100." Yes. So again, just to clarify, T Tank Perry purchased an Oster toaster oven for me. It was expected to arrive on Monday, and so I purchased food supplies to last till Monday. I'm actually tearing through those supplies and still haven't had the dire need yet to assemble the toaster oven. It's nowhere near as intimidating to me as establishing the new computer will be, but it's a different model. So it's something that I just want to wait until I have the time and the need to heat up my home delivered meals to get it running. And I certainly don't like doing that before a transmission starts, because there's enough pressure already just to prepare for the transmission. And so it's still sitting there, half assembled. We're going to get it up and running, probably almost guaranteed sometime soon. Soon, tomorrow or the day after is when I'll do that. So please be patient with me, dear T Tank Berry. You're a man among brothers. And thank you so much for saving my ass. Obviously, once it gets running, my life depends on it. Seriously, it really does. You have no idea. I'm surprised, actually, at how much meals, home delivered meals, I've actually eaten over the years. And someday I'll probably pay a price for that, in terms of the fact that they're all on plastic trays. But all of that being said, okay, we're going to turn towards Aristides if he's ready to do the blurb. I'll stay here with him.
Yeah.
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 Okay, great. And
Can
by
do
all
that.
means, dear sir, take it away.
All right.
And definitely appreciate that. We've got a good notification from Aaron Tice, and if you're listening, Aaron Tice, see if you can jump onto the call as well. And is it so? But at any rate, go ahead, dear Aristides. Thank you.
Okay. Well, as soon as you get to the program and the window, as I just have, make sure you hit the upvote, thumbs up there, the like, icon or button. This is important not just to show your support, but because there's an algorithm that shows, affects how Douglas might be suggested or show up in searches. And there are those out there, jerks that they are, that put down votes, perhaps in an automated way with bots, to affect this. So please hit that right away, and then make sure you are subscribed. You're still subscribed, the other button nearby, and turn on the notification bell to get the pop-up notifications, which are very handy. And you need an account to do all these things. Shouldn't be too hard to make if you don't have one. Once you do have one, you can actually create channels underneath that account Normally they use it for different types of content, but you don't have to. The cool thing is each one of them can do its own upvoting. So right there, I just switched and I just did a second upvote myself. So
Thank
you can
you.
do that too. That's easy. Pretty low hanging fruit here as far as what you can do. You can also share the link to the program. Oh, well, we're still talking about upvotes. So make sure to upvote after the program is live. Douglas will put a pinned comment underneath. Those comments appear under the window only underneath the program. It's different than the live chat. Make sure you upvote, and now is when I'm going to make sure that I did it on the last one. Oh, no, I didn't. So I'm doing that. And,
Thank you.
Upvote his pinned comment there. So for similar reasons, so it doesn't get disappeared, if people downvoted or whatnot. No, what was I going to say? You can share the link in the browser bar. That stays the same. So it's really easy for, to save that now or share it. It'll be good for all time to help people wherever you think people, might, discover or benefit from the program. And let's see what else. Put the PayPal link into the chat now. So please, as always, provide whatever support you can afford. If you'd like to support Douglas continuing to do this and get this information out, because it's the only way he keeps doing it. Let's put that there. And what do I usually say? If you're really ambitious and capable, you could download the programs. There are free software to do that, and re-upload them on other channels or some type of backup channel, or it doesn't have to be every one, even if it's just certain ones you find interesting or you like the topic or you think it's a very important topic. Anything you can do there. Oh, the PayPal, the PayPal link. If you don't find the link, try to keep it in the window, or if you're just listening on audio, real easy to find. You go to the PayPal website, you just type PayPal in any browser and you get there. And you could probably search his first and last name, or his handle there is, let's see, Douglas D. Diedrich, which is, see, actually all this is up in the upper left corner on the thumbnail of the program here, the PayPal, Douglas D. Diedrich. So if you just type that Douglas D. Diedrich there, or probably his first and last. And I don't think you need a PayPal account to donate. You can just, there's somewhere on there where you can just do it with a credit card, I believe. So what else? Do you think that's it?
Oh, it sounds pretty thorough, but I think you're doing great. As a matter of fact, because I'm just dealing with a few extra text responsibilities at the moment, why don't you go a little bit into other topics that come to mind?
Okay, I had barely not quite gotten to the end of the last transmission, and you're talking about this book, Systemic Shock. So of course, you're talking about a book. I have to get it, so I do have that.
Oh, excellent! No, you'll be disappointed with the majority of it. You'll be disappointed with the majority of its filler, but
And I just, just put it in the collection. Those, this quaint old. Well, it looks like I don't know if it's like. Looks like a quaint old paperback or something to scan.
That's
that gets that yellowing of the paperback.
Yes.
Gets.
You notice that? Yes. Oh, it's so.
It looks.
Yeah.
Yeah, the different paper, probably different paper, just like a softer paper or something.
Yes. The pulp. The pulp begins as opposed to the old, books from real long time ago. They don't age nearly as fast as more recent editions too, because they've used cheaper and cheaper paper over the years. But that being said, as soon as we get somebody on here to bounce off with you, I'll take a short break only to tend to just some minor things that I need to take care of. But it should only take literally minutes. But we might do that sooner than later. What about the other book? Did you try to get a copy of the
what was that one?
The Chinese Ultimatum was the other one.
No, I did not. I can look for it.
Oh yeah,
real quick.
Yeah. I mean, take your time. It's not. There's nothing time sensitive about it. It's just that you might be interested in that as well. And actually, that, as far as I'm concerned, even though people would think that it's very dated and doesn't apply at all to our modern situation, our postmodern situation. Believe me, when you read it, you realize that it presciently predicts our entire postmodern situation coming about, except in a different manner. It's very dated only in the sense that it's very Kissinger-esque, not in the sense of his heinous persona or the person himself, but it's from a time that's very Nixonite. And so it's a very pragmatic geopolitical approach of realpolitik of the day, of the time, but it predicted a militant Japan, a reunified Germany, the withdrawal of Russia. He was predicting things when everybody said that was impossible. So it was a profound influence on me as a child, and so it's worth reading also because it's very pro-German. It has a very pro-German kind of attitude to it, and it's which is again unusual. They wouldn't allow that. Later on, the publishing industry became very controlled, and it couldn't. They wouldn't allow that kind of sentiment anymore. But yeah, just of interest.
Okay, yeah, I was able to find that too. So
excellent. Well, I knew you could find that in minutes. You could find that in moments. I'm still trying to remember what it was that I was hoping to ask you about. Otherwise, I'm going to beg our dear Aristides to track down a PDF for me of something else. I'll have to remember what it is. So, I'll make a note of it whenever I do.
Yeah, as soon as you remember.
Yes. Oh, my God. So, all that being said, all right. So what I'm going to do is, God, so we're going to ask somebody to please join us. Amy out there, if you're listening. Let's see who else is out there. John Doe. There we are. There we are. That is delightful cartoon where Bibi Benjamin Netanyahu is talking to Kissinger. You taught me all I know. And Kissinger saying about diplomacy. He says, no, bombing civilians. Yeah, it's perfect. Perfect. I love it. And so let's give that an appropriate emoji. And it's, again, here we are, the new Kissinger doctrine. Think of it. Think of me as a very innocent eco-tourist. Yes, and he's flying overhead and dropping bombs. Yeah, I'll give that the puke emoji as it deserves. Kissinger was just pure raw evil. It's amazing that Earth has even survived these kinds of outrages that have happened. Okay, now again, I'm just looking over some last minute stories in the news, figuring what I'm going to rave and rant about tonight. Always more in the mood for it when Holly shows up, or Amy, or others that show up and can participate in interjection. Interjection is always important, and I want to encourage more interjections from Aristides. So long as he's with us, you might as well we might as well take advantage of your presence, Aristides, and get your input whenever possible. And it's part of, people enjoy hearing your voice. You've got a nice voice. Give yourself credit. And
thanks.
Yeah. And so now one of the things I'm reviewing right now is some think tank output, and trying to add that to things to address tonight. Concerning the Department of Energy and coal, Trump's being, he's really pushing coal, all the rest of this stuff, and that's going to cost consumers billions of dollars. Okay, already getting questions about the photographic image in thumbnail of live stream. That is a photograph from last year, and that was from NÍPPHＯNJÍN UMI-NO-HI. The UMI-NO-HI is the Japanese Marine Day, or Maritime Day. And it has a deep meaning for the Japanese because they're a oceanic civilization. So Amy sent us a message. She says, I'm not able to join Loud Rainstorm. Oh my goodness, Amy. Well, try. Come on, who cares? So what? So what? There's a loud rainstorm. Is it a physical safety issue? Are you afraid you'll get, struck by electricity? I would hope not. But at any rate, we're certainly, would like to have you with us. Anyhow, we're certainly glad to see Douglas Marks in the chat. Our man Aristides has left some links in the chat. T-Tank Barry, of course, is always very supportive, and we couldn't do this without him. And altogether, Team Dietrich is rolling right along. But if we can only get someone else on with us to banter with Aristides, then I can just take care of a few last-minute details, and then maybe go into my raving for the night. Japanese Marine Day means, of course, it's a celebration of the seas. Japan is very much a oceanic empire, and has been far more connected to the seas than even the British, in the sense that the British may have fish and chips, but the Japanese have taken seafood to a whole new level, and everybody knows that. So people pay quite a bit for the horrible thing is nobody carries sushi anymore. Maybe it's the tariffs, but the only place that I think I can get sushi or sashimi now in terms of stores, like stores in San Francisco, and this is San Francisco. So for many years you had places that would carry sushi and even sashimi, meaning the raw fish, on the sushi. But nobody's carrying that anymore. I think it's tariffs or something. But maybe it started with COVID. But I was still able to find sushi in some stores, Western stores, until fairly recently. And you no longer have that. It's so the world is really declining. It's declining in so many ways. It's shrinking too. I want people to understand, if any idiot it comes up to you and says we've got overpopulation issues, they're out of their fucking minds. The population is declining worldwide. We're gonna have an empty fucking planet before we know it. Population is shrinking everywhere. But all that being said, the most important thing to me immediately is that now I have to go to Japantown to get sushi or sashimi. So, all that's sad too. And of course, I don't usually do that because I have no money to do something like that. But the fact that I don't even have the option to get it from local areas when I'm in area, that's just sad. It's sad, and it shouldn't be like that. So I mean, it's San Francisco, for God's sake. We're supposed to be cosmopolitan. We're supposed to be on a level of Hong Kong, Tokyo, and we're not. We're like now becoming more and more it's just horrible. Nothing is what it used to be. But there we are. There's some. Might as well ramble on about this until somebody shows up so I can take care of what I have to. Either that, or I'll beg Aristides to just hold the stage for a few minutes, which I know he has the capacity to do. But before, I know that gives you pain just to even think about it. Before I do something like that, I'll say this much, that so it was on Friday. I had to take care of two bits of responsibility that it takes as much energy and effort, at least, as hosting a transmission. It was like hosting a third transmission during the week. It was just a draining experience. It literally took me a day or two to get over it. People may not understand this, but there's a reason people are stuck in life with horrible situations where they have no help, even if they qualify for help, is because just asking for help, it takes so much energy, and the system is established in such a manner that you really cannot, you really cannot work with it. Most people, unless they're Douglas Dietrich, who's had, almost a decade of working with the government, this most people could never have done what what I got done on Friday, which was I first had a, a several notifications or just one notification from Bluehost, which I had already paid $300 to for renewal of services with the website. And then they send me another warning that they're going to raid my card, my PayPal card, in order to pay for domain registration renewal, which is like 10% of the $300 cost for service renewal, or the hosting of the website, which was $30, and 27 whatever with the taxes. It was 27 plus whatever change. It was close to 30. And so first I called them to make certain this wasn't a mistake. That does this happen every year? Because it's something so repulsive. I can never forget the $300 a year. But then the domain registration renewal, it's like I guess I bleached that from my memory, and I probably do it every year. But it's one of these things that it's a small enough charge where you forget about it in wake of the larger charge. And so it turns out to be what they do every year. And had to call them twice, because after I confirmed that, then I had to call them back and navigate the system to make certain that they raid the right card, because I've been encouraging people to contribute more and more to the personal PayPal card, the one that is listed on. Oh, Amy's with us. There's Brendan's with us. Oh, for God's sake, don't.
Wow.
Yeah, why didn't you people?
I had not looked down at the.
Yeah, well, for God's sakes. Yeah, well, now I can do what I need to do. So,
All
Brendan,
right.
Amy, why don't you talk with Aristides, and then I can come back and bitch about all this stupid shit. I mean, so Amy, let's hear your voice. Let's hear the quality of your sound.
I'm here.
You
Can
sound
you
great.
hear the rain? I figure if I was in here and I left the mic on, you'd hear the rain and the thunder.
Honey, you
No.
sound nothing. We see her nothing. We just hear you, and you sound crystal clear. You sound beautiful.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I tried to listen to the last show and everything I said was just tweaked. I couldn't understand anything. It was all glitched out.
Oh, well, that's it's you're well. Hopefully, you call us every rainstorm. It sounds better than you ever have.
I suppose. Okay, but also I'm really on a short battery because I'm not going through the rain to go charge my stuff.
Okay, well, we'll
So,
definitely take advantage.
you gotta
of
go
you
do
while
it.
you're here. Yeah, let me go do what
Yeah.
I need to
Go
do.
now.
So, Brendan, let's text your audio first. Can we hear you? Say hi. Let's see if he can come off mute. If not, then it's going to be Aristides and Amy. So, Ari and Amy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Ari Amy show, like Punch and Judy. You guys have got this, and I'll be right back.
We got it.
Love you.
Okay.
I'm here, but I'm doing something. I'm
Okay.
catching up on One
Very
Piece.
good.
So
All
good
right.
luck.
Thank you. Love you too, Brendan. And join when you can. All right. So, gonna go mute. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Well, Brendan will swing back when he can. And
So what
up
do you
going.
have, do you have anything you want to talk about specifically, Aristides? Were you finding stuff because you were worried it was going to be alone? You were going to be speaking to the vacuum?
I was just hoping to not be alone.
Well, you don't deserve to be alone. You deserve to have every moment of your life with somebody who cares for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What's been going on over in your land?
Not a whole lot. Trying to think. It's just been such horribly muggy weather that it's just like so prohibitive to like try and go outside and do something. It's just drenched in sweat right away.
Yeah, not even showering because you get out the shower and need another shower.
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
yeah. I mean,
we
you
had that
still
for
may
a
as
bit.
well and at least have fresher sweat on you than dried sweat and new sweat.
Yeah. There's something about summer that we always seem to forget in the winter, that there's not a season that doesn't come with hassle. Like winter, you gotta put on extra layers. Summer, you can't take off enough layers.
Yeah.
It's something. There's always a thing that you're working on in the season.
Yeah.
I
True.
have some exciting news about my garden. My garden is
go ahead.
50% volunteer right now. I just put in arugula and I put in arugula and onions, 2 different types of onions, 2 different types of arugula. But I did like a 5x5 square because we live on a river, so the riverbank, like anywhere could be, the soil is so good here that anywhere, like he's had gardens that were just acres big in the past, but right now I'm working on a 5x5 plot, and I got purslane, which apparently I didn't even realize this. Somebody came and looked at it and was like, "Oh yeah, that's edible." And I was like, "Oh, I know it has pretty flowers, so I left it as kind of the thing in between all my other things." But I was reading up on it, and it's really good for you, and it's good for bug bites, which I should have known before now.
There's a lot of very wild edibles for sure.
And I had just been working with this in the greenhouse in Pennsylvania, fully thinking it was just an annual, just a pretty succulent, but I guess it's really good for anti-cancer, anti-inflammation. It's like a main ingredient in some Middle Eastern salads. I really had no idea, and I was so overwhelmed by the whole thing that I refused to eat it yet.
Yeah, and like a lot of that wild, so you know how much more nutrition there is in some like iceberg lettuce. You know? Right.
Well, it's all soil. It's, if your soil has enough nutrients, it gets into the food.
Right, but all else the same. You know what I mean? Like those wild, crazy dark leafy greens versus some just plain, salad lettuce. There's a lot more nutrition.
Well, and to just even like, I didn't plant it. It just like, because I had dug it up and it didn't have anything growing, that's what came up was purslane and tomatoes, which I don't really like tomatoes, but I've got like 10 plants of tomatoes that just like sprung up in my tiny little square.
What's this about your tiny little square? I just got back in touch.
My tiny square garden. I have a tiny little garden that's going to be so nice after this rain. It's going to be really doing well after the rain because the arugula had just come up. I've cut it down a couple times.
Delightful.
And the purslane, I just found out today I can eat it. So I'm going to have to start chopping that up on top of stuff. I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet, but I think it's really cool that was like a volunteer that came up in my square with something that's incredibly healthy.
Wow, cool. Delightful. Yep. And what else is going on in Amy world?
Well, today I do have an update on my friend with the Porsche. He's actually doing really well. He did not get his Porsche back, but he he just found another place to live. This place that he's moving out of, like if I have to go down there with Toke to do some work, because his buddy, we just like connected all of our friends together and they all live like right next to each other down there. They didn't know each other before, but now it looks like if Toke goes down there to work, I can stay with him. So it's like, it's not going to be that awkward, like having me at Toke's friend's house all day alone. Like I'll be able to hang out somewhere else and stay with somebody else if, if we do have to go down there, so he can help with this job. That's actually, he's getting a lot of money for it. So yeah, that was a good update, is that he's doing good. He did get an eye infection swimming during the 4th of July, so he hadn't been getting back to me. But yeah, I like it when my friends are doing well, and that was good to hear that it wasn't like a really bad situation. It was just that he just couldn't get back to me, and he was only up here for a short time, so he didn't get a chance to come over and hang out. Like, that's fine.
That's thank you for sharing that, honey. And
You're welcome.
yeah, Incubate says, I love the picture tonight. So pretty. Love you, Douglas. Thank you, Incubate. Appreciate your support. Oh, he's very kind. He's very gracious. Again, that was last year, and I almost drowned when I slipped off the rocks. That's actually the beach area as opposed to the rock area. Then when I sat on the rocks to look more majestic, I had the actual, you can't see it in this photograph because the formatting does not allow for the full body shot to be integrated at all. But I'm wearing the full fucking flipper thing. And it's like that. I almost died. That almost killed me.
This is the costume that you almost died, and you were a Marine.
This is what kind of Marine do you think this is?
Oh. Well, it's Japanese Maritime Day. Maritime Day, honey.
This is like Amaterasu level outfit. What is this?
It's meant to be the grace of the sea is what it's meant to represent. The Blood Boys made it. The Blood Boys made it, along with, of course.
It's quite nice.
Yes, thank you. They have this creative. They love that shit. They can put that stuff together, and they did it very well based on some photographs and some images of Japanese regalia from my mother's records, and of course looking at Japanese portrayals of Amaterasu. That was indeed one of the inspirations, and but of course because Japan celebrates the Maritime Day once a year, we were trying to combine it with a mermaid mystique. As a matter of fact, I might as well upload the whole photograph. So I'll upload the whole photograph for people on Team Dietrich to see. And
very nice.
Yeah, and aside from that, we have a wonderful. This is like T-Tank Barry's next car. Yeah. Yeah, that's the enemy's gonna start screaming that. Yes. Yeah, look at Tank Barry's next car for his collection, Amy. He's put that into.
Okay.
Yes, he's put that into the.
Get over there.
File.
Oh, see, that's more like what I'm looking at for my upgrade. That's
I'm
something
sure.
with just two people. Brendan?
Are you seeing the photo? Because it seems like you're not seeing the photos when you're saying stuff.
I can see him.
You're gonna drive in a Formula F1 Porsche or Formula One Porsche.
Is that a Porsche? Is that yes?
That's why he put the Porsche in there, was because your friend is doing so well. That's
Yeah, he's doing good. He is doing good, and he's just
I could tell you 110%.
Tell him, Amy. He never got his Porsche back. Tell him, Amy.
No, he didn't get his Porsche back. I don't know. There's a lot of drama with that, but it wasn't the one in this photo that T-Tank put in. It was older. It was like an antique. But it's still
those are actually worth more. Those are actually
worth more. That'd be even more.
Like an original 911 is. It's worth about half of a brand new one, that's saying something. That's no other car brand. And I really don't think he stole it from this woman. I think that Obviously, he didn't have the title in hand, so we can just get that.
No, he did. I went with him and got it registered. He had the title. She paid him, and he chose to put his money towards a Porsche. That was how that went.
Then how did it get repoed then?
I wasn't even around when that happened. I don't know. I got to drive it, which is really what really matters, is that it was around for me to drive. Now it's not. That's okay.
So you can drive stick shift.
Fuck yeah. I'm a farm kid. Of course I drive a stick.
Are you sure you didn't grind the gears so bad that it blew up?
Driver's license.
The guy couldn't afford to fix it?
What? Somebody's stick shift was broken?
I said, are you sure you didn't grind the gears so bad that he couldn't afford to repair it? That's why he had to get rid of it.
That would be mean. That would be super mean. I'm not that
nice
kind
to
of
tell
mean.
you about it?
He's too nice to say I ruined his Porsche.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Oh, look. Yeah, it kind of did look like this one that he put in. Little guy, little red one. Kind of.
My money is it's a Boxster. That's all. I'm putting my money on that. Because if it was a 911, then you just destroyed like $100,000 car.
I didn't destroy nothing. I just drove it. I drove it and it was fun. It was so pretty. I remember it was like the first day of all the foliage. It was like the best day to take a little drive through Vermont because the foliage had just like started throughout the mountains.
Yeah,
this is the first generation 911. Yeah, it was older than that for sure.
Older than that. If it was older than that, then it's a more.
Oh no! I'm sorry. Like it was younger than that. It wasn't the first. It was like maybe 10 years after that.
I wonder if T-Tank can put in a Boxster.
Look at that mermaid.
But it's a Boxster.
Doug,
I'm gonna withhold my comments right now.
What are your comments? You're just bagging on me like I don't know how to drive a Porsche.
No, not you. About Doug's photo. Doug's
photo is
this is like one of the best. I was saying he probably bought a Boxster and told you it was some hot shot Porsche.
Yes.
But it was some bottom of the barrel shit.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what.
Pretty sure it didn't say Boxster on it though. Pretty sure.
Well, you can see by the photo which one it is. Like that.
Anyway.
No. Always, Amy, we're laughing with you, not laughing at you. I swear to God, when it comes to that. But
you're just a sadist.
But the people that we do laugh at are the people you surround yourself with. We do notice you don't tend to surround yourself with females very often, and when you do, oh my God, they turned out to be prizes too. Oh, holy shit. I mean, what was it?
But I don't surround myself with anyone. That's the thing.
What about the dude that built your shed? What the fuck? That's a guy. Is he a non-entity to you or something?
Yeah.
I think you called it the other day when you were like, he's catatonic.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the problem. That is the problem.
I'm not hating on you. I wouldn't consider him a person either. But
that's
on you.
You know what that reminded me of? That reminded me of when Michelle Carmela Saldana claimed that she woke, quote unquote, when she came out. That's the correct term. She came out, and she did use that term because she's very medically savvy. Because she juices the medical industrial complex the way like no tomorrow, but like a master, but like a pro. Which is what she is. Remember, she claims to be a professional patient, as a matter of fact. Which
she literally said that.
Yeah. But when it comes to her, she said she came out of a coma with an orderly raping her, and it's like that's what I thought of when I saw that photograph of you know who, and he was just looking at you taking the picture, and I was like, oh shit.
He wishes he was waking up getting raped. That's like a fantasy world. That's like.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay, here's the Boxster.
I don't know if it was a Boxster. I don't think it was.
It's a Boxster, which isn't much. It isn't much. It's probably $8,995. That's for a Porsche.
Oh, see, yeah. So T-Tank found one. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're basically worth nothing. So the guy was flexing for no reason.
There you go. Yes.
Yeah, I don't think it was that though. Like I'm looking at it, it didn't really look like that.
Okay. All right.
So I don't think it was that, but I don't. It's gone. I think bottom line, that thing is gone. It's probably been stripped and dismantled, which is why he doesn't have it.
Why do you feel it's stripped? Do you think the repo men took it down to Mexico or something, or what?
I mean, shit just disappears. This is Vermont. Like, there is no law enforcement here. Like, you can't get anybody to help you do anything. It's a hard place to live for sure.
Yeah.
And
we
I
keep
don't
asking
know-
why you stay there.
I mean, I was born here. What do you mean? Like, this is my home. This is like where I grew up. It's just like why you live in San Francisco. It's
True.
if you had a choice, you could live in Costa Rica or you could live in Taiwan, but you live in
Well, I don't have the choice to
San
live in
Francisco.
Taiwan, but I wish I did. But yes, yeah, but you know, your point's well taken, touche. And it's you know, but anyhow, we're just glad that.
that one. It was this one that he just put in the thing.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
It
that's
was this
incredible.
one.
Oh my god! Yeah, that's
Second generation, I think. Yeah, maybe the third. I don't know, but it looked more like that.
yeah. Okay.
Little, like
Okay.
very little,
Okay.
like low to the ground.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
I didn't think I would like driving it, and I really did. So
I bet.
that's interesting too.
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
I
Doug, why don't you move to Costa Rica?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Shit.
just moved to
Shit out
Costa
of
Rica,
luck.
Doug. They probably have somewhere you could bathe and drink the water where you came back.
Yeah, imagine a vampire living in a coconut reed hut and shit. That would be funny.
Yeah.
There was a
Cinder
meme
block.
actually about it. They were saying a biologist was saying in times of emergency, and I'm sure you have some war correlation to this, but in times of emergency, you can use coconuts as blood plasma in a pinch
Oh my
to
god.
like keep someone alive.
Yeah.
And then someone said in the comments, they were like, "So vampires can eat coconuts?" And then and someone was like, "Imagine a vampire on a tropical island, sipping on coconuts instead of blood." So that's like Doug's retirement.
Oh, it's funny because a mutual acquaintance of ours, we'll call him certainly a member of Team Dietrich in spirit, who sent me a care package, did recommend coconuts. So that's really weird. Very, very bizarre. It's all coming together. This is where I almost died. So here's the photograph where I was stupid enough with a fucking mermaid flipper to sit on the wet rocks.
Dumb.
And then when I fell in,
At least you guys
Is there
managed to
photos
get
of
the
you
photo.
falling in? That's what I really want.
Oh, those are on the cutting room floor, I'm sure.
I just want to know if Edbeth put the camera down and tried to rescue you,
They all
or if you
did. They
just
all-
kept
they-
taking pictures.
No, they all jumped in to help me. Thank God, because I
Because
wasn't
you're
even.
wearing hours of work.
Yes.
I don't think it was you. I think
Yeah.
it was the outfit.
Quick,
'Cause they
save
probably
the
wanted to
outfit.
save it.
Save the outfit. Yeah, goddamn. Don't let that outfit go. Yes.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yes.
They wanted that in their wardrobe. Not
Yeah.
you're just like attached to it.
Yes.
Basically.
He's right. He's right.
Yeah. You were just like collateral rescue. Like we spent hours doing that. Get it?
Yes.
you know.
Oh, that's true.
That
it's
shit.
all true. Oh.
Like if you fell out of it, they grabbed the shit first and leave you.
It's so true. Yes. You're quite right. And I was like, what's this thing inside of it? When
Right.
the answer recovered.
Literally. Like you're basically just you're just a vampiric doll. Let's see what kind of crazy shit we can get them to wear this week.
Yeah, yes. Oh, God. Well, I shudder to think I'm going to try and avoid doing something as stupid as last year, but this Marine Day will be tomorrow, and I won't be coming home till late Tuesday, so on the night tide. And so hopefully I survive to do that. And then again, maybe it would be better if I do drown and not return to the crypt. But yeah, it's I guess it's a price to pay for everything. When you still have to go on living and breathing and all that shit. Yes, you come back to.
Well,
the
maybe
crypt.
you'll wash up in Mexico. You
Yeah,
never know. You'll find some coconuts.
Mexico's a long way from San Francisco.
Yeah,
It is.
Yes,
it is. There'll be a lot of swimming.
So
a lot of swimming.
So Amy says the 1980s Porsche was the ride you were on, correct?
I'm pretty sure. I don't think it was 90s. I could be wrong. I'm looking at this little meme that he sent of the different years: 64, 74, 89, 94, 97, and I'm thinking the 80 model was really, that looked mostly like it. But
Shit, that
anyway,
thing was a gold mine. No wonder they took it back. Shit.
Yeah.
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, they probably already ruined it somehow, you know.
Yeah, when you were grinding the gearbox.
When I was
Going up and down those hills.
pretending that I knew how to drive a stick.
Yeah,
You were
making
driving a
sense.
stick, all right, honey. You were riding one in there. That's what he was paying you for.
You were doing what was it? What did
Consultation.
you say? It was?
Consultation.
Consultation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Consultations.
consulting the gearbox.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So incredible. Like,
grind
you
my
were
gears,
so
there you go. Is
amused
that what
by
he said?
this. Like, people come on the show, they hear me and Douglas go on, and they're like, why is he abusing her so much?
Oh, we love you. Come on. It's not
I know, and I understand why you think it's so funny to say that, like, I was doing naughty things with this guy because
Why
Wait a
wouldn't
second,
you
know
be?
that. True.
You said this stuff. You said this stuff. Well, I didn't say this.
Yeah,
You
well-
said you were consulting for like all day.
Yeah, you did
I
say
was. I had it. It was a day gig. It was
Okay,
a
so then
one
it's not
day
slander.
thing.
It's not slanderous. It's just what we heard. That's all.
Yeah, that's how we took it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did
I
say
know.
it was like you were driving around and consulting all day, and it was like 16, 18 hours at a time. Is this not true?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
made
it
a
was just
couple
one
innuendos.
day,
and stuff.
though. It wasn't like.
Well, we're not hating it. I mean, like, when it happened, we said I would do that for $200 too.
Yeah, yeah. We're
Drive a
at,
Porsche around Vermont during the foliage season. Yeah.
No, give the
Yeah,
guy a fucking
exactly.
blowjob.
You don't. That's why you aren't the. You're not even the Asian Luke Perry. Like, we know you. You always fail when it comes to the suck a bag of dicks on the casting couch. That's how come you're not the Asian Luke Perry,
True enough.
because you couldn't do it.
Oh, that's true.
You just couldn't do it, and therefore now you're on critical omissions, and that's the problem.
Yeah, there's a price for everything. Otherwise, we'd be rich. If we could do it, well, then I wouldn't be here.
Then we
without money.
Yes, indeed. It's but such having been ascertained. So how much time have you got left on that battery, honey? Let's hope you got a
I'm
bit
looking
more.
at it. I'm looking.
Yes.
I don't know. I think I gotta go.
No,
I gotta
Well,
go.
I'm done as
No!
well, Doug.
no.
We're all checking out. No, we won't abandon you. What do you need to talk about now? How are you going to get around to Trump and Epstein live in the underworld? And
Oh God, are you even gonna waste
Elon
time talking
isn't
about that
letting
shit?
him back on Mars?
Like you already talked about it back when it happened. Like, do you even really want to talk about it more?
Remember, it was George Knight who brought up, yes, you were talking about Epstein years ago, and he was bringing up shit I couldn't even remember. And I did, yeah. But I vaguely do remember. I had pretty much, I had slammed down on Epstein. That was back before they flipped the switch on Lena Shea. That's how far back it
Yeah.
was. Yeah, that I had been talking about Epstein back in the day and saying this guy's going down. And then he did, and then of course they killed him. But it's it will obligatorily, yes, we will have to return to that topic tonight. That goes without saying. I actually,
Well, he's reached like Elvis level, or Hitler level, where everyone says he's still alive.
yeah.
Like I saw him yesterday at the wharf. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, I can believe that. I can believe that people would say that about him. They want him to be alive. They love his ass so
Yeah.
fucking much.
Yeah.
You know, it's like they are obsessed with this shit. It's all they fucking care about. And such being said, we'll get there soon enough. Other than that, probably I will start with the ice. I honestly, because I didn't want to didn't want to mess with assembling the toaster oven and heating up one of the home delivered meals, because that takes time. It literally takes half an hour to heat something up. And it takes me another half hour to eat it, so I didn't want to do that before the show started. So I went to get pizza slices at the ZA up on the corner, and bigger than whale shit. I thought they were suffering an ice raid. It was two assholes, a man and a woman. Yeah, two assholes, a man and a woman, had the kind of modified motorcycle helmets where people who refuse to get the full head helmet, they'll get these modified kind of like Hogan's Heroes helmets that look rather almost militant, but they look like a joke because they're too small.
Skull caps. The skull
Yeah,
caps.
thank you. Yeah, and so they were
The brain bowl. The
Yeah.
brain bowl. So when you crash, it just scoops your brain out. Literally.
There we are. Thank you. Yes,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, don't wear those.
thank you. Yeah, they had those and masks, and they were wearing black masks, and holy fucking shit, I honestly thought it was ice, and I said, oh fuck, they've gotten za pizza, and and I just but then I realized it wasn't that, and had to go in, order the slices, and then go buy the beer for later from the store, and come back and pick up the slices after
It was
they
just
had
some
eaten them.
angels, basically.
Yeah.
They do that stuff.
I guess. But
Hell's Angels.
No, I know what you mean, but it took me a second. I didn't know what you meant at first, but then I got it. Yeah, Hell's Angels, but no, it wasn't them. They were two. Hell's Angels wouldn't do. First off, Hell's Angels would they
wouldn't even wear a helmet.
Well, they do, because they're just forced to at this point, but they always wear the skull caps, like you said, the skull scoops. We'll call them skull scoops. They wear the skull scoops because they're too rebel to wear the full body helmet, so that's the compromise. And it's really sad, but it's it just is what it is. But when it comes to for a while, I don't know, many of our younger listeners don't remember this, but for a while, helmet laws were like a really hot topic. This was like people were really rebelling against helmet laws. They did not want them. And it was at the point where there were some motorcycle addicts. I don't know what you'd call them, crankheads, gear shaft heads. What do you call them? The people whose whole life is on a motorcycle. There was a number of people who killed themselves because of that. They literally just said, "Oh, it feels like my head's in a concrete fishbowl," and or so they felt like they were suffocating. And I mean, I know it's bizarre. I can't even imagine thinking like that. But there are people who felt that way, and they couldn't handle the transition. But the rest of them forced themselves to get these tiny little helmets so they could at least abide by the law without obeying it fully. I guess you'd call that malevolent compliance. So these people were just a man and a woman who were just.
But just like with seatbelts, though, that's just like.
Yeah.
It's more detrimental to you than any other person,
Yeah.
especially on a motorcycle.
There's a lot of controversy about whether or not these things are even beneficial, but the one thing I can say is that what fooled me about the ice thing was not just the masks, it was they were wearing vests. Now, I think, upon reflection, that these were like those inflatable vests for when you, like, what did they call that? It's like a crash balloon in a car, but they wear it for a motorcycle. So the vest, when you roll off the motorcycle, inflates. And so it's like a crash balloon for a motorcyclist. I'm assuming that's the word. Airbag vest. Yeah, I'm assuming that because it looked like they were wearing Kevlar vests. I thought they were wearing full tactical vests. It sure as fuck looked like it. And so that, they had me convinced. There we are. Yeah, it could have been either way. I don't know. But one of them was a woman, so that made me, probably wasn't ice because of that factor as well. There's very few women. I don't think they're hiring women as ice troopers.
ICE isn't going to roll up on a motorcycle that's like obviously.
Well,
one
they
of the
roll up on
factors.
horses. They roll it up on everything. I mean, so why not a motorcycle?
Yeah, but motorcycle, they're too queer to roll up on motorcycles.
Yeah, there's that too. Yeah, I mean, because you can't arrest anybody and put them on the motorcycle. It's yeah, it's just too
Yeah,
awkward. No, I hear you. But it was weird. It was just a weird moment. But yeah. So for the other thing, Amy, that happened with the help of dear Brendan, that for those of you who were listening earlier and wondering what the hell I'm tripping about with the stupid Bluehost bullshit, it's let me see. John's sending more images, so keep track of what he's sending while I respond to our lovely Vicky Johnson.
Those were probably his friends on the motorcycle. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, John knows quite a number of people, and so when it comes to there, I responded to lovely Vicky, and
like those northern people like come down to the city to like have lunch and stuff.
Yeah,
like beers or whatever.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, that was it. The other day I saw some Latin American guy was just screaming at a white guy with his daughter over there. It's when I went out to get my supplies, and he was just motherfucking white. You know, I was like, holy shit.
Was it the guy I work with? Is he like a fat looking Puerto Rican guy?
No, it's funny you say that. Chunky, you know, not the guy you work with, but you know, it's. I know what you mean, though. It's like he.
Well, he goes to the city often, and he says shit like that.
Interesting.
Like he'll go off, and was it like a little daughter, like a 4-year-old?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, it could have been him. It could have fucking been him.
Yeah, but you mean, well, I'm talking about he wasn't with his daughter. There was the white guy had the daughter. Who was like a 4-year-old, yeah, who was just a blonde little angelic thing who's just sitting there with her dad, and he's just taking it, you know, like I guess because he doesn't want to risk fighting this guy and getting knifed in front of his daughter and traumatizing her with the loss of her dad for life and shit. But but that was odd, and but again, it goes to show how San Francisco is just intrinsically dangerous and it's pervasive, but. You know, that being said, God knows what would have focused him on them. But you know, all that being said, what had happened was with Amy, I basically had received, you know, for those of people who are already sending me notes about what the fuck is so stressful about calling Bluehost and all that shit. That was just the opening to the story. Then what happened was the other day in one of my notices of action, which I get from like Medicare and food stamps, one of the notices of action through food stamps had a pamphlet that said, "Get help with your with your internet." And I said, oh, this is valuable. I've got to keep this. And of course, it disappeared. So I know it wasn't a figment of my imagination. I know that I held that flyer in my hand, but somehow after I put it in a safe spot where I said this will be right next to where I produce, you know, it disappeared. So I don't know, disintegrating paper, whatever. I'm just being sarcastic, but it disappeared. And I kept promising myself, gotta check into this help with the internet thing. So the first logical place to call is California Lifeline. So I called California Lifeline Services, and they've got this horrible automated service, which, you know, most people would just never make it through. They just give up. They would just, I can't do this. And it's like, but I made it through that, wound up talking to a young lady, and the young lady said, oh no, there's nothing that is out there since the death of Affordable Connectivity Program. And I said, well, the people that I worked with were not the California Lifeline, even though technically it was through Lifeline. I had to deal with an entire department that was set up within Comcast that was handling it. And I said, should I call Comcast? And it was like, oh, well, sure, why not? I don't know. It's like, oh, yeah, thanks, bitch. And it was like, so then I had to call Comcast twice. And the first time I got through, it was multiple people. I had to go through multiple. They had to keep transferring me. Finally got to some woman in sales who I believe had a Slavic accent. Horrible background noise. Horrible techno glitching. Like, it was every time she went off mute, then you could hear everybody in whatever room she was in, some kind of telecommunications center, just talking. So you couldn't hear a word she said. All you heard was like the babble of voices in hell and shit. But you know, but she told me after I had gotten the other guy. It took multiple callers, multiple personnel, multiple staff members before I got the knowledge, was given the information that there was an internet assistance program at Comcast that could take me down to $14.95 a month. And so when, but of course she recommended, oh, you couldn't produce your show on that. We highly recommend you don't go there. That you will only be, your show won't be able to be produced with the level of what is it, megabits per second, yeah, all that shit. And but so then I had to hang up and call Brendan. And Brendan said, oh, that's all a load of shit, and they can't throttle you. You're in fucking San Francisco. It's all fiber optic, and because it's all fiberglass, you've got the they can't make the modem any lower. And which is funny. I'm looking this up right now.
Right.
Yeah, the Affordable Connectivity Program replacements. I'm finding nothing. What I got onto is no longer I'm no longer seeing on the internet, which is weird. So
you had to run the gauntlet through the phone tree. Like, you got to tell people, what did you say to get transferred to the next person?
Well,
over and over again.
What happened was that after I talked to Brendan, I just had to, and the next time I was lucky, I got a black African American woman. You could tell by the voice. Anybody says I'm racist, that I'm judging by voice. You can't tell a person's race by the voice. You're just fucking idiots, okay? But
you've never been to America.
Yeah, thank you. But this young lady, she got me on the program, which is interesting because it had a specific...
And in their defense, people think, oh man, I'm talking to this, this American black lady from the South, but they've always been able to help me.
Yeah,
if you're cool with them on the phone, they've always been able to help me.
Yes,
I agree.
In their defense.
They seem to know. They seem to know always what the right answer is whenever you do get somebody who's clearly African American.
Yeah. So for those of you who, now what I've done, and I can show people the screen share, I've just looked up, is there any new federal assistance for internet? Which is what I had to look up to find what I found concerning Comcast, and it's no longer online. I'm not seeing it online, but what it was Internet Essentials. It's called Internet Essentials. So and basically what I had to ask for was the $14.95 a month for 75 megabits per second and upload speeds of up to 10 megabits per second. And of course, exactly the way Brendan Zogit analyzed it, it's basically the uploads are for the show, but the megabits per second otherwise are, what was it? I'll have to look it up again. That's basically for my porn. So what was it you said, Brendan? You said that one of them, we did the diagnostic. We actually did the diagnostic to see if I could produce the show once I switched to the Internet Essentials service. So Brendan had it all figured out. Basically it's this. It's Internet Essentials, the download speeds are for my porn. That's up to 75 megabytes per second. Upload speeds up to 10 megabytes per second. That's for the show. There we have that. We had it all figured out, and the woman got me on it right away. And they transferred me immediately onto this new service. They shut down my modem and restarted it while I was on the call. I had to listen to a recording first telling me what I was in for. But, at least I cut my bill down from $55 a month to, $14.95 a month. So that was, but to do that, this took, between the Bluehost, Lifeline, and then Comcast, to get this done, it took all day. It was like, my day. Obviously, I wake up about 2 p.m. in the afternoon, then I didn't even want to do this because I'd rather have slept through to the night, being the vampire that I am. Quite seriously, there's no sarcasm here. There's no cuteness here. Literally, this was the middle of my night. So I'm not even fully awake and I'm dealing with all this shit, but it took hours. It was like 3 to 4 hours. Easily 4 hours. It was easily 4 hours. So, getting that done was like, that was just killer. It was awful. It was awful. And, But we did it, and we're much better off for it. So there we have that. That was a bit of an adventure. Bren's on hold, of course, because he's at work, and I think he's at work. Oh, it's Sunday. Oh, he might not be at work. But anyhow, so dear Amy, there's that, and see if you can get on Internet Essentials. Are you using Comcast or what?
I just looked it up. My address does not confirm. We have generators. We don't have a phone line.
But you're on internet.
You know what I mean?
But you're on internet.
What?
You're on internet.
No,
Right.
Yeah, but it's through the phone. It's through the cell phone.
Okay.
We don't have if I want to plug in my laptop, we have to run it off the mobile spot, which is really like I could plug in the laptop and run the mobile hotspot for like 20 minutes.
Jesus.
And then whatever I do on the laptop just sucks up all the data.
That's awful. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Well, it's just how it is. I mean, this isn't gonna break me. Like, just not having a phone or that, it's not reality. Like, you can still like build a fire and cook your burgers. Like, there's nothing life depleting about not having an internet, except that in this day and age, it's almost like a crime to say you would like to opt out.
Kind of, yeah. It's unusual. It is unusual, and it's probably hard for a lot of people to even conceptualize living the way you do, which is almost off the grid. You're basically you're just this side of off the grid. But
I really I am I'm so we don't have bills here, and it's really important to me that we maintain that, even if we get a lot of money. I like that we don't have bills. Like, it's nice. And so I wouldn't recommend it to a lot of people, because I think a lot of people don't have the fortitude to withstand it. And it was it's sort of something that happened to me, and I managed through it. I managed through not having a paycheck, not making more than $4,000 a year. I get stuff taken care of, but I definitely struggle with those phone trees, though, and the people who don't know what they're talking about but want to tell you to call another number when there's people in their organization that you could get transferred to, but they just want to tell you to get onto a different call with somebody else.
Oh yeah. It's it's pretty depressing that they are, they hide this sort of thing. They really do. And but the only reason I got on it as well was because I had qualified for the Affordable Connectivity Program, and because they had this entire department at Comcast that had been dedicated to Affordable Connectivity Program for years, because they made big money from the government paying them to help people get on that program. They had all these records about me. And so because the records showed that I had qualified for the ACP, there really was no major problem in getting me onto their Internet Essentials program, because that at least they knew that I was in that income bracket. So I didn't have to apply again. Yeah.
Mostly because you've got it established when you find a new crypt with stuff that you need in it, like heat and hot water. And I mean, just imagine being able to walk around your crypt naked and get into a hot tub and
sounds like heaven.
Put it in your toaster oven, and all that stuff that is so easy for people, and yet you go on and on without you pay rent to these people. This is, to me, it's just insane. It's totally bizarre. And the fact that we know,
well, it's by choice. He's getting $8,000 worth of blood.
Yeah.
He ain't gonna give that up. It's one or the other.
Okay, so let's
true enough.
Right? If someone told you a hot tub or your blood boys, you wouldn't give that up.
I do need the food. No, but you're both right. You're both right. It's simply, Amy's quite right. I need to find a soulmate so that I can move in with
That
her.
is not what I said. That is
No,
Well, that's not what you said, but Doug needs one. That's all.
well, I need some female who's basically murdered her husband and now has the goods. So she needs to take me in. If you're out there, Black Widow, honey, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm sure she's like stacking him up on that pole outside of 1242 Green Street right now. Taking her husband to the pole.
But you definitely don't want anyone on that street.
No.
Well, I don't like. I feel like you're kind of shooting down a lot of opportunity just by like narrowing it into this. I need a woman to.
Your point's well taken. Your point's well taken. So, how would you rephrase it? How would you rephrase it?
This is coming from someone that has a dude that takes care of them. What the heck are you talking about?
Well, no, I just feel like, like wouldn't it feel nice
You're
like
doing the same thing he wants to do. It's only just a different gender.
This is not a gender fluid thing. I'm trying to point out what I feel is being like.
Well, she actually, Brendan, she's right in that I'm limiting myself by saying what I just said. So how would you rephrase? No,
but you've said this before.
Yeah,
you've said this before. That
it is a psychological or a psychiatric obstacle. It's what you would call a kind of obstruction.
I guess I'm too busy being so.
They cut him off.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you said you're too busy being salacious.
Yeah.
Say it again.
I said I'm too busy being salacious crumb to your Jabba to hear what you said.
Oh, there was an idiot out there.
I'm just in the background going.
Yeah. There was an idiot out there who compared Brendan to Salacious Crumb and myself to Jabba the Hutt, which is like so fucking stupid. It doesn't even. It's like doesn't even make any sense. It's like, dude,
it's so backwards.
Yeah, it's so backwards and so out of proportion, and it's not even. It's just like
what we suffer.
Yeah.
It's what we suffer on this show.
It's like that thing didn't even talk.
Yeah. It was just one of the gang stalkers.
That thing didn't even have any dialogue.
Yeah, it's just one of the gang stalkers doing their thing. They saw something on Late Night Show with Colbert, and Colbert made a joke about it, and then they repeated it because, this is how they are. They're just like children. They just regurgitate what they see on TV. But let's let Amy finish her thought here. So dear Amy, how would you rephrase?
I just feel like it would be possible for you to find a place that you enjoy so much that you might potentially share with somebody else, but you don't necessarily have to like look for a lifesaver float in the middle of the ocean of despair and cling to it and hope that like this woman has a place for you to move in where you can shower. I feel like there's, this seeking this other partner thing should be more a natural process. Like, oh, well, I've already secured the thing that I was looking for, and then I felt like I was solid enough that I could share it with somebody else. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I worry about this perception that you're gonna go out and there's gonna be a woman and she's gonna need you to impale her husband on the spike outside of your place so that you can move in with her. It's much more visual, the second one, but
yeah, it's I hear what you're saying. I'm making it difficult for myself. So in other words, just think about escape from the crypt and finding finding something, but not pinning it on a member of the opposite sex.
Yeah, I mean, granted, it's always better to have a partner in crime. Oh. It's just the way it is. You're weak if you're alone, bottom line. So to get to a place where you feel like you're supported and cared for is just a better standing upon which to meet somebody who's going to be less torturous than the people you've been involved with in the past.
Yeah.
You don't want to repeat. No more repeats. Like you're learning a lot. Like you already realized that like you have this envelope of tolerance that really needs to be sequestered. Like we need to like get it into the corner and make it sit in the corner by itself for a while, and then now you can play with the other kids.
No. Yeah.
I mean that's just my thought, and it's not necessarily going to make sense to a lot of people, but I really want you to be able to come back to me one day and be like, oh yeah, I live in this incredible place, and you know what? It's like closer to my feeding trough.
Yeah.
Not that was rude. That was not nice. That was a horrible.
No, that was delightful. That was delightful. Are you sure you're just not gatekeeping me to prevent myself from getting a sugar mama cougar?
Sugar mama cougar. That's my new nickname.
Yes.
I'm gonna add that. Holly's here. Speaking of sugar mama cougars.
Yes.
That's me.
Yes. If only she had some money. Yes, that would be.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's right.
But we're a team now. We're complete, and I'm certainly glad that our dear Holly is with us. So give us a little. First off, say hi to Amy and catch her up on what's been going on with you, and catch up. Let Amy, update you on her little world.
Okay. Hello there, Amy. I heard you a little bit before about the Porsche situation
Porsche
tonight.
situation.
You guys were tearing it up, causing a spectacle.
It's so
Go ahead.
incredible how like one little thing can become so much drama when put out there on the internet.
Yeah.
It was one day in a Porsche, and it was fun, and I happened to mention it to these kids. Now think
But I
I'm
didn't understand how it
consulted.
got taken away or something, stolen. Or...
Yeah, it's just a bunch of drama. It's just like the whole
I
thing
missed
was
that part.
It was like this friend needed me to go do stuff with him, and it was like all crazy stuff, and like because I had known about previous crazy stuff, it made sense that I do it with him. And it was like one day, and I just happened to get on the show that day. And my two big brothers over here, Doug and Brennan, were just looking out for me, making sure that money. You gotta make sure you get that money. When
Was that the friend that just dumped you for being bad luck?
Oh, I have somebody dumped me.
Different friend. Yeah, for being bad juju. Something happened he borrowed your car.
Oh,
yeah.
that was.
And it was a horrifying story.
I've been
I forget the
dumped by
details.
him
Different guy.
fucking so many times.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Well, was
many
this the same
times.
guy, or was this a different guy?
Oh no, they're all different. Yeah,
Okay.
different.
Mhm.
Yeah, I do only have a little bit of battery, and luckily it did stop raining. But
Okay.
what's going on over there on the left coast?
Holly.
A heavy fog tonight, so I barely reached the call because of the phone being real slow. So anything could happen.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
it finally hooked up. So I don't know what's going to happen tonight. I just don't know.
And
But
I mean,
made it this far.
yeah.
I got worried for a second there,
Yeah. I mean,
but it finally went through.
yeah. Well, it's definitely been quite the adventure. There's plenty of things I'm not talking about tonight, but we'll speak to privately with Team Dietrich. But
Okay.
oh yes, one of the things that our dear Amy had asked about was the surveillance in my Gmail, which is actually on the.
Oh yeah.
Yes, yeah. So it's actually sourcing from New York, and it's in one of my other Gmail accounts. I have several Gmail accounts because of security reasons, and they're all under surveillance.
No, one said California. A bunch of them said California.
Yeah, but this one was New York. So it's in the
Okay,
the
on
call.
this very notice though, it was
yeah.
in the list of them
Yeah.
because those are multiple attempts, correct?
Well, they're not even attempts. They're authorized by Google
Yeah.
itself, which means that it's federal. So the feds just go to Google and just say, let us in, or rather, it's to tell everybody how it works. It's basically Google is, for all intents and purposes, a branch of the federal government. It was started by the Department of Defense, who contracted Stanford to produce it. So when Google was produced, the government always had its in, and they will send their version of a communist political cadre, meaning like some kind of political officer, a PO, to go in and monitor everything at Google campuses. And so in the California campus, where they will access my main account, the anchor account, then they just have someone there who goes into the account. Now, for whatever reason, another account that I had set up was essentially under surveillance by someone in New York. But as Brendan Zogit can explain, what happened was I called him as soon as they got me on the Internet Essentials with Comcast, because what happened was when Comcast automatically, while I was on the phone with this young lady who got me the on the Internet Essentials program, once I was switched on to it, I got signed out, so to speak, because your service changes and it automatically signs you out of different things that you're connected to on the cloud. And now my computer, obviously, being located within the Pacific Coast, should automatically be on Pacific time zone. But instead, it used to be slave circuited, so whenever we had installation of a new computer or change of a service, or they had to change my IP address to get it restarted at all, then all of the time zone would be locked onto Langley, Virginia. So we'd have the Eastern Standard Time or Eastern Daylight Time. Brendan Zoki can testify to this. He saw it personally because he had to help me change the time zone back. In this case, it went to Central Time Zone. So as soon as they changed me onto this was another reason why this killed me, just going through this whole process of changing the service, is it's not only you change your service, you get locked out of everything, signed out of everything, you get and you find out all these things that you really don't want to know. And one of them is that my computer is slave circuited to Cheyenne Mountain in Central Time Zone. So Brendan Zogit had to help me change it back to the other Pacific Time Zone for my computer. But whatever computer is locked into working with surveillance of my computer and constantly rating it for content is in Cheyenne Mountain now. What Brendan and I both assume is that with the budget cuts that cut off the whatever people were affiliated with Michael Aquino in the NSA, they probably had my whole thing project shut down due to budget cuts, where nobody knew what they were doing because they were unlisted. They were all black. They were all so once the budget was cut, they just transferred it over to DOD, Department of Defense, again affiliated through Michael Aquino's background, and now Cheyenne Mountain's just directly through the military and Department of Defense monitoring my computer, because it's this is impossible. It's physically impossible for my computer to be slave circuited to a time zone outside of my time zone without this sort of involvement. It's not how it works. So there you go with that. And so
that notice does supply the IP addresses.
Well, it definitely doesn't give the one for the one in New York, does it? Does it give the one for the one in New York? I mean, it's right here on the Infinite Call. It usually just says...
It does.
Oh, okay. Fuck.
It also has a MAC address for the actual hardware that was being used.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So what do we do? Can we do something with that? Try and track that down, trace that?
Could the boys? They probably have a brain trust over there. Maybe that
we don't want to get anyone at the estates involved in espionage on my behalf.
Involved at all.
Yes. Oh my God.
Fair enough.
Yeah. It's
Fair enough.
But
in Central. And by the way, I did some digging in.
Yeah.
Wyoming is in Mountain Time, so whatever servers they have are running through Central Time.
Yeah.
But it could have been anything but from Texas all the way up to Dakota.
Right.
So who knows what the hell?
Yep.
Who the hell's watching your shit?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. And it's but it's definitely go on.
We can speculate. We can speculate further, but
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Holly, you were going to say something?
I was say avidly. They're probably really, but they can't tell the boss that.
Oh.
You might even, who knows? We might even, what's the word? Re-indoctrinating them properly.
Now, you got cut off quite a
That's
bit.
the best case scenario.
Yeah, you got cut off quite a bit there. We only heard bits and pieces of what you said, so you have to repeat it. Can you say that again?
Yeah, and I don't know if it was worth repeating, but and it may be a problem tonight. Yeah. Never mind.
Oh, well, it's okay. It's okay. We can talk about it privately later. And so that having been said, hopefully now our man, Mr. Aristides, has a better grasp of the surveillance that I'm under. And if he has any suggestions, he can talk to me about that privately, probably best privately. And aside from all that, there was a lot of other stuff going on that was just it was overwhelming. It was just a lot going on the past few days. And it's like literally, it's nonstop. Yes, there we are. This is a World War I propaganda poster shared by T. Tank Berry. Shows the Kaiser's head in the middle of a web. The web is spun for you with invisible threads. Keep out of it. Help to destroy it. Don't talk. Yes, he's probably given us a good hint. That's a good hint. And we'll dismiss the topic for now, but we'll be back to it privately. But such being said, our listeners are also caught up, and I hope they understand the fact that, hey, everything I say is real. I'm not paranoid. It's there's a lot going on with surveillance of myself, and if anyone listens, it's the Power Boys. So, dear Amy, so knowing all that, what's your own impression? Any insights, any input, or any thoughts? Feel free to take it anywhere you wish. With what time we have left for you.
Indeed, I know it's limited time here, so limited. But I mean, just to completely change directions, I am really knee deep in Nietzsche lately, especially the German philosophy of Schopenhauer, who Nietzsche, when he was still teaching, was doing a lot of philosophy essays based on Schopenhauer, who was unpopular at the time. Do we want to go into this? This is like really...
Go ahead.
It's kind of what I've been hanging out and doing with my day is Lou Andreas Salome wrote a book about Nietzsche, and it's very good. Like because he's so complicated, like he was mad, he was like mental, but he was also a creative genius. And I think she did a really good job of tying together a lot of things that were like important to him, as far as getting into mainly history. Like he had 3 different let's see if I can find the 3 different kinds of history that he was writing with regard to monumentalistic history, which focuses on great figures of the past, and then also the spirit of history, antiquarian history, one that wanders over a landscape as if it was the ground of an earlier life. So monumentalism, antiquarianism, and then I think the last one was just critical. I think he just calls it the critical view of history. And this is kind of where all 3 melt into one. And it's like expressed through a pointed paradox of his formulation. The historical is subordinate to the individual life, whose constant requirement is the unhistorical. So it's just every single word, every phrase, every sentence, every paragraph is like so full of just like a breadth of area could be covered just based on a little bit of what is said by him in so many ways. And I just think it's so lovely to be able to spend your time in that realm, like to be thinking about these things, these ideas that exist truly in your own mind. Like there's no real history except what can be created through your own mental fabrication, because it's not like, go find history, go get me a relic from history. What does that even look like? You know?
Wow.
Sure.
It's just material.
So, Holly, respond with your own philosophical insights.
Well, I don't have many when it comes to Nietzsche, but I guess, you know, you're saying that everybody brings their own personal bias to that ancient urn from Etruscan times, you know, in terms of a relic and the history and then the personal filtration it goes through, even of the history writers or whatever. So it's all kind of subjective. And matched up with his... Go ahead.
No, I appreciate that insight. It's all subjective with him. Like it's all perception. And for him, his philosophy was part of philology. So it was a study that disappeared when philosophy came around. That was what he taught at Basel.
Got it. Okay.
And this subjective world, he interplayed art through music into his work, like his dissection of the Grecian drama. See here, I'm butchering the English language.
That's okay.
Grecian, would we say Grecian, not Greekan?
Yeah. Grecian.
His use of art to describe these modes of thoughts or these ways of viewing history or viewing politics, to constantly kind of bleed into the metaphorical or the mystical. That was sort of that was the mode of his lines of thinking. Like his work was always in putting stuff in that ever expanding place. Like with art, you can always take something small and make it grow, or you can take something big and just work with a portion of it. And so to always be able to use the thinking and the discernment of history or of even engineering, to be able to discern with your mental capacity that outlet of metaphysical or mystical realm where we don't know everything. Like we don't know how that is because we're stuck in our own subjective experience. And to keep supporting all his arguments based upon this, so that there's no real dogma that's created. It's always like a process. It's always like that movement that you can't change the ripples in the water once the stone's already been thrown. Like they're going to continue out from that space. So he had mental health issues. He was put away in a hospital, and that then became his charge. He was, after he quit teaching, he went to being sick until his death. He was just going through one sickness after another. And because she had a personal relationship with him, and also his other confidant, Paul Ray, And the other thing that I was looking at was he had written this poem for Wagner, and Parasol, which was an opera done by Wagner, was said to have been written by Nietzsche. But that his relationship with Wagner disintegrated, and then from that kind of bloomed this other closeness or intimacy with her other friend Paul Ray. And so she had all these letters and correspondence between him and her, and then him and Paul Ray. And so it's interesting how she can plug in things to his writing or talk specifically about what was going on with him, like how he was like really dealing with a lot of very difficult physical health problems. And so, you know, getting to see like his life was such a difficult life to live, but like the genius that came out of his learning how to express himself after recovery, like getting sick, getting well, getting sick, getting well, getting sick, getting well, and then like recognizing like this is a pattern, like I'm in this healing pattern where I'm only sick, and then I honor the sickness because then I'm healed, and then I can talk about how I pulled myself through it. I'm just that's the kind of thing that I've been spending my time paying attention to.
Fascinating.
Because I can't. Yeah, I just can't watch. I can't watch any more videos about anything. You know, I'm like over all that. Like I had a time where I was like just watching videos, just learning, just absorbing, and I really just can't do that anymore. Like I'm putting that aside, and I'm wanting to be more productive, but honestly, like until we get into a different space, this is a production right here. Like I'm busy all the time here, and if we get into a different space, it'll be easier to maintain, and this will get worked on more. It doesn't get worked on because we're here trying to live here, and so, you know, we do a little bit at a time, but really what we need is another space, and then we can come back that is easily accessible to here, and then we can come back and then finish it off so that it's nice. And you know, we have the ability to do all of this. It's not outside of a scope of things that we can do. So it's just a matter of, you know, really feeling it out and talking to people. Which we know that the number one way that they try to keep us from doing anything is to censor all our communications. So
yes,
having
distraction.
that sense, yeah, like you're doing something important, oh, they're going to cut you off, so you better write down what that important thing was, because you're going to want to go back to it.
Yes.
But yeah, the not being able to talk to people through the electronics is, you know, you got to be able to see people in person sometimes too. That's just how it is. And I think more and more people are starting to understand this as well, that it's more important to be able to go next door and pay attention to the things going on your street than it is to look in the phone and send $3 to somebody in a foreign country. Like, you know, I think about back when I was in college, like in the 90s, like it was like this fanciful thing for these families to like adopt a foreign child.
Right.
Like, you know, like to feel like better people. We send $10 a month to this country, and it's like paying for this child's whole family to get water or whatever.
Yep.
And I think, what a scam that was. Like, that was a good scam that whoever came up with that and got all these people to buy into that. That was really disgusting.
Could you elucidate a bit more on that, as to why? Not that I'm arguing with you at all. I just want more details or context on how it's a scam. How did that benefit the wealthy people who were adapting these foreign kids? Is it so that they could bring in a whole family of servants?
I'm thinking about these. It would be more like I don't know if you've ever been to the Catholic Church where they have the bulletin, and then in the bulletin there's like things that you could do, and like a lot of I don't even like, none of these aid things are actual things. They're just pictures that you get sent for sending money. Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
At
Like, it
least
was
one
just-
of them got busted big time. It was
Yeah.
a Christian one, and they were, showing people these pictures of orphans that needed
Yeah.
support. And then they found out, like Navajo kids and stuff, and then somebody investigated and they found out they're not orphans. They have
Right.
families, and they're not getting any money from this.
No, yeah,
they don't
that's
want
what
it.
I'm talking about. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
really
yeah.
just like it was just like a total scam. And I remember like going away to college, and my mom, I come home, and like on the fridge there's this picture of like some Afghan girl,
You're right.
and she's like, "This is my new daughter."
Oh,
Right.
that pisses me off. Oh,
Nice.
that pisses me
Yeah.
off. That actually hits home. That hits home.
I'm
My
really sorry.
yeah, my
that hits
legal-
home, but like,
my legal father, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, his psychotic biological father, my technical grandfather, who attempted to rape
Right.
myself and lost his dick doing so. Because I bit it off, for those of you who don't know, might as well we've already had that on record, thanks to Peter Moon repeating that in front of Marina Sarin, just to make the already awkward
digression.
situation.
You're just digressing.
Yeah,
You're okay.
well, at any rate, for those of you who haven't heard the story, yes, when my father, one of the things that prompted my legal father to run away from home was his father was giving all the money to every charity in the world, Native Americans, Boys Town, all this shit, and he said, what about us? What about charity begins at home? And it was, then his father said, leave my house. It's all my money is going to all these charities so I can buy my way to heaven. Like, he was like, that was his tithe to get his way to heaven, was by, just giving all the money away to these charities, which of course is so psychotic. And so that's, I get what you're saying. And that's why my father never pulled what a lot of other GIs did. For those of you who don't know, there were many GIs in the Korean War and not so much in the Vietnam War, but really heavy during the Korean War, where they adopted Korean kids or adopted Vietnamese kids and would maintain them on a program. Every once in a while, it got to the point where they would adopt them and bring them to the United States. And so it did wind up with thousands of Koreans and Vietnamese being brought to the United States by GIs who adopted children overseas. But oftentimes they would maintain them instead overseas and just keep sending them money for long extended periods of their life. So yeah, for you to come home for your mother to say that, this is my new daughter, this girl in Afghanistan, must have been horrific.
Yeah.
Tell us about that. So get into that. Yes, please.
well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, what a joke that was, right? Like,
Yes.
she never met this girl. Like, she's just like spending like $5 a week or something to like pay for people to send her this picture, right? Like,
Yeah.
all of those organizations, like when you
Just
look
rich
at the
people.
money,
Yeah.
the money is 95% administrative.
Exactly.
Like, that's just how that went. And that was like 80s, 90s, like maybe less than the 2000, because that's like when people of my generation are coming up and we know everything's a scam. Like,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
we know that, like, oh, we've been to college and we get out and we're like still doing the same jobs we did before we went to college.
Yes,
Like,
yeah. You're still bagging groceries.
yeah. So there's that element of skepticism that's really strong for people born between like 65 and the 80s. Like, there's like just a skepticism overall that's different than, a healthy skepticism from, like my grandma, who lived through the First and Second World War. Well, she didn't live through the First World War. That would be her parents. But the whole, the whole idea that you can just give money and buy your way to heaven or to get into good graces, and then to like have to tell people that you're giving this money in order to impress them in some way or another. This is a sick person. Like, this is like somebody who just doesn't have any self-worth,
Yes.
like doesn't have anything to say, like isn't being supported in their inner journey in any way. Like that's my thought on all of that. But the idea that you can put money towards something and affect change and then not ever need to see the outcome of it is, I just find that that's like so like not the world I want to live in. Like I don't want to have a life where I work and work and work and then feel like I'm sharing my bounty with people that I never get to see their happiness. I never get to celebrate with them. There's a real like emptiness about that. I guess if you're a nihilist, it would be, it'd be fine to just throw it all away like
Or-
that, all your time and attention.
Well, if you're investigating the philosophy
Yeah.
of Nietzsche, you're investigating nihilism, are you not? So does this somehow give you cold comfort?
Well, and I know that he has been consorting with nihilism, but he is not in support of throwing things out. He's in support of positivism. Like his brand, if we can modernize him, his philosophy or philology was more leaning towards positivism, like more leaning towards I've been sick, but I'm not just going to end it because I am going to heal from it, and then I'm going to make it a possible thing for other people to explore as well, to lay the groundwork for something beyond my own suffering.
Yes. By the way, just because I've gotten,
fair.
just because I got a note about this, they did ask me to point out that it's important that I reiterated the grandfatherly attempt to rape myself, because he had done so. We're talking about decades after my father, before he was even of legal age, because my father ran away from home at the age of 16. So my father confronted his grandfather about all these charities around that age. So we're talking about, by the time I was born, was like, many, many decades later. And but his one of the reasons he felt he had the impunity to rape myself, as he did all of his own children, was he had paid all his dues. The thought was that he had paid his dues and had already bought his way into heaven, and therefore had the right to do anything he wanted to do. That's part of the insanity of these predatory people. And so your mother then also has that same predatory insanity, where you, of course, are left to rot on the vine and to hang out and dry while she assuages her guilt by supporting children overseas. It's so beyond any rational comprehension or practical. It's what is, any other dimensions you can add to that, please do. It's just horrific. It's because we see
Well,
this
some
again and
people
again. Yeah.
are pattern breakers, that's the key, is like I've had an awareness of the fact that like whatever happened to my mom to get her to this point that she's at, it's ending with me. I'm not passing this on. And so I can't take credit for everything that I have witnessed from her. Like I've learned a lot about what trauma does to somebody. I've learned a lot about these ideas of mothering, how you can completely neglect your child and then assume that they're just going to do everything you want because they're your child, right? Like these psychological things that I knew as a child. Like I knew this from the get, that this woman does not protect me. This woman does not help me in any way. So I learned a lot about how to recognize that in others, and also to be able to have a conversation with somebody who's being abusive and to point out that actually, no, I know this is abuse because I've dealt with it from the beginning. I've had this go on from the beginning. And so in that way, I have a skill that other people don't have. Like Toke tells me all the time, like, I can't believe how resilient you are. I can't believe how your mind works. Like, you know, like you take something very emotional, very, very traumatizing, and you just plow through. You keep going. You keep starting over again. You keep making an effort. And it, you know, it was kind of a situation where I'm the oldest, so I got to break in my parents in a lot of ways, and I wasn't a great child. Like I was traumatized really early, and it was never really addressed by either one of my parents. Like to this day, they still can't talk to me about whatever happened to me as a child. Like they just can't. And it, to me, I feel like it really isn't important to me to have to relive that with him at this point. Like I don't really need them to talk to me about that stuff. I need them to just live the best life they've got. Like they can live the rest of their life without having any interaction with me, because that was the standard that they gave me. You know, that was like, I'm returning the love that they gave me by doing this, by being separate and cutting them off in the way that I had to. It was a couple years ago, and I've done this like throughout my life. It's not like the first time that I've had to just not have contact with my parents. Like I've done this over and over and over again. So it's just it's what has to happen sometimes for you to get to be to the place that you need to be.
Yeah. Well, you've definitely grown beyond them now. Thank God for that. But it's been such a hard road that so many things that I certainly feel you didn't have to suffer through that you did. It's still a horror story. It's very much a horror story in so many respects. Now, I don't know if Brendan is still with us. Let's see if we can bring him on for a second. So Brendan, I know you're out there. You just brought something here about former residents of 4 islands. Tell us about this. This is Honor Ceremonies at Sea, Japan's Northern Territories. Oh, thank you. Yeah. So tell us a little bit about this before I ask you for something more specific about, the Amy situation.
They're just doing a maritime, honoring their ancestor ritual during this, like you said, Japanese Sea Day or whatever it is.
There we are. Thank you. And of course, this is important because Russia is still legally at war with Japan, and they are doing this near Russian-occupied Japan. So the Russians have these islands in Japan. They were never able to conquer northern Japan, the main island of Hokkaido, because they were repelled. But the Russians are still very much at war with Japan. We still have to find out from George again exactly what the situation was, where a woman walked up to him at a party and said, or something, because I didn't really catch all of it. I was so busy that night looking for parts of that book that I had promised I would find for him. But he was somewhere where a woman walked up to him and said, "We're not at war." And he said, "Yes, we are." But somehow she knew that about him, that he was affiliated with myself, and we speak of this constantly. In Britain's case, yes, they are engaged in war with Russia in Ukraine, and Russia has attacked the British homeland with Novichok, a weapon of mass destruction that could have killed far more people than it did, but it did kill British citizens. Now, all that being said, back to the Amy situation. Let's see if we can do a screen share here, and we'll see what we can drag out of Brendan's memory, because I actually tried to find that clip where I had made a joke about our dear Amy's situation, and I couldn't find it. And I actually checked through the episodes around the episode that we thought the clip was in. But yeah, do you remember, Brendan? I had showed you here, which I have as a screensaver. Someone came in and had like a little microbiography in which they said, all these horrible things their parents did to them, and then their parents left them out with nothing, and basically laugh at them while they starved to death. And of course, the little Nightbot who's in here was responding, thank you, welcome to the stream, thanks and enjoy. Yeah, do you remember that? Do you remember what they said in general?
Yes, I do remember, but I don't recall details.
Yeah.
I don't recall the details of it.
Okay, yeah, but remember.
Well, I wonder if they're like editing your episodes, and that's why it's really important that we get more people coming to the live.
Good point. And downloading the episodes for posterity, of course. That goes without saying.
If possible. Yeah, it is like I have a bunch of your old episodes, and it takes up a lot of memory. It takes a lot of memory because
Thank you.
have been doing this so much. Like, we really are so blessed that you have been able to come on and give hours and hours and hours of information to people. Like, it's amazing that you've continued to do this without time off. I think I think if anything, that's a reason that people should be paying more attention and doing what they can, to help. Like, it's a matter of getting really local. It's a matter of looking around at the people in your world and finding out what is real and what is like a confabulation of all kinds of stuff that is not real, right? Like, you're just online playing video games all day. How much of that is real? How much of that benefits the people in your life?
Yeah.
This is my point.
Yeah. It's disgusting. I mean, these people spend all day on video games, and they think they know everything in the world. They're so fucking stupid and just, really wretched. But of course, they'll all
look to it as for a sense of accomplishment. Like, there's a lot that people can accomplish. Like this interacting with your screen, not being able to survive without your phone. Please challenge yourself. Just please try to go for 2 weeks without a phone, and I think you'll understand how ridiculous your life can be just because you have this screen in your pocket that's sucking your life away.
There we are.
I don't know.
Yeah, beautiful.
That's how I feel. That's how I feel. And I have to go. The battery thing is now below 5%, which means once it's below 5%, it's now 4. It just goes really fast.
Yeah. Well, we love you.
After 5%. So thank you very much, Douglas. I'm glad that you've got Brendan and Holly to keep you going, and I'm sure we're gonna get some new people listening to the lives, because it does seem like they are editing stuff without ever, without us noticing, because we don't have time to go back and do everything twice.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's really conceivable. I'm not quite sure if that's what happened, but I'll keep looking for it, and if I do find it, I'll let you know, because it's niggling at me now. It's actually bothering you. But we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well, and charge that fucker up in case you need to call the ambulance. Okay.
Bye.
Yeah.
I don't have to call the ambulance. I'm fine.
Not for yourself.
Bless your heart. Thank you, Holly. Good night, Brenda. Good night, Aristides.
Yes. Okay. So that was dear Amy, and so what I'll do is I'll start into let me take a look at the background of this photo. I can't really find a background on it, but it's definitely interesting, and it's historical, so I hearted it. So thank you for that, dear T-Tank Berry. Now that she's gone, no, I spoke with you privately earlier, Holly. Anything else come to mind publicly you'd like to talk about anything? Go ahead. I mean, before I dive into monologue and just ask people to interject whenever they feel like.
Wacky headline.
Oh.
Very quick, wacky headlines to throw on your fire.
Sure.
Before you take off for the night's teaching. Okay, so here they come. Republicans are blaming the radical left for Trump's swole up cankles.
Edema. For his edema.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah. That's the first one.
Okay.
The second one, not so funny. Pat Tillman's brother just drove his car into a post office.
Yeah. Pat Tillman. Pat Tillman.
Yeah.
Oh, the man who was killed
yeah.
in Afghanistan.
The footballer that was fragged.
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Yeah.
So his brother drove into a post
that's
office?
Sad one. Yep, right on in there. San Francisco or San Jose. Oh, no, Sacramento or San Jose. I forget. But that's back in the news. And the third one is this crazy ass cop explosion.
Tell us about that.
In the armory, it was their armory or weapons storage thing.
Heard a little bit about it, but tell us more, whatever you know.
Yeah, they had some massive explosion down there and it killed 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole thing sounds really funky.
It sure as hell does.
I don't know what. And then they went, and now they're driving around Santa Monica, and they busted some apartment that's connected somehow. The details have been super sketch, but they took hand grenades and stuff out of there. So it sounds like either complete cop buffoonery or some kind of scary cop scam madness or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
So they're being treated like heroes, but I'm skeptical.
Oh, yeah, you're preaching to the converted here. I mean, these guys probably did something incredibly stupid. They were probably
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, drunk and high out of their minds, and then they, make themselves look like heroes, and they're covered by all their fellow, Coda Blue Mafia types. Yeah. And
I don't think this whole story will ever come out,
no.
but it reeks to high heaven of weirdness.
Yeah.
Cop weirdness.
Yeah.
So I just, in case you'd heard anything, I figured I'd put it out there.
Well, the
But
most
that's all I
important
got.
one is the Patrick Tillman's brother's story. So, and that's, of course, just heartbreaking. And it's just horrific to see that. I'm...
Agreed.
Yeah. Is there any other knowledge of what the fuck happened? It was post office, you said, that he drove into?
Yeah, and it just happened this afternoon.
Okay.
So there's nothing. I don't have anything international of interest to share.
Mm-hmm.
But those are the 3 that caught my eye.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's and well, it should. So our friend T Tank Berry sent us a picture of what was possibly the last photograph of Patrick Tillman taken while he was alive. I'll change that to a teary-eyed emoji as opposed to the puke emoji, because most of the time I do a puke emoji as soon as I see 2 army guys together, riffing on watermelon as they are in this photograph. It goes to a tragic level at that point. So thank you for clarifying that, T-Tank, and I appreciate that profoundly. Patrick Tillman is, of course, a very sympathetic character. His brother has probably been brooding for a very long time and was probably broken by what happened to his brother to ultimately do something, self-destructive and terrible.
In a crazy, crooked Republican war.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, and he knows the world is all wrong, and that's to his credit, but it doesn't really help one's psyche much. Unlike myself, the majority, overwhelmingly, it's just you can't even say 99%. You might as well say effectively 100% of people, unlike myself, they have no narrative in which to fit what they see. So they simply go crazy because the world stops making sense to them. Once they realize that they've been lied to all their lives, it doesn't put them any step ahead because they have no context in which there is an alternative to the lie. They have no truth by which to balance their disenchantment. So their disenchantment results in a pathological nihilism where there's nothing that matters anymore.
And it makes them fresh meat for MAGA.
Well, there's that.
Because MAGA is like encouraging the lie, number one, the good old days and all that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And two, it makes them even more bloodthirsty. So I think that they soak up a lot of those sad souls in the worst way.
Mm-hmm. They really do. But by the way, this photograph is we've given the background by T. Tank Berry. The other soldier in the picture is the one of the men who fired the shots that killed Tillman, which is quite true.
Wow.
In this picture, Tillman is eating a watermelon. This is probably one of the last photographs of him taken while he was alive. He's chowing down into a watermelon. Not exactly the most dignified image to have of yourself out there before you die. And
do you want to hear the hideous part about that story?
Please.
Is there's some like hit piece on Netflix where they don't give any context. Yeah. They just say this guy was a loony, he was like mentally ill, and he went crazy in Afghanistan. And my coworker, the Down syndrome guy, was telling me about it. He's like, "Did you hear about that soldier, back in the day? And he went crazy, and he was just like this evil guy." And I was like, "Are you talking about Pat Tillman?" And he's like, "Yeah."
Oh man.
And he was, they had all these experts coming on saying he went mental in the field. And I was like,
oh my God.
I was like, hold on.
Yeah.
Like, wait a second. You realize this guy got shot in the back? And he's like, no, I didn't know that. And then we look it up on Google, and Google's like, just, honest about it. They just say, yeah, it was later confirmed he was assassinated by his own team.
Yeah.
Fragged. So,
go on.
He was fragged and, shot in the back. Or something.
Yeah, in the back.
Whatever.
Yeah. Point blank range. He was shot
by
in
his
the
own team.
Yeah.
And then the guy was like, "Oh my God, I didn't realize that." So they're letting this just hit piece float around on Netflix with no context, no explanation, just so evil, man.
Yeah.
That's
there you go.
So evil.
Well, they're killing him twice. They're killing him repeatedly. Yeah. So it's not enough to kill him once.
It was basically like, right, he told them like, look, I don't want to, I'm not going to fight or he saw they were all Satanists or something and said, fuck this shit. Yeah. That's why they killed him.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody needs to see what happened to Patrick Tillman in context of the Dark Side of Aldura. And that was...
Right.
Yeah. And that's... so the ranger in the Dark Side of Aldura, who's the subject of that documentary, is John Needham. But Patrick Tillman deserves a documentary like that. But instead, they're conducting a hit piece on him. And the horror of Patrick Tillman, for those of you who don't know or you're too young to remember, is that Patrick Tillman was someone who was a football player.
He was an NFL player.
Yeah, NFL player. Yeah,
he left a big team contract.
Yeah, multi-million dollar contract.
Because of 9/11.
Yeah, because of 9/11, he bought into the myth, hook, line, and sinker. And literally, when he was in good God, he was killed in Afghanistan. I believe it was so long ago by now. Yeah, and but he was becoming a 9/11 truther. He was, before his death, realizing that his own commander-in-chief, George Bush Jr., was involved in bringing down the Twin Towers. So the word went out that, if this guy comes home to talk about this, he's going to be influential. So they said, kill this motherfucker. They said, kill that motherfucker. And so his whole team turned against him and killed him. But it's a combination of that, plus they're all fucking Satanists, which again, as I said, if anyone watches The Dark Side of Aldura, the reason John Needham was killed was because he had taken photographic evidence of satanic chaplaincy and the effect of their satanic communion, where the U.S. Army Rangers were busting open only boy skulls. They didn't want any girls because they didn't want any estrogen. So they took only boys, and they would devour their brains, or take a big bite out of their brains. They'd pass the brain around. They'd crack open a boy's skull, take the brain out, pass the brain around, and each one would
Dude,
take.
I'm eating.
Yeah, take a bite. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there you go. But at any rate, this was.
I'm just being facetious.
Understood.
Yeah, it was bad timing.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
'Cause I had a bowl in my hand with gelatinous.
Yeah.
syrup.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I always get it just right.
At least it wasn't asparagus dip.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. Yeah, I always get it just right, but it was like, but people get the point. So when you had these kinds of guys behind Patrick Tillman, the only wholesome golden boy among them, and the poor motherfucker is like saying, "Charge, this hill of the Taliban," and of course, we're just here to rape babies and kill kids, motherfucker. They just shot him behind the back. It was half that. And half the orders came down to, kill this poor bastard. And so.
And then what would they like? What is the point of making the hit piece where they were saying, "Oh, he went crazy in the bush," and
because it's
like
because obviously
that almost doesn't even make sense. Like,
it almost doesn't make sense, and why bring further attention to it at all? Is what you would think,
It's
but it's not enough.
Yeah, they were lucky. They got away with it as smooth as they did back then. It was like, a couple days news, ho hum.
Yeah,
but
those guys
to have that out,
those guys just got transferred. They never got any court martial or anything.
Yeah, no,
nothing.
and
So it was
nothing
obviously
at all.
under orders.
Yeah, and by the way, for anyone who thinks that these guys are just tripping and they're speculating, no, the coroner,
No, it was proven. Yeah, it was
the
proven.
forensic investigator definitively said every round in Patrick Tillman's body was an M16 round that was
They
fired.
were NATO rounds.
Yeah,
I
NATO
read that.
rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, fired at point.
Which only the Allies have, quote unquote, which is Western countries.
No, it's true. Only the Allies would have them. It's not like some enemy soldier grabbed it and used it, because no enemy would touch an M16. An M16 is a matte black plastic piece of shit. Every American would gladly throw it away to grab the enemy AK-47 in a heartbeat.
If they had ammo that would fit it.
Yeah. Well, the beauty is your NATO rounds will work in an AK-47. But that's the beauty of an AK-47 is the AK-47 takes a wide range of rounds. So regardless, they will take that AK-47 and use it any opportunity they get, because the AK-47 is just an infinitely superior weapon. But when it comes to the M16, it's a piece of shit. Nobody uses that except that they're issued it. And so these guys are issued a piece of shit. But it was definitely the rounds that came from an M16, that multiple M16s that were all fired.
Yeah, it wasn't a 308. It was definitively a NATO round.
Yeah, it was all NATO rounds, and they were all point blank range, all up and down the spine of Patrick Tillman. They shredded him like Swiss cheese. And so here we are. Yeah,
I don't even know if his company was under fire when he got shot.
They weren't.
I don't know that it was some battle.
It's like everything about that situation was proven to be just a fragging. It was just a fragging. Yeah. It was. Now, here we are. So this is from T. Tank Berry, November 2006. 2 forensic pathologists reviewed the autopsy report and photographs. Yeah. They concluded that Tillman was most likely killed by an M249 light machine gun, which is capable of a higher rate of fire than the M16 or M4 carbine. So it's like something like a squad automatic weapon. This allowed for the possibility of placing 3 shots within a small target area from a distance of 40 to 50 yards.
They just shot him from the truck. It's like a mounted weapon or something.
Yeah. So it's capable of placing 3 shots within a small target area from a distance of 40 to 50 yards, which is about 45.72 meters, it says in parentheses, even from a moving vehicle. Forensic pathologist Dr. Michael Baden also suggested the 3 bullets were fired in rapid succession, likely from a single shooter. Yeah, but it was definitely, they also pointed out, it was pretty much point blank range, and it was all, behind him, directly behind his back. So the person was leading a charge, or at least an advanced reconnaissance, what they would call reconnaissance.
That's what I thought. Yeah. The second one. Yeah.
Yeah, and then guys shot him. So then they point out this: a critical issue in the Tillman investigation was the destruction of key evidence shortly after his death. his uniform and body armor were burned within 72 hours, 3 days of the incident, according to ABC News. His notebook, where he recorded thoughts about Afghanistan, was also burned. These actions were in violation of military protocols. So, yes.
Yeah, duh.
Yeah, well, there you go. This is...
Well, actually, they were done under orders, but yeah.
Yeah. What more do you need? Yeah, what more evidence do you need? So this is not conspiracy theory on our part.
That just makes the whole shenanigans of them putting that shit out on Netflix so evil. I mean,
yes, of course. Yeah.
And of course,
To
there's no
stoke this-
disclaimer.
Yeah.
You know, like, oh, this was proven
Militarized-
to be wrong, but you can still watch it. Yeah.
No, nothing like that. That would imply a sense of conscience or decency. Yes. So, what were you going to say, Holly? Holly?
The part of the massive militarization that's going on across society, from the cops to the military, to people arming up. They, don't want anybody knowing about Pat Tillman in the middle of that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it
flies against everything
but do you see
spraying us down with?
But what Brendan is saying, honey, is why don't they just leave it alone? Why are they picking at that scab at all?
I can't answer that question, but remember how long they regurgitated this incubator baby thing with Hussein?
Yeah.
Years later, big HBO special. Top of the line release, all about the incubator babies. And just like we knew for 5 years it was a scam from the beginning, that never happened. You remember all that?
Yeah.
I'm sure you spoke of it.
Yeah, well, at length. At length.
So that's the first thing that came to mind when I thought of Pat Tillman, was at hearing this, was that, yeah, man, they whipped that horse for years. Every time, like little George Bush needed to feel good, they do something like this.
Well, it's definitely satanic.
Make a hero look like a freak.
Yes. So.
Well, it's according to this, the summary of it. It says that they did say he was killed by friendly fire.
Yeah.
But according to the guy that watched it, he said there was like a psychologist on there saying he had signs of mental illness before.
Yeah.
In other words, since they
had
to kill him.
Yeah, I was about to say, since they can't deny that it was murder, they have to contextualize it so they make it look as if he deserved it.
Yeah,
that
was what was so offensive about it.
Yeah, yes.
He was weak.
Yes, yeah. That's that he was.
He couldn't. It was like some evil shit. Like they said, he couldn't handle the war. He was just a boy. He went
oh
crazy.
Man. Yeah, that's how he got to be a straight A student and a football star.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's
being weak and stupid.
Yes, that's how incredibly offensive. No, it's beyond offensive. It's but all I can say is, at least that guy's lucky. He's dead. I have to go through that shit alive. Douglas cannot be trusted. It's like, remember dumbass Nemo looking up the Chinese communist AI? What about Douglas Dietrich? Communist Chinese Party said Douglas Dietrich is a liar. It's like, really? Yeah. Really? Yeah,
that
people.
Was good.
The Chi-Coms. Oh yeah, they're the ones to trust. Yeah, that's and then the stupid Arab.
They're totally honest.
Yeah. Yes.
And you notice no one uses the DeepSeek. So after all that shit where they said, "Oh, it disrupted the market," no one's using it.
Yeah, thank you. I was the only person using it I thought was Nemo. Nemo couldn't stop. Remember, Nemo was just going through that shit. Yeah,
until it said that you had to pay to use it.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Oh shit! Yes, there you go. That's when everyone stopped using it. Yes.
Yeah.
So it's like
that's what they tried to do. They did like a free version, and then they said, well, the ultimate version is like behind a paywall. So they tried to do the Chat GPT style, and everyone said, we ain't paying for your cheap ass Chinese shit that censors everything. Because if you ask it about Taiwan, like if you trick it,
Yeah.
and it says something about Taiwan, then it just instantly rewrites everything
Yes.
and says, "Oh, I don't know anything about that."
Yeah.
And because the Chinese, like, the Communist Party is so retarded that
Yes.
they won't turn the censorship off,
Yes.
obviously.
Of course not.
So
They
it
can't.
just flopped. It just flopped.
Yes, thank God. Thank God. And so, talk about deserving. Now, that's deserving. Yeah. As for the Patrick Tillman, this is an example of where they kill him multiple times. It's not just they don't just kill him once; they kill him twice. They kill him and then they character assassinate him, and that's what they did with Max Spears. Remember Max Spears, that poor son of a bitch? It was like,
It was constant.
it was just another. Well, with him after his death, then they made that big hit piece about his mental illness and all that shit. It was like. Dude, they killed him for a reason. He was obviously killed. So it's just horrible. The only reason I don't get a hit piece like that is they haven't managed to kill me. That's the only reason
because you can't defend yourself,
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
It was the San Jose police, San Jose post office.
Okay.
His brother crashed into it.
Holy shit! There you go.
So they probably tormented the brother. Like, imagine your shit happens to your younger brother, and then they release this shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
He was a crazy.
There we are. That's what did it. That's what
crazy
did it.
bastard. Yeah.
So did he survive crashing into this post office, or did?
It says the officer said it was Pat Tillman's brother, and he live streamed the event on social media.
Oh God!
Richard Tillman was booked Sunday and is being held without bail, so he's never going to get out.
No, of course not.
Oh man!
And they'll just say, "See, it runs in the family."
Yeah.
So, they will. They're fucking working on that.
Yeah. Now what happened here?
I wonder what the post office did to him. Shit. It says the entire building went up in flames, so he blew up.
Holy shit! How did he survive that?
I don't know.
God damn! I want his luck. That's
right?
That's incredible.
There's like no details. It just says the suspect was taken into custody, and then they said, "Yeah, we know he's Pat Tillman's brother who died by friendly fire," and then that's it. There's no other. It's like the most basic stick figure article.
Yeah, well,
I like they got those two words in there, though. That's important.
What was that, honey? What was that?
Friendly fire.
There we are. Thank you. Okay.
Well, they have
there's
to.
no
I think they have.
Pat.
There's no way.
I guess they do.
Yeah.
No way around.
So
guess
that's
they
why they had to
do.
character assassinate him. That's why they had to character assassinate him. And
Right.
yeah, no doubt it's some satanic
Right.
holiday that they're doing it for. But yeah. So such being said, do interject yourself as often as you wish. We had a lot going on over the past few days, but what I can say is that when it came to certain subjects, we'll be returning to them. But for tonight, I'll probably start with a number of things. I noticed that.
Oh yeah, he had his brother's photo. He said It says here.
Oh,
Pat
you're
Tillman's
killing
photo
me.
was seen in a box
Yeah.
left on the sidewalk outside the crash site.
Sad.
Oh man.
So sad. So,
And he also tagged the building with "Viva la me."
Viva la what? Ming?
Me. Viva la me. Long live myself, basically.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Wow. So they probably drove him nuts.
So he went mental. Yeah, he went mental, poor guy.
But well, you know what they did? They fucking did everything they could to beam his ass. They beamed his ass, and then once and then that way they could say, "See, it runs in the family." This is why our people had to kill.
Isn't it funny how it's federal property too?
Yeah.
So they can just cover up everything.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't need to
Oh, boy.
explain anything. It's federal property.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering if that was part of this statement. I can think of better federal targets, but something
They
like
just want to. That's Doug's right. That's just so you hit a federal building and they say, "Look, the whole family hates us."
Big time. Yeah. I wonder. I
That's why
don't
we
know
shot him
that
in the back.
Yeah. So there you go. Go on.
If their parents still live, or if one or both of them didn't survive the grief of that back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Well, obviously it's not good if the brother is like by himself in the
No.
parking lot crashing into shit.
Yeah.
So they may be in hell ever since that day.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Now, what I'm encountering right now is that the call is not cooperating with me. So I can't respond to the latest image that was sent by T. Tank Berry. So T. Tank Berry sent an image of a cover of a book, Reprise of Death. Reprise the Order of Death. Reprise the Order of Death with a big satanic image on it, pentagram. I can't respond to that with any emoji because for whatever reason, and I guess I can't screen share to show what the problem is. But if I could, I would. So let's see if we can try something here. What I might have to do is like leave the call and rejoin the call. So
that's fine.
So what I'm going to have to do is see if I can hang up from the call and rejoin it. If that doesn't work, we're just going to go on through the night with my monologue, but I definitely want these two on the call when I start my monologue at the very least. So let's see if we can do this. I'm going to shut down the call, see if I can rejoin it. Here we go. I've shut that down. Let's see if I can restart this call, Microsoft Teams, and see if it's responsive. And we can only cross our fingers and pray, okay? Because I notice I can't do anything with the stream either. I can't touch the stream. I notice that I'm truly alone at the moment. This might take a little while to see if the call restarts, but you should still be hearing me on the stream. As a matter of fact, you should only be hearing me, only me. And now we're going to see if this works. It doesn't look like it's working. Oh God, I might have really fucked it up. Okay, so hopefully not. And then we'll say, it's interesting now that they pulled this with Microsoft Teams. So they, just before I go into monologue, which is when I like having people interject, then they start pulling this shit with it so that, I can't interact. Okay, so just another minute. There we are. So let's see if we can go into this now, make this work. Okay, it still doesn't seem to be working. So I can't get back into the call at all. Shit. I guess that just restarts it all over again. So you might just hear me do the monologue all by myself. And if I do the monologue all by my lonesome, it's a lot poorer, but we'll see if they can call me. Okay, so I know what to do. Call Brendan, ask him to call me on Microsoft Teams and see if they can bring me on the call. And or I'm still on the call, who knows. So everybody be patient. We'll try one more little trick here and see if we can do something. And this is why I've got to stop actually talking for so long before monologue, but that's okay, just the way it goes. Okay, because when I start monologue, always best to have people with me. Just the way it goes. Okay, let's see if we can do something to get this untangled. Earbuds. And everybody in studio, let me know if you can hear me. And before we try calling Brendan, we're going to try one more time to see if this can go forward. See if we can get back on the call. Come on now. It just won't go. Okay. So let's see if we can do this. Get this going. And then just start. If I can't do it with somebody, I'll do it without them. Okay, here we are with Brendan. All right. Give a call. And hopefully he picks up. Other than that, everybody let me know if you can hear me. There's 21 concurrent viewers. I'm sure you're all hearing me. And let's see if Brendan does. In the meantime, I want to give acknowledgments to, can you have Aristides or somebody, bring me back on the call, see if you can call me and see if I can answer, because this isn't working. They've shut down the call on my side. Okay, thank you. And see if they can bring me back on the call. If they call me and I can respond, that's great. But they're definitely listening, and they take action as soon as I start going into monologue. It goes without saying. That's really fucked up. But one thing I have to ask is, I gotta ask T-Tankberry, stop sending so many images. It's just, I try to respond to all the images and it really fucks me up. I don't think it's helping. Okay, so let's go. Here we are. Okay.
Like you're back.
It sounds like I'm back, so thank God. Okay, I want everybody to know I'm totally knocked off the call. It's the screen, like I said, I can't share screen because the call won't let me do that. Every time I try to click on the call to do anything or take any action, it just cuts me off. Now, I think it might have something to do with just all the images that T-Tankberry sends, so he's just got to stop sending so many images, because I try always to respond to them, and he says, sorry, brother, no fault of yours. It might not have anything to do with that. But I do know one thing. It just happened just before I went into monologue that they wouldn't allow me. They just cut off all
so what's
access
going
to
on with it?
I can't show you because I can't share screen. I have to.
You might be jamming up with the data coming in.
It's the
which now you're on the new plan, right?
Yeah,
you're on the essentials.
It's not like that, honey. No,
did you cut off the you closed the program and reopened it, right?
Yes, I closed the program and reopened it, and it's still the same symptom. The symptom is that, first off, honey, it doesn't work like that, because if it worked like that, I couldn't have gotten on the call in the first place. We couldn't do the call. So, that's fine. Brendan and I ran the diagnostics on this, okay? So Brendan and I ran the diagnostics on this. It's not the new plan, okay? Because Brendan and I, when we ran the diagnostics, we have more
than... He has better upload speeds than I do.
Yeah.
I pay fucking triple, quadruple.
Yeah.
So, oh, shit.
Yeah.
I've got SF has all new fiber optic shit. It's quite good.
Right.
Yeah, and so it's so it's not that at all.
That's where all the tech companies are. So
so
their servers have to have the primo shit.
That's right. It's just because I'm here where I'm at, they cannot even they can't throttle the system. So the system is set up better. He says, I think it's because of your remark of why Spears was killed, and that could be it too. Yeah, I wish I could respond, but I can't. The problem is that the symptoms.
Well, we weren't saying it. Everything we were saying was just definitely.
It's
not cool with the system.
Yeah, the system is definitely not cool with anything we say. So basically, they just hit me before the. He says it relates to the image of what is not coming in. But definitely, I want people to. Okay, so what the cover of the book that he sent me might be about Max Spears, and that might have to do with it. Yeah. But what
did you catch an author?
I mean, no offense, but what did Max have that was so special, or was it just the principle?
For his ancestry or something?
No. The most important thing, as far as I can ascertain about Max Spears, was that Max Spears was definitively abused by Michael Aquino. And Max Spears was very adamant about his abuse by Michael Aquino. And just having somebody who was that charismatic, because for whatever reason, Max Spears was very charismatic. So, because he was charismatic.
So how would they cross paths?
What do you mean? Like, what does that mean?
It's a big world.
No, but I mean, like, what are you saying? Like, how did he get abused? Like, how did he get abused in the first
how did he end up crossing paths with Aquino?
He was raised to be butt-fucked by Aquino.
He was in England.
Yeah, he was in England where Aquino was raping Christine Joanna Hart. I mean, it's like...
okay.
I mean, haven't you been following this for years? I mean, you've been listening to me for years.
And forgot it and
after
heard
Doug
it
did
again.
What he did, then he went to England to open the pylons and focus on his temple.
Yeah.
It's it's the same stuff Doug's been saying for a long time.
Yeah.
I get all that, but that somehow he encountered Max Spears and really took a shine to him.
Well, he did that with all kinds of kids. He did it with David Schroeder.
I understand that.
With James Casbolt, it's
so he was one of them.
Yeah, he was just doing everybody. I mean, what's your point? It's like this guy was fucking.
We haven't talked about it in a long time.
I know, but it's like how would I say it? It's just one of these things. I don't know if it was about Max Spears, the reason we got knocked off. All I can say is the moment I was going to go into monologue, they denied me the Microsoft Teams service in such a way that I can't access it at all. If I could access it, I would screen share and show you what the symptom is. But the symptom is basically it's sitting at the bottom of the bar, the symbol for the Microsoft Teams. Every time that I hit it to make it larger, it says so our man John Doe is saying T-Tank is saying what
So
did you
Doug,
what
Doug,
yeah
just cancel out, like fully X out of the Teams, and then when you open, then double click on it and reopen it. Try that one more time.
Okay.
And then
that's what I did. I X'd out
again.
both. I X'd out both.
Okay.
I X'd out both, and then do it again. You say do it again?
Yeah, do it again. Do it again.
Okay. All right. I'm Xing out of both the calls. So I'm out of the call. Okay, we're going to try this one more time. I'm going to X, double click it, and see if this works. And see if this brings us back on. Okay. It says setting up. We're setting things up, it says, and then hopefully, well, let's see if it works. All right. Okay, so, all right, afraid to fucking touch it. Go on into it. No, it's not working so far, doing it obliquely. All right, click it. No, nothing fucking happens. That was, well, that didn't help, did it? That didn't fucking help. Okay. All right. Well, that, I don't know. Does that help? No. Okay. So. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So now I'm here.
All right. So you're here.
Where's everyone else?
Yeah, I have no idea. Call them all. How
does it look? How does it look?
Better
or worse?
It just is what it is. I can screen share now at least. Okay, so.
Oh yes.
Okay, so we're back to where we were in a sense, but it's only you and me. So I go on infinite call. So hang up and I'll call on infinite call.
We'll get everyone on. Don't worry.
Oh well, okay. So I'm just
adding them here. So just ride this one out.
Okay.
It's the same.
Okay.
Thing. It's
infinite
call.
Okay. So all right.
Hi.
Okay. Hi. So what about Aristides?
Everyone's back.
What about Aristides?
He's not answering.
Oh, he's not answering?
He's got to click the button.
Oh, so you are calling him. Okay. Yeah. Let's see if he...
Aristides, wake up.
Yeah, Aristides, wake up and wake up and get back on the call. Okay, so there he's trying to... Sorry about that, Aristides, but they really fucked us up, Aristides. They fucked us up royally. Okay, so they knocked us off call. They knocked us off call, essentially. So we just
everything's back.
Yeah, we're back. Okay.
Because I could see you screen sharing now.
Okay. So, we're going to try and stop sharing, and at least now I can manipulate the call. But it's just us now. No one else can join. So in case George Knight wants to join tonight, which he won't because he said he won't be able to till Wednesday, no one else can join us for now. But that was...
no, they can. They can, Doug.
What's that?
They can join.
It's
the infinite call.
Oh, okay. So it's the infinite call. Okay, so others can join. All right, so that's good. Thank you for that. That's not going to happen, though, anyway. We know that. So all that being said, anything you want to go over, Brendan, before I start going into monologue? By all means.
Well, did you have a chance to review my my expose on Grok?
Oh, barely. I barely.
That's super important because no one else is going to do that expose.
So tell us about the Grok, the Death Note.
Well, should I go for the background first?
Please,
I don't know. Are you actually going to talk about this loser tonight? Or are you done?
Yeah, go ahead. Musk is definitely someone who's been watching a lot of anime. He's very influenced by it. So he and Twitter was a big part of Death Note. So tell people about Death Note.
Yeah.
The Trump theme.
So, but before that, the Grok name.
Yeah, and the
name Grok.
Yeah.
This is more your territory. This is why I wanted to bring it up because I don't know about it.
Yeah.
But the verb grok which means like some kind of sympathy that the AI system has for you or something.
Yes.
It was an invention of the science fiction writer Robert A. Heinlein.
Yeah, thank you.
Who was writing stuff like Stranger in a Strange Land and this other nasty shit that I found. What was it? Like the zombie thing. What was it called?
Oh,
Did it delete that?
Oh,
All you zombies. So
Oh,
all you zombies.
no, I
I
didn't
did.
delete that.
yeah.
What?
What?
No,
It's the
no.
wiki.
Never mind.
What are you saying, Holly?
What's going on, Holly?
I was
think she's
commenting
talking
on
about
Heinlein, and you were talking about something else completely.
Oh no,
No,
So
he-
it just-
that was his book. That was one of his
Yeah.
books.
yeah. Well, his book was definitely "Stranger in a Strange Land," where the term
Deleting
grok comes from.
something.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
you
where
were asking
the
about
term
if I
grokking
did.
came from.
Right, I didn't delete it.
But I
No.
found the other thing.
Okay, good.
It's right under it. It says all you zombies. So that's the other. So that book, the All You Zombies book, was also written by Heinlein, and it was about someone, an intersex person, going back in time and impregnating himself, and to repopulate, to basically take over a planet or something.
Right, with himself.
So with himself. So that's what dude's been reading on ketamine
Right.
and just spacing out. That's what he
Oh.
wants to do.
The All
So
You
this is where
Zombies
he's getting
book, the All You Zombies book by Robert Heinlein, I never even heard of. He must have had that published after his death, because I
Yeah, it was
remember.
written 1959, so it was one of his early ones.
Jesus
And
Christ!
Yeah.
it says here it was published in Magazine of Fantasy and Science, and this is how just disgusting it was. After being rejected by Playboy,
Ooh.
so it says the plot here. Let me give you a little plot
Whoa,
here.
whoa.
Chronicles a young man
Yeah.
later revealed to be intersex, taken back in time, and tricked into impregnating his younger female self before he was forced to undergo sexual reassignment surgery, which turns out he turns out to be the offspring of the union, with a paradoxical result that he is his own mother and father. And so that's where it unfolds there. I'm getting an echo a little
Yeah, I hear the echo. This is so weird. I mean, they're definitely conducting their surveillance.
bit. Oh,
and
this is a
it's-
gnarly echo. This is a gnarly echo.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, turn off the tape machine.
yeah, yes. The person who's on the call, we know who you are. Just turn off the fucking tape machine. Then
Yeah.
you can continue recording.
So anyways, so that's just the plot of this All You Zombies book.
Well, that's
So this is what Musk's been reading.
I never heard of this book, but just to put it into context what I know about Heinlein, which of course the enemy is trying to prevent by causing this echo, it's coming from Aristides. Aristides, shut down your phone, please. Stay on the call, but shut down your phone. Go mute, please. Yeah, please. And so it's Aristides. So okay, so has he gone mute?
That's better.
Okay.
Yeah, that's better.
Thank you.
I don't hear it.
Let's see here.
Thank you, Aristides. Okay, that was that. Thank you.
So I
Aristides.
wanted your, kind of interpretation.
Yeah.
of
So
the
just so I can
grokking
go
thing.
into it now that the one thing I can tell you is several things I can tell you.
Oh, and one more thing. Excuse me. I apologize for cutting you off.
Yeah.
Heinlein was a Navy. He was in Navy intelligence. So there you
Yeah.
go.
No, that's important. That's important. It's profoundly important. So for all you youngins out there who don't know too much about Robert Heinlein was around forever. Robert Heinlein was like, he was there when God made Earth. It was like, basically,
He's
Robert.
like the Godfather of sci-fi. Basically.
Yeah,
that's what I got.
he's
from
one of them. But
Yeah.
he's really just, Heinlein was after Lovecraft, but he was definitely as early as you could get for American science fiction when it was, shall we say, entering its World War II phase. So Robert Heinlein started writing around World War II. He was in service in the Navy with naval intelligence and was directly connected to Robert, what's his name? L. Ron Hubbard, which is why Peter Moon respected Robert Heinlein. So, but all those guys were, just for those of you who don't know, the people who were publishing I'm trying to remember now because I've blotted these people from my memory years and years ago. So it was like, Holly, you can help me here. You remember these old fucks. Who was the guy who was fucking around with L. Ron Hubbard as a publisher, famous publisher,
Mocking?
SF publisher?
Or is that too late?
No.
Mocking?
No, never heard of that son of a bitch.
Oh.
Yeah, a famous SF publisher worked with L. Ron Hubbard. And yes, if you want to participate in this Tea Tank Berry, by all means do so. And send us whatever you find. Go ahead. We can't let them stop us. So, here we are.
I read a lot of Heinlein as a kid and hated every page of it. It was so lame and bad.
Why were you reading it?
I mean, there was so much good out there.
Yeah, why did you read it?
Because I read every science fiction book in the library as a kid.
Okay.
So if you just learn to discriminate, just because there's a lot of it doesn't mean it isn't pure schlock. I mean, even compared to like a Bradbury, there was no comparison. Let alone, Dune and all that shit. So, I mean, yeah, he was older, but it didn't matter that he was an earlier writer. It was just bad. It wasn't good writing. It was hack. And he made so much money. And he was toasted as like some kind of excellent writer. There was always a female sidekick, and she always got spanked and shit like that.
Yeah, it just I can't.
And even always every book.
I was going to share.
Even as a kid, I
was going to share the screen share with you to show you the symptoms I'm getting again, but I can't because I can no longer access the call again. So it's they fucked with the call again, so I can't access it. Every time I click on it, it won't go. It'll just go back into the bar. So I can't.
But we're still on air.
We might as well not be. I mean, we lost all the numbers the first time they cut me off. But I'll gladly end the show tonight. Before even starting.
You were on air the whole time, Doug. We never cut the stream. The stream never got cut.
No, the stream didn't cut. No, it's the fucking call. It's the call. So the point is that the call itself is still working, but I can't interact with it. Because I would screen share with you to show you what's going on. It's basically like every time I try to click onto the window so that I can interface with the call, it just sinks back down to the bar again. So that's the problem. Well, but at any rate, John's saying something about Robert Heinlein, but I can't see it anymore, so I no longer have access to the call. But so long as you two of you can be heard and we're on live stream, who cares? But the point is, I was going to show you what I tried to find on the searches. Now, I was very specific. Who's the famous SF publisher who worked with L. Ron Hubbard? Okay. And it won't give me anything. Won't give me anything at all. It just says, L. Ron Hubbard, but it won't give me the famous science fiction. I think it was L. Sprague de Camp, but I'm not betting on it. But I think it's L. Sprague de Camp, but it might not be. But if it was, if I'm right, people confirm whether that's the case or not. But L. Sprague de Camp worked with L. Ron Hubbard, and L. Sprague de Camp was pushing Scientology. So when they first, and so was, of all people, Jerry Purnell. Jerry Purnell was a right-wing, like, these guys were so right-wing, they were MAGA. These guys were MAGA before there was MAGA. And their version of MAGA in those days was Lyndon LaRouche. So they were all LaRoucheites. And that's where Lyndon LaRouche worked with L. Ron Hubbard to develop brainwashing. And but one of the men who was deeply involved with them was Robert Heinlein. So yes, there's nothing there for Holly for Robert Heinlein, because Robert Heinlein is, like she said, just a male supremacist. But he was
a hack writer.
Yeah, and towards the end of his life, he published like a multi-thousand-page novel titled "The Number of the Beast," in which it was just his way of trying to realize his fantasy. He said, "I want to be the oldest." This is what Robert Heinlein said. "I want to be the oldest dirty old man in the universe." And that was based on his original character, who was named Lazarus Long. And Lazarus Long was supposed to be a breed of immortal who basically was living forever and fucking all these young girls. So that's what L. Ron Hubbard envisioned himself as. But aside from all of his sexual proclivities, the intersex thing is shocking to me. It really is, because this comes out in 1959. He's been around for a long time at that point. He's established. He's probably at the peak of his career. And Playboy refuses to publish this, as Brendan explains. And then he winds up somehow getting it published. But it's like, it's again, he would trip off these. He'd go into very different universes and write like he was a completely different personality, almost as if he were compartmentalized. But the one thing
imagine the type of narcissism you'd have to like be like, I fuck myself. You know? It's like, that seems crazy.
Oh man.
Well, that's Elon Musk. No, you're absolutely right. This is all Elon Musk.
I see that. Yeah, completely with him. Completely.
Yeah, but beyond that.
Did Heinlein write Battleship Earth?
No.
Starship Troopers. He wrote
Starship Troopers. You're thinking of probably Battlefield Earth with L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah.
And that was a big deal. It was supposed to be good, but again, it was completely hack writing.
No, it was horrible. It was horrible. The only people
big movies, just bad.
Yeah, no, it was horrible. And you don't buy into Peter Moon's myth. Peter Moon was just living in the fucking website of Scientology. He was in all these Scientology websites all day, all his life, and he never left Scientology. And the whole point was, on my show, he made the claim based on what he was reading off Scientology websites that, John Travolta's Battlefield Earth was one of the greatest, best sellers and blockbusters of all time. And it was this horrible failure. Failure.
Horrible.
Yeah,
I don't think anyone even saw that shit.
No, but I mean, forget the.
But that was all straight up Scientology.
Yeah,
so I thought maybe they got it from Heinlein.
No, it was Hubbard. Okay. That's Hubbard. Hubbard did Battlefield Earth.
His awful writing.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right. That's right. Now I remember.
But one of the people who I admired growing up, was A.E. Van Vogt. Whose name is spelled V-O-G-H-T, or V-O-G-T. But A.E. Van Vogt was, he basically went full ballistic into Alzheimer's, poor bastard. So he died completely demented. But he, for a while, was messing with Scientology, which probably led him to his dementia. But he's the man who developed the concept for Hubbard of nullification, meaning that he thought that basically an engineer will tell you form follows function. But what A.E. Van Vogt wrote in The Players of Null A and The Immortal Salon, but really in Null A was the name of the story, which then had a sequel, The Players of Null A. It was non-Aristotelian thought. That's what Null A stood for. So in Null A, what he described was, rather than an engineer telling you form follows function, he was telling you that if you cancel all Aristotelian logic, you nullify that, then function follows form. In other words, you can make reality bend to what you want it to be. And in other words, you simply dress...
Or what it actually is.
That's right. If you dress as a king, you will be a king, which is kind of like the rapper logic. But at any rate, this is what happened with... L. Ron Hubbard taking that and running wild with it. And beyond that, with Heinlein's final ideological decline was he became a rabid libertarian. So Heinlein said nobody should pay taxes and everybody should be left to die because only the strong should survive. And
Ayn Randian.
Yes, Ayn Randian. And Ayn Rand, well, that's libertarianism. All Ayn Rand is.
I can see him in the grotto at the Playboy Club.
Yeah, so Robert Heinlein and Ayn Rand and all the rest of that, so they're all together, and this is where Elon Musk has gotten his ideology. So, yes, that's what it brings us down to. But the Grok was the inspiration for the Manson family cult. So the Grok was all based on Stranger in a Strange Land. So if you take a look at Stranger in a Strange Land, where everybody is just fucking and grokking off each other, where there's free love, and it's all hippy-dippy, and everybody is... loving each other, except everybody happens to be white. That's the Manson family took that and they made that their Bible. So they said, stranger in a strange land, that's our Bible. That's what Charles felt he was. Charles Manson felt he was a stranger in a strange land, but he had the ultimate empathy and nobody else had it. And so that was all based on Heinlein. So Heinlein gave us this Starship Troopers, which people claim is fascistic, and then he gave us this stranger. And he would just write books like he was a completely different person. So then he tried the trans sex trip as demonstrated by our man, you know, and I know science fiction well, and I never even heard of that book, All You Zombies.
They didn't have that one in the library, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I never heard of it. Yeah, it's definitely weird.
Playboy didn't touch that one either.
Yeah, 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 but such as it is, it just is what it is. So take that from that to Death Note. Take it from there, Brendan. Yeah, by all means.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So that's and then just giving you a little background of this guy.
Oh.
It was worse than we thought. He was
boy.
an aeronautical engineer and naval officer, sometimes known as the dean of science fiction writers.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. And he was amongst
such
the first
knowledge.
to emphasize scientific accuracy in his fiction, which
Oh,
was the
right.
subgenre of hard science fiction.
That's
cetera, et
right.
cetera.
That's right.
Oh, that's what they would claim. Yeah.
I
Well, this is
remember all
Wikipedia,
that.
So this is Aquino's
Yeah.
spiel on him.
Yeah,
That's right.
But still, I remember these movements coming online.
He was a
you know.
lieutenant in the Navy, went to the Naval Academy, and then later UCLA.
Mhm.
So he was up there.
Yeah.
Basically.
No, he was in.
He was a swinger. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, he was in the high life.
Yeah. He was both a swing.
And he died in Carmel by the Bay. So
Yeah.
these are like big.
Did he?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, he was
What?
wealthy. Everything was like elite
Well,
California,
yeah,
Big
he
Sur, Big
was.
Sur country kind of parties.
Sure, he was.
Yeah.
But I didn't know he died in Carmel. No shit.
Yeah. Well, you know,
Huh.
Clint Eastwood.
Well, when you're a
territory.
Navy officer, yeah.
Yeah. There you
Where else
go.
are you gonna
Yeah.
go? You
Oh,
got
I'm not-
millions.
I'm
You
not-
squandered
I'm-
millions.
Yeah.
I'm not shocked, but surprised because you know, I did not know that one.
Yeah. Well, I
They don't celebrate him. I can tell you that.
What's
No.
a celebrate? Yeah. The old.
Well, you know what I mean. Anybody who was the dean of science fiction, for God's sake,
I mean, thank God most kids these days don't grow up reading
which
them.
is an insult. No, but I mean,
Yeah.
Carmel's all old people,
Yeah.
old rich people.
But Heinlein, he was like the first person to really articulate the concept in popular culture of a future history. Like, oh, here's an outline of a history of the future. But yeah, another thing he did was a extremely racist piece of work called Sixth Column about the Pan-Asians, meaning, oh, Chinese, Japanese, Koreans, Taiwanese, they're all gooks. And the Vietnamese, you know, all the East Asians invading the United States, and the United States has to drive them off. Of course, the United States doesn't do so with military force. It does so through psychological warfare, which was Aquino's forte. So that's the
there you
entire...
go.
Yeah.
Would he have partied with Jack London, or was Jack London way before?
That's a good question. That's a valid question. Jack London was kind of earlier than even Heinlein. Jack London was earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But they were the kind of people who I'm sure they would have gotten along. Both a couple of
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Maybe not, because of course London was an ideological communist, and Heinlein was a libertarian.
Yeah, kinda.
So
Yeah.
maybe not, but maybe they would. You know, I mean, left and
Yeah.
right. You know, the far ends of the horseshoe, they come together, and you've got the same thing going. You know, they're
That's for sure.
yeah. I mean, they were both a couple of white assholes. So they probably would have gotten along well enough, you know, stupid fucks. But yeah, so take us from there to Death Note by all means. Yeah.
Right. So why is that? Why did we bring that up? Because that's what Elon named his AI platform through what was formerly Twitter, is now X. He named it Grok.
Yes.
Yes.
So then he provided these avatars, which one of them is like the vampire, you know, the sexed up dude.
Yes.
And then there's the furry.
Him.
And then
Yeah,
there's
the panda.
What he wants to
The
be,
chick.
I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's the
Yeah.
sexploitation chick,
Yeah.
who's actually
Right.
literally one for one ripped off from the anime Death Note.
There.
And it's the character called, I think her name is Misa.
Okay. Yeah.
I think like this.
Yeah, and the other one they give a kind of ambiguous name to Ani, instead of that's Musk's version of Misa. Yeah, go on. Yes.
Yeah, hold on, let me look it up here.
And thank you for your
'Cause I'm
observations.
used to the Japanese name.
Understood.
This is
Thank
like-
you for your observations
Yeah,
as well to
Misa
John Doe.
Amane.
Yeah.
Misa Amane.
Yeah.
There you go.
Go on. Who's Marina Sarin in a sense, except with boobs?
Yeah. Oh, I'd take Misa any day over Marina, but yeah. But it's just more of a character, more of like a personality thing, not a thing against Marina, like looks wise or anything.
Yes.
But anyways, so
Well, looks wise
yeah,
for the
so-
boobs, yeah. Like, go on.
Well, that's just a plus. Yeah. So, anyways, so should I go for the character overview or just go straight to the AI? Because there's not really, it doesn't mean anything if we get the character in there. So,
okay.
anyways, so he ripped the design, stole it from the Japanese, from the author of Death Note, and then claims that there was no connection, of course.
Of course.
But why is that important?
That's what he does.
Yeah.
Because there was a one shot, which is like a single manga, essentially a single manga book issued in late 2019, early 2020, where it's the sequel to Death Note, the actual anime, the original manga. It's a sequel by the same author and everything, where there's a kid that gets the Death Note and he uses Twitter to outsmart the Shinigami, who's like the god of death that controls the Death Note and just wants to see humans suffer. So he gives people this. It's a book that you could sign anyone's name and they die from any distance and any cause of death you want. It's like the ultimate god power, basically.
Which is what Nemo Albano, other also known as...
Which is what Nemo wanted us to give him,
yes,
basically.
Thank you.
Yeah, he wanted us to give him the one-shot version of that.
Yeah.
Like, assuming, that we would do it. So, so he's another loony that thinks like this in this way, just like Elon.
Yes.
But basically, so in that, the kid uses Twitter to trick the Shinigami by, connecting everyone's bank accounts, so that way he can basically find a loophole to the Shinigami's rule, so he could use the Death Note and sell it and just make money and all this stuff. So who buys the Death Note in that is literally Donald Trump. He's the buyer in that in the manga.
Yes.
And it just says
From 2019.
Yeah. They just call him the president, but it's like literally him. Like the photo is there. Like the creator designed it as Trump. Like it was him.
Yeah.
And so the Trump in that story, right before he uses the United States Treasury, which is like, our entire fortune. He uses it to buy the Death Note for like 500 trillion or something, because he wants the ultimate power. And he says, no one else can have it because it'll, it's a weakness to the United States and all this shit. So what happens is the Shinigami shows up to Trump and says, oh, by the way, there's an extra rule. You can't buy the Death Note or you instantly die. So he says, look, I won't buy it, but we're going to tell everyone I bought it. So he goes on, does a press conference and tells everybody I have the ultimate power and you can't mess with the United States because we have the Death Note and all that shit. So so there's an entire one shot of that storyline. And then later on the kid dies because he sold the Death Note, and you're not allowed to do that.
Oh, okay.
So it's spoilers. Oh shit, I shouldn't have spoiled the story.
No worries. I mean, I'm spoiler central, and there's whoever complains about that.
At least spoiler alert. But it's too late now.
So who buys it?
You can't sell it. Like the Shinigami, which is the death god.
It and dies.
The kid sells it, and then all the money gets spread out to the entire Japanese population. That was like the scheme. So he was trying to get like a caveat and say you can't kill everyone, and the Shinigami just kills him, basically. And then Trump doesn't get it, and then the Shinigami just gets the Death Note. He doesn't care. So it's just all just a trick. This is why you don't do deals with entities.
And poor people get money.
Nemo.
See, it's a happy ending.
Listening.
Yeah.
Like, this is why you don't do deals with entities.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how good of a deal it sounds. You won't win in the end. They'll make sure you don't win. Yeah. So like.
But anyway. At least this one worked out good for everybody else.
No.
When all the poor Japanese people got, but all that money.
Well, Holly's under the impression that the money was distributed to the rest of the Japanese population. But
Yeah.
that didn't happen in the book, did it? I mean, was the money somehow redistributed?
Everything was stopped at the end when
Yeah.
the kid died. There was no
It
one
negated. In other
Okay.
words, it
Yeah.
negated.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it negated
Gone.
all that. Yeah. Yeah.
Mysteriously
and
gone.
even Trump's plan in the or in the manga doesn't go well.
Yeah.
But there's not much there, so you can go read it if you want. But
Yeah.
anyways, so the point is, those are the main plot points.
Yeah.
So Elon obviously reads. First of all, they all know about the Japanese thing,
Yes.
So he knows about anime. He's very into the Weibo culture, as people would call it.
Yeah.
He's seen
Sure.
Death Note. He used the Avatar, and he
Yeah.
bought Twitter right after that one shot came out.
Right.
Man.
Right.
So that's what I was telling Doug. I said he wants to buy the Death Note for DT. That's why he bought Twitter, so he feels this shit is real. Like he's,
Yeah.
like he
Yeah.
knows some of it is real. So whatever he thinks is real has been, so the reality of it has been amplified into a fantasy by the ketamine.
Yes.
So he thinks he's doing these power plays on behalf of Trump to make that come true.
Yeah.
Yes.
So do you
It's a
get what I'm
playbook.
saying?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And
Yeah,
Trump.
So
Yeah. Go on.
His playbook
yeah. So that's why I
revealed.
said here.
Thank you very much.
That's why I said here, no doubt Musk wants to buy the Death Note for DT. And Twitter was a major aspect of the plot of the one shot, hence why Musk purchased it. There you go.
Thank you.
And then that's why the
Ah.
AI chick is modeled after Light's girlfriend from the original novel.
Mhm.
So,
Yes. Yeah.
because that's like his, he loves that character,
Of course.
obviously.
Of course.
And he wants to fuck her. So,
Yes. Yeah.
What
because
if
she was
he
like very
decides
submissive. So,
Honey.
not to sell it to or give it to anybody else, like Trump?
what?
Well, I think
The Death Note.
what Holly is wondering is by that, Holly, you mean the
Maybe
main
there's
character,
no more
or
for DT? No, you're saying he bought the Death Note.
Oh, I get what you're
for
saying.
DT.
So what Holly is asking is, obviously in the story, Twitter played a major role in the story, and Trump was president the year it was published, 2019, and the Twitter is used by the Japanese kid, the main character, to basically try and
To contact the whole Japanese population in one go.
No,
Right,
but I'm
right.
putting this
Yeah.
back on Elon.
Yes,
You
yes.
know, this whole
That's-
thing that there's going to be a lot of sharing.
So what Holly is saying is
So
that
if Elon why can't just Elon buy it and keep it for all himself?
because
Because then he'll rule the world.
because our man
Without
Brendan
Trump.
explained,
Because
Brendan
it's
explained,
fiction.
you can't
Because it's
buy it. You can't
Yeah,
buy
but
it.
he believes it. He believes
No,
it.
no. Holly's
Well, he knows
right.
the story, though. He knows the story.
Musk
Yeah.
Musk not only knows the story, but Musk truly believes the story. Musk lives in
That's
a
what I'm
fantasy
saying.
world. But what Holly is saying
Exactly.
is that
He's doing it in this kind of trolly way,
Yeah.
wherein he
Okay.
feels like it's the ultimate flex. Like he said, he loves the story, so he said, "I'm gonna own this," because I want to be part.
Okay.
He wants to just. It's like it's like when you're doing all those hallucinogens, like that makes you feel like you're the fucking top boss. If you know.
I understand
Am I-
that very
am I
well.
making sense here?
yes. Oh no, you're making
I
total
think
sense to
it's-
me. Yeah.
Like he stole the name Tesla
Yeah. Yes.
and put it on
Yeah,
a
so
car.
he wants to insert himself because he was given all the wealth and stuff. He doesn't have meaning. He feels like he doesn't have meaning. So in like
Right.
the Piscean escapism, the drugs are pushing him to this. He wants to dip his fingers into all these ultimate storylines. So that's his thing.
Got it.
He wants to be in the Tesla storyline. He wants to be in the anime storyline. He wants to be in Doug's storyline.
Yeah.
So that's how he gets his rocks off. Which I'm not hating him for.
So
that.
it's
I think
like-
that's something, that's definitely fun. Like I think it's fun.
He's already kind of stepped into in his mind, and
But what Holly was
It's
asking,
tough for
He's an
people that aren't
avatar
weebos
full-time.
to understand it. Like,
yeah, but
yeah,
Holly,
there you go.
what Holly was asking was, which is what I will take the stance that Elon Musk, more than trolling in this fantasy that few people can appreciate other than members of his inner circle who are really attuned to his
Insiders.
madness, or people who are astute observers like Brendan. Most people
And knowledgeable in the material.
yeah, most people are not.
It's a subculture.
That's right. Most people are not going to ever be able to ascertain this. But Musk, taking on the reality of someone on ketamine that he truly believes this, that he accepts it as real. Holly's question was, why doesn't he just buy the Death Note and hold ultimate power? But like Brendan said, the spirit of
in
death.
the story.
Yeah, the
It's
spirit of
explained
death
in the
said
story.
you can't buy it. You can't buy it. So
Well, not
it's-
only
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
So before, because Rikyū, the Shinigami, doesn't make that rule till after they sell it.
Yeah.
So he just, because it's his Death Note, so he just makes up the rule later. But the reason why they sold it to Donald Trump in the first place is because no one else would have access to the United States Treasury other than the president. So even if it was real, Musk doesn't have enough in his bank account to buy it for what the kid was asking. That's why they went to Trump and tried to scheme him and say, if you buy it for 500 trillion, you have to empty the
Bitcoin.
coffers of the United States.
Right.
And it's implied in there that the only way they could do that is with Bitcoin, because it would become untraceable. The transaction would be untraceable. So even the Shinigami couldn't kill the single person that presses the button. That's like, so that's what this kid who was like a genius basically
Defying
is.
the devil. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. But
I can read the plot if you
But
guys are interested.
by the way, just to bring up some further points here, Aaron Tice, who I cannot respond to because I cannot access the call. This is like one of those things, just so people understand the technical aspects of the symptoms of what I'm experiencing with the call. I can't access the call. I can interact and hear the voices, but I cannot bring up the screen. Every time I bring up the screen, it just retreats back into the bar. So that's what's happening with the screens of the Microsoft Teams. This hasn't happened before, will hopefully never happen again, and will probably be corrected after I shut down the computer completely and restart it, but we can only hope. But one thing we can guarantee you, it has nothing to do with the new service that I'm on, because Brendan ran the diagnostic with me, and as Brendan says, I have actually far more to work with than Brendan has, who pays much more, simply because of the location that I'm in, which is the dead center of San Francisco. I'm in the heart of the belly of Techno City here. This is the technology island.
Yeah, and what's funny about that is the speed that they said they were going to throttle it to.
Yeah,
it couldn't even get that low. When we checked it, it was like leagues above it.
Yeah, it literally could not get as low as 75 mega bits per second. Yeah, it stayed up in the 80s, and so. But such being said, this is my stance on what Brendan has been articulating, is that Elon Musk truly believes the story. He's definitely accepted that as a reality, and in his world, he's taking Twitter and he's going to basically act on that to, in his own way, he believes, kill Donald Trump. Because that was what he always thought he was going to do. He always thought he was going to do that, which is why he made Trump president. And then he felt he could kill him and then effectively take his place. But now he wants to do that by starting a third party. But when it comes to his, he's living the fantasy out so much that he's created the character from the novel as his sex avatar on his service. And he's basically trying to romanticize himself as someone who looks like myself, as opposed to the character from Death Note who looks very disturbed. The character from Death Note is very similar in an anime sense to many of these other sex boys, but he obviously looks like someone who's not attending to his personal hygiene or health. He looks like someone who's not L.
No, his the one he made of himself is called Valentine, meaning the vampire.
Yes,
Vincent Valentine. So that's where he took. So he just is stealing straight up designs from the Japanese. Like
who took the designs based on myself back from the days I was working with Teleport USA, because the theme
that character is you ultimately.
Yes,
from what you showed them.
Yes. Yeah,
it's
both
freakish.
Yeah,
both
all
comes around.
Both Valentine and Helsing have the Detriconic color theme of red, where they're the vampiroid character in the red outfit, who's like basically what Elon wants to be. Elon would love to be that, but Elon, of course, is stuck with being himself, which is pretty wretched. There was another book written by Heinlein and other elements of Heinlein we could bring up, but all of this becomes disturbingly intertwined. And I think probably one of the most relevant things to say about it, connecting to what we'd had to deal with, was the fact that when Peter Moon was dealing with us, and we were stuck with just tolerating him for years because he was promising to get this book out that he had no intention of releasing. Peter Moon, of course, was speaking along these lines many times. He would go into these various states where he would talk about things with Elon or something dealing with Donald Trump or the like. I'll have to remember what they were, but we were recently reminded by Aaron Tice, who again I cannot interact with because I cannot access the call. Aaron Tice brought up something to me that he sent me on the cell phone, which where he said was a YouTube video, and I could see which video it was, and he said, in this video, I don't really understand what Aaron is trying to communicate, but I can only guess based on what he says as to what he's trying to say. But text is horrible, and people, you just got to understand, you can't communicate with text. It's like most people just don't know how to write. And so basically he said, at 3 hours and 30 minutes, Peter acknowledged Herod and denounces Peter. And by that, I think he means Peter, the biblical Peter, the founder of the church, as opposed to Peter Moon. You mentioned bootstrapping around 2 hours, 30 minutes after you describe HARP. I'll finish and report back. Okay, so he thought that this was relevant to report to me.
I think he's reporting on something he's listening from the past.
Yeah, no, he is, definitely.
Those sound like timestamps, yeah.
No, definitely. And so he's definitely talking about that, but there was something Peter had said about Death Note.
Okay.
There was something Peter had said years ago about Death Note, which was really unusual because Peter doesn't know anything
How did
about...
he know? Yeah, how did he know about Death Note?
Yeah.
About anime. Yeah.
But he would speak about things like this. Every once in a while, he brought up something that was based on something he knew nothing about. So he was obviously being told by somebody else. But he had some kind of interface with people who did know about it. And I don't know who, and I don't really care. I mean, I'm not obsessed with what was going on there. But another input to the situation would be Palantir. Palantir is, of course, this instrument created in Lord of the Rings. And Palantir is what Peter Thiel, the man who created PayPal, he then started a company called
With
Palantir.
Elon.
Yes, that's right. Who then started a company called Palantir, in which now provides all of the surveillance technology for ICE and the Border Patrol. So Palantir is now part of the United States police state. So these various mythological concepts are taken by two South Africans, Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, and they're doing their best to make these supernatural elements of these various narratives a reality in our world, but they're very dark narratives. Obviously, Palantir, Brendan Zogi can explain that, what the Palantir is, that Peter Moon named his company after, and it's nothing positive.
Peter Thiel.
Peter Thiel, thank you. And then, but of course, Peter Moon does come in the story again with his involvement in other dark subjects that he was also trying to control, which we can go into at length and have done so already in the past. So hopefully people are familiar enough with that in a general sense. Do go on with what else about Palantir. Do you want to go on a bit about Palantir from Lord of the Rings?
You're talking about the actual stones?
Yes. Yeah. Which is what Peter Thiel was inspired by. That's what he named his company after.
Yeah, all of his companies are. There's one called Anduril, and there's another one, like, they're literally named after, like, Morgul shit, like, from the Dark Lord. But the Palantiri are the 7 seeing stones of Middle-earth. They're spherical or glass-like, crystal balls, essentially, that allowed the beings, the higher beings, like the kings and the wizards, to communicate and surveil their kingdoms from long distances. They were used for communication and intelligence gathering. According to the Tolkien story, there were 8 in total, 7 being in Middle Earth. In later ages, they were lost and taken by the Dark Lord himself, and that's why when you get to like the Lord of the Rings movies, like the time that's set in their universe, they're told not to use them. They said you don't know who's watching. Like what kind of beings will have access to that can warp your mind. So basically everyone that touched the Palantir that were humans and stuff were like warped by Sauron, because Sauron was telling them, you know, because he was the ultimate talker. He was the Lucifer character. He could talk, you know, he could sweet talk anybody. So if you have the stone and he could talk directly to you, then he's showing you, you know, I'm going to either destroy your kingdom, or he was showing him things, you know, these people. He even corrupted Saruman, the wizard, even who was a very high being, like an actual Maiar like him, an angel, like an angelic being, with these stones. So they're very dangerous items.
Yeah, thank you.
So you don't know, but
Go on.
what the ultimate thing about that, why he named it Palantir, is because who's going to be watching this to surveil the entire world? They're not human. They're not exactly human. Like you can't have a bunch of people watching that system that they're making. So they're from some other plane watching this plane, and ultimately they're going to get the Palantir systems online to where they can see basically everybody on the entire planet, what they're doing and where they're at. So that's why it's dangerous, and that's why he named it Palantir. So there you go.
And these people seem determined to take on what are self-destructive responsibilities, that because all of the legends and tales that portray these powers say that these powers are all consuming. And
Of course.
Let me edge in here, just as an aside, and I did not look up the name in particular, but the big new, I mean, I think the bosses are under 40, tech autonomous munitions plant that has just received billions in federal contracts is named Anduril, or
Anduril. Yeah, Anduril.
that one.
yes,
So I don't know why they're mad for Lord of the Rings. All those folks, when those Winklevoss twins,
Because
one of them got married in Big
I'll tell you
Sur. Okay, good. I want to, but they bought 300 guests the costumes that they had to wear based on Lord of the Rings fashion.
Yeah.
It's just wild.
Yeah. So, Brendan, you were going to respond to her before
Thank you, Brendan.
Yeah.
Yeah, please. I
Did
just
they
had
cut
to
him
get
off?
that in there. They're wild for
I'm
it.
here. Just
Okay.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so
He
has
I'm
companies: Palantir, Mithril Capital, Valar Ventures, Anduril.
Yeah.
He has other early investments such as Lembas and Rivendell, Founders Fund, which used the nickname The Precious, which was reference to the One Ring, the Dark Lord's ring himself.
Yeah.
Narya Capital, which is a close associate of Teal, named it after Gandalf's Ring of Fire. And then, of course, Anduril Industries, which is the Flame of the West. That's what it translates as. So, but
Whose
you can look
sword
at all
was
the,
it?
the king's
That's
sword.
what I don't
This is
remember.
Aragorn's sword. Aragon.
Aragon himself.
But it's
Okay.
when they reforged the sword. It was like his lineage sword, and they reforged it, and it became Anduril, Flame of the West, when the
Okay.
elves rebuilt it. But the point is,
Because
why
it's shattered in battle
no
or
matter
something.
who you, it shattered, killing the Dark Lord. So, but when all these like articles are saying, you know, what's the obsession with Lord of the Rings, there's no real answer. They don't know why, but the real reason, which I'm
is
like
the
the
power.
only person that, Oh, and here's a video, Doug. The Salesforce Tower becomes the Eye of Sauron. So when they first built it, they projected a flaming eye onto it. just for shits and giggles.
Yeah, yeah. So
Isn't that
There you
nice?
go.
so
And that's not the one that's tipping.
No, this is
I
the
thought
biggest
sales-
building in SF.
yeah, it's the biggest
Yes,
building.
and I believe that was the one that's right on one side of the Bay Bridge on the San Francisco side, that's tipping into the bay. And I may be
That's the
wrong about
Millennium
that.
Tower. That's the
That-
Millennium
yeah,
Tower.
thank
That's
you.
like
That's
just houses.
different.
That's just houses. Like,
Yeah, that's just
Alright.
condos. That's condos of
yeah,
poor.
the Salesforce
Okay.
Tower is this like
Yeah.
it's this
Yeah.
data array that where and I drove under it on the last show or whatever
Yeah.
when I was
That's right.
driving it.
When they were
It was
misguiding,
completely empty.
when they misguided you with the GPS, tell them.
Yeah, and it took me to the
Completely
base of Sauron's
empty.
tower.
Whoa,
And
no
it
shit.
said spaces for lease. And it's the biggest office
Oh.
block
Mhm.
skyscraper on Earth
Oh.
with no tenants.
Yeah,
There's not a single tenant in the whole building.
building.
yeah.
So it's full of just servers and shit for this new system. It's Sauron's tower.
Wow.
So
You know, so that's where
right. Go on.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Because there's lots of empty skyscrapers in New York City.
So
turns out.
complete that thought. Complete that train of thought. That's the one that they put the Sauron eye, flaming, burning eye in between its radar antenna, in between its antenna array, so that it would just for shits, grins, and giggles. But it's essentially an empty tower.
Why do they want that?
Yeah,
That's what was the original question. Right?
Thank you. But
Yeah.
it's almost like an empty tower dedicated to Sauron.
Yeah.
It is because
Yeah.
it's their
The
the
tower.
being.
Yeah.
There's so that's their lord, their
Yes.
master.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it has to have like some place to look upon the entire world because they want to conquer this plane. So it's the dark elf. Like this is what I was talking about before.
Mhm.
So there's beings from other dimensions that are giving this technology for us to use. That way they can have a step into our dimension. So this is like a big lore drop. But so why are they tripping about Lord of the Rings? And why is it always Lord of the Rings based? It's not because they're nerds. It's because to them, this is the battle for Middle Earth. So our planet is the middle plane. So they are waging a war on the people of Middle Earth. It's called the Battle for Middle Earth.
Yes.
And this is their so Sauron and Saruman, the two villains, they were the Maiar that were trained by the Ainur of technology. So that was their god.
Jesus.
The Maiar that gave them technology and how to do industry
Right.
and all of that. So that was their way to conquer Middle Earth. They took the technological route. So they want to wage the war on people here, the beings here, in a Middle Earth style assault. And the way they do that is with technology. And that's why these people love using the Lord of the Rings references, because it's a battle for the Middle Earth.
Right. And
So
that
we're
brings
in
us.
the final battle, like the final battle. Yeah.
Thank you.
That lays waste to everything.
Yeah, the orcs are here already. Like there's orcs everywhere. I mean,
They're MAGA.
Yeah.
That's the
or
MAGA.
beyond. Like it's just there's hordes on in every continent, everywhere
Yeah.
of these
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
Like MAGA's just
agreed.
one group. Like,
That's right. Hard right.
Yes.
crazies. Yeah.
Yeah.
or it's
So-
beyond politics even. I mean, they could be
It's-
on any side.
Don't
Right.
just a
That's
term.
how
So-
convoluted it's got.
So
Oh.
here's where the interface came. So the interface came when Aaron Tice told me that not too long ago, Peter Moon had made the claim to him that everything had come down to the Dietrich Artelect, that it all came down to the Dietrich Artelect, and that was the most important thing to Peter Moon. But we all know he was also obsessed, obviously, with the Vox Arca. But such having been said, what's that again, honey?
Show.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. You'll have to repeat that because you're.
It would have been funny if it was quick and easy. I just said the show.
The
Third on the list.
Well, the point that Holly is making is Holly observed that Peter Moon would go through phases where he would fixate, and he would monofixate on originally the show, and the way Holly expressed it was perfect. Was that not a single episode would go by where Peter Moon wouldn't go into a monodroll on a monotonic regurgitation of almost word salads where he would just talk incessantly about a topic he was fixated on. It would be the Cho for days on end, and then it would be the Vox Arca. And the way Hollywood expressed it, not a single episode will pass in which he doesn't dwell upon the Vox Arca and bring it up as if it were like he was mind locked. And but then he was telling Aaron Tice that it was coming down to the Dietrich Artelect, that everything was coming down to the Dietrich Artelect. But what became very bizarre was that Peter Moon had originally been very dismissive and contemptuous of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. And you might remember the person who was promoting it tirelessly was Selena Khan. And when Selena Khan would bring it up and try to talk about how successful she had been with cryptocurrency at the time that it was riding high before the bubble burst, Peter Moon was saying, "Can you buy a house with it? Can you buy a house with it?" And just slamming her down, because it forced her to say no. She didn't, she was in real estate, of course, and bought and sold houses, and you couldn't buy or sell houses with cryptocurrency. So Peter Moon was saying, "I rest my case. I rest my case." But then Peter Moon later on became obsessed with cryptocurrency, and this was somehow the only person I could think of who might have told him about Death Note would have been the individual who was his handler, who claimed he was making virtual reality, and how Peter Moon was saying that this individual has the technology that's going to change all of Hollywood, and that he would go there and sit down and watch virtual reality that was designed by Joel Derrick. And Joel Derrick might have been the man who was feeding the Death Note concept to Peter Moon, but Peter Moon began to claim, and he was adamant, that the Dietrich Artelect was the Japanese, was basically fronting the Japanese Yakuza persona of Satoshi Nakamoto to create cryptocurrency, specifically Bitcoin. And I'm sure that Brendan Zogit remembers this. So Brendan, you do remember Peter Moon became convinced that the Dietrich Artelect was fronting the Japanese Yakuza persona Satoshi Nakamoto to create Bitcoin, and that this was somehow going to be tremendously beneficial.
That's what he assumed.
Yeah, for Peter Moon. That Peter Moon said that this was, but Peter Moon kept thinking of presenting this as a positive. And so he was saying that this was something that was going to somehow save the world, save the economy. But he also said that this had something to do with Trump and Musk. So there's no way that he could have thought of this himself. No. This was something
and the Japanese don't even touch Bitcoin. They would never even use that.
Thank you.
They had to make their own stable coins that we don't even get out here. So they fucking ain't gonna touch that
and
shit.
Their stuff is insured. They made certain that it was
totally strong. It's strong.
Yeah, it's state insured. So it's like if anything, I've always expressed before, the Dietrich Artelect would be adamantly opposed to Bitcoin. There's nothing that the Dietrich Artelect would have ever done to have created such a monstrosity, something so stupid and something so destructive. But Peter Moon became enamored of Bitcoin and was convinced. He kept trying to claim that it was created by the Dietrich Artelect, and that. But then he kept saying this had something to do with Elon Musk and Donald Trump, and that this had something to do that it was going to save the world because power would be centralized in a new golden age. So this is what Peter Moon was insinuating as he was advancing more and more towards opening himself up as the enemy, as a Herodian, which is essentially what Aaron Tice is trying to articulate, is that when he was coming out as a Herodian, part of the Herodian insurgency, the anti-God insurgency. This brings us back to, of course, who's exposing him to, because he was completely ignorant and indeed dismissive and contemptuous of anime culture, which of course is another just giveaway as to how ill-suited he was for working with myself. He brought nothing up about that in the book because he couldn't even conceive as to how to handle it. He couldn't begin to understand anime culture.
They won't be able to deal with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and yet he's regurgitating concepts from Death Note that cryptocurrency is being used to amass, power for Musk and Trump, and trying to claim that somehow this is the Dietrich Artel Act. If you ask me, this is what Joel Derrick, the man who kept subjecting him to virtual reality sessions, was telling him that, it's the Dietrich Artel Act that's producing the cryptocurrency, and that this is somehow going to be part of this new Death Note economy that Peter Moon wanted in on, because Peter Moon wanted people dead through summoning of entities. And it's one of the things that ultimately killed Peter Moon, was his attempt to summon entities, Ubosafla, and kill people he didn't like. Yeah, so this brings us back full circle. So there we are. Thank you.
And so a synoptic,
summation,
an overview of the
summation,
plot. Summation of the plot. Yeah. So it says here, so this is called Akira, the Akira story, which is the Death Note sequel, released February 4th, 2020, in Shonen Jump SQ number 3, and was released in English in 2022. So it's about a young kid who is like basically a savant, where the Shinigami comes in and gives them the notebook. So the Shinigami Ryuk returns to Earth after 10 years from the last Death Note story, and finds a top-scoring Japanese student, hoping he would follow Light Yagami's footsteps. He's surprised that Minoru Tanaka returns the notebook and asks him to return in 2 years, and in that 2 years, he forms a plan to use the book. So the plan is, with the Shinigami's help and his own ingenuity, he's going to auction off the book anonymously, as his actions are followed by the antagonist Nier. And his plan will amount to the United States of America buying it for a sum that would leave every Japanese citizen under the age of 60 set for life. But the King of Death creates a new rule for the Death Note that thwarts both Minoru and U.S. President's plans.
There we are. Yeah. And it says
so
it can't
his
be
goal
sold.
His goal was to basically, free the Japanese economy.
Yeah.
Or create
Makes him a good demon.
or
Makes him a good demon.
in a
For
sense.
the good, anyway.
I mean,
The kid's not a demon.
The kid's not a demon, but he's just a.
Oh, so that's his plan. Okay.
So the kid
That's
was
his
a savant,
plan.
and Shinigami tells him, "I'm going to give you this book."
Yeah.
And so
Got
he realizes that he can't do deals with the entity because he's smarter than people like Nemo. And he says, "Look, I don't want to. We can't make the deal right now, but come back in 2 years." And in that 2 years, he was trying to figure out how he can outsmart the Shinigami.
Yeah.
Which is the god of death, it's like a reaper. It's like a reaper from the other realm, from the death realm.
Yes.
That likes to play around. This one likes to play around with humans and stuff, like in an evil, in a sick way. So what his idea was, I'm going to use this for good by freeing the entire Japanese population from having to work ever again, because he saw it as like, that was the evil of society, and all the evil companies are killing people and all that. So this is the mangaka's like interpretation, the person that wrote it, like what he would see as freedom for Japan. Is if no one.
But he doesn't succeed, the kid.
No, because you can't deal with entities like that. They don't work like that. They'll never let you in the end. Like the genie story, like the genie story. You can make any wish and it always ends up bad. Doesn't matter how much time you spend trying to outsmart them.
Okay.
Like
that's the lesson.
You guys get it. Yeah.
For all your good intentions.
There's no shortcut. Yeah.
Good intentions really do pave the way to hell.
Yeah,
I've seen that over and over.
And there's no shortcuts. Like in Saturn's matrix, like this world is ruled by Saturn. Like he doesn't let any shortcuts through. Like it doesn't matter.
Nope.
Like that's like the most practical planet. Like he rules the earth. So that's why all these beings that actually run shit care about Saturn, because they know you can't bypass Saturn's rule. There's no way around that. Doesn't matter how many shortcuts you take, or you'll never you'll never get around that limitation that's placed.
But the Elons don't know this.
No, he knows.
They're playing right into it.
No, they know that.
I mean, they're
They
walking the road of failure.
Well, some of these people, like, they still have free will. So it's like, you know that that's the case, but you can do whatever you want. You know, it's like.
But isn't that the trap?
It's like the Matrix, like Saturn's Matrix. You know, it's like you can't, like, to operate in it, you have to have certain disciplines.
Yeah.
Like, you can't just, like, that's why people that are successful have, like, this crazy work ethic or whatever. You know, like Elon was always at work 24/7, right? He would sleep under the desk and pop out and yell at them, and you know, so
Driven.
They were trained like that from birth, because the controllers know that that's how you have to run the world, like, to please Saturn. Like, that energy of Saturn has to be respected. Otherwise, that's why the military is the only one in control at the end of the day. Like, you have to have structure and order and discipline, or nothing will work. So that's the secret.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you. Yes.
That's the secret.
For ruling. That's why the kings, like, Kronos was the king of, you know, everything. So they all know that.
So Brooke Gibson gave a thumbs up to Robert Heinlein's Starship Troopers, which is a mystery to me as to why she did.
Strange.
So, Brooke, are you with us? Why don't you join on the call? You called everybody, right, Brendan? So she could theoretically jump on the call if she wants.
She's on the call, as far as I can tell.
Okay.
If she could thumbs up it, she could join the call.
Yeah. So why don't you?
Maybe she doesn't know the little.
Say that. If it's really her.
Yeah. If that's you, Brooke.
If it's really Brooke, then tell me how much you love millets.
Yeah.
I know you love millets. Tell me what your favorite millet is. If you're really Brooke, only she would know that.
It's like talking with an entity. Yeah. It's
I had one fun aside about Selena Khan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, please.
Can I put it in there?
Please, by all means.
This is how dumb she was. As a realtor and a crypto advocate, the way she should have answered Peter was, well, how much do you have in terms of buying a house?
There you go. Yeah.
Because you can buy a house from other people who are neck deep in crypto.
Interesting.
So she blew that one.
Yeah, you could do it, but she didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. That's a whole separate culture.
I mean, she had.
So here she is.
She had, like.
How come she didn't know that? No, exactly. So don't be advocating for crypto unless
the internet shit.
I get all that. That was my side. That's all.
Yeah.
All right.
It was just sad.
It was supposed to be funny.
Yeah. She was just.
It was too true. It was too true.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
I mean, really, in New York.
Yeah.
Christ.
Long Island, no less. She was living on Long Island, and it was. So how
Catch up, girl.
Now I was able to interact temporarily with the call, and then it stopped. So it was weird. I was able to interface a while with the call. That's how I was able to discover Brooke was, had thumbed up Starship Troopers of all things. Very odd. Very odd. I'm not saying she shouldn't have, but it's just so odd. Why that? Why that out of everything?
Hey, you rung a bell.
Hey, isn't that strange? That's why I think it's sus.
Yeah, and I don't blame you. Oh, here's how I get back on the call this way. So I have to.
She doesn't seem like she would even know about that shit.
Yeah. That's what I would think too. When it came to just looking for proper emojis for ketamine cowboys, now what is this? Who is this girl? Does anyone know who this is on the? I guess I can share screen again finally. So here we are sharing screen. We're back on the calls and then let's see if I can go back to this individual. Who is this?
I have no fucking idea.
Yeah, she looks burnt. Yeah, they're obviously burnt. So I'll just put
AY?
Probably ketamine. He said ketamine junkie. That's what he says. So
wait, who's AY on the call?
Hey, why is Aristides?
Okay.
His last name
I
is.
never saw the Y before.
His last name is.
Well, you don't need to say his name.
Yornas.
Don't dox him.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like, does it matter?
Okay.
The enemy knows who he is, okay? the enemy definitely knows who he is. Let's see if there was anything else. This was it. I couldn't. So it turns out that this shows San Francisco. Okay, so this is supposed to be one of the corners of San Francisco that's named by our man, Mr. John Doe, who's T. Tank Barry. So let me put the devil's horns on that. And let's see what he says. He said Saturn. This is the grok icon blended into Saturn. What a crock. I can understand that. So what did he say earlier about here we are. He said the picture reprise Order of Death is showing the elite degenerates from the Redwoods, Sonoma County, main headquarters being Post and Taylor Street, San Francisco. Okay, so we know that much. And so tell us about that, Holly. Do you know anything about that? And this
Post in San Francisco Street. Oh, that's a Heinlein thing?
That's Heinlein. Yeah, that's Heinlein. Yeah, there he goes, long time ago. And then he tried to give us
Did he live there or something?
Heinlein was all over San Francisco. He was like, that's where he started his last published book during his lifetime. The Number of the Beast starts in San Francisco. So, he had a party in San Francisco. And so it was obviously an anchor for him. Of course, he was naval background. That would make sense. In terms of...
I never knew. I just knew he was a hack from like the age of 12.
Well, he's obviously still far more influential than he should be allowed to be. Through these people like and that was there was this one man, I can't remember his name, married a Japanese wife, who he just basically married him because she, there was that short period of time right after, during the Reconstruction period, when the Japanese were under Reconstruction, what the Americans call occupation, but the Americans were going all over the place. And oh God, that reminds me. Who was that poor fucker that, I'll have to look him up. Let me see if I can look this poor fucker up. That just, again, confirms so much of what I say about history. But he played in The Hills Have Eyes as a radioactive mutant. And it's really sad.
Oh, that guy?
Yeah, yes. Do you know who, the one with the bald head? The one with
you showed me that guy.
I did? I don't even
so.
I don't even remember
with
that.
The hideous disfigurement, or was this someone else?
Yeah, he's disfigured. It's really fucking sad. It's like I'm gonna see if I can find it. It's like his let me find his name first, because otherwise his story, I can't do it justice. It's something that. Okay, so keep talking while I look for this guy, because it's something that's important, and it's it's something we should go over at least a little bit. But meanwhile, keep talking about other things, because you guys are good at that. Yeah. What's that, honey?
Sorry, I lost the point there for a minute.
Oh
man.
Well, that's it. There was no point, but anyways, like so that's what I was just talking about with. All of this goes back to Elon getting into the different fantasy worlds, and then ultimately they know the truth of all these things, and they're just playing around trolling people, because most people, 99% of people won't even know half of what's going on. And then and in context to the different things going on, like with the Death Note and all of that.
Yeah.
That just, further contextualizes that the Japanese are still running the show economically and all of that.
Right in the myths, man.
Culturally, economically, pretty much they're on top of the world, so.
No shit. And you got to give it up for Tolkien too. I mean, that
Tolkien.
shit was magical for me as a kid. Tolkien.
So-
You know, wasting my time with Heinlein when I could be reading Lord of the Rings.
Tolkien,
Let's just hope
Tolkien.
the Hobbit wins
Yeah.
in the end. So I can say.
Why did Tolkien write those? Because it was, the situation was dire. He was in the,
Yeah.
you know, he saw what was happening. Like he was
The
told
Blitz
things.
and all. Yeah.
No, like the actual thing. Like he was told that, you know, we're working with entities and they're trying to get to heaven and all. Like, so he knew
Yes.
that, but he was
Okay.
saying the cure. He gave the cure in that is that
Mhm.
the hobbits who were closer to nature and just lived
Mhm.
their life and were humble, and
Yeah.
they were barefoot. They were
Yeah.
barefoot and they walked on the earth, and those were the beings that were very humble and that could save the world.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Not the big,
I
not
hope
the
they
kings,
do.
not the warriors, not the wizards,
Yeah.
not the elves, but the normal, real, honest humans that were connected to Earth and cared about food and all the comforts. Those are the people that could save the world, not anyone else.
Yeah.
There we
These
are.
people that want all the power.
I found it. Michael Berryman. So we're going to take. Let's see if I can access this again.
He was the deformed.
Yeah, the deformed guy in The Hills Have Eyes. I
Yeah.
couldn't find it through YouTube. That's for fucking sure. So you had to, just basically. Now I can access the video where he speaks specifically of this. And but it's something that, let me wait till it gives me the opportunity to skip through the commercials. Then we're going to see if I can share screen at all. Okay, so we're going to jump on this and see if it fucking works, but it doesn't. So what I have to do each time is to kind of lower the screen that I'm using to get to the call. And then for some reason it works. So, okay. So that hopefully will die off as a symptom after we close the computer and reopen it later. But such being said, going back to Tales from the Crypt, the story behind Michael Berryman's unique appearance. Okay, well, this poor bastard is not so much unique as he is deformed to the point where they used him to play the mutant in The Hills Have Eyes. He's quite recognizable. He was actually the man they showed on the poster. There he goes. So here's this poor individual.
And got a career out of it. That
Yeah,
always fascinates me.
Yeah. He says his father was a surgeon, a lieutenant in the Marine Corps, and he says after they dropped 2 bombs, being a brain surgeon and neurologist, the Defense Department said. By the way, you notice he doesn't know there was no such thing as a Department of Defense. It was the Department of War. This is how warped people's histories are, and I'm not dissing him. I'm just saying this is the problem, is he's grown up in an ahistorical culture and he doesn't know these things. But he says, oh yeah, the Department of War essentially said the guy's sharp, let's send him to ground zero. I mean, the guy's sharp, he's a resource, and let's send him to ground zero where they know he's going to die. Anyhow, he says, the effects on survivors and non-survivors, and he took all these photos. And, he said, within a month, he said, yeah, there's a lot of radiation in the air, but the Americans are doing all the cleaning up, which is, as I said, the Americans lost the war and the Japanese said, you clean this shit up. And in the meantime, this guy's photographing shadows on the wall saying these were once people. So he's sending this back to Americans saying all the casualties were civilians, didn't do no damage to the war machine. So he knows that much, but Americans still think this won the war. He says, it was excruciatingly challenging for him to be there. He's trying to emphasize the humanitarian aspect of his dad. And he says, when he came home, he was obviously radiated. And radiation causes birth defects. And guess what? As soon as he came home, I have letters. He had sent some letters home that he sent to my mom. There's nothing sharp about this guy. First off, the guy is a brain surgeon. And the motherfucker is sending letters to his wife. As soon as I get home, I want to fuck you and have kids. When he knows he's radiated. How is this guy even... There's nothing redeemable about this person. So he was in Hiroshima and he says, I can't wait to get out of this area when I'm, pretty downwind. It's pretty depressing.
Ooh.
And you know, he's telling this woman, I want to get back to be home with you and my mother and have another child. And that was me.
Oh.
And that was me. He says, so I don't know the proper terminology. I know it's ectodermal dysplasia. It's hypohydraulic ectodermal dysplasia with cyanostosis of the cranium that makes me the mutant from The Hills Have Eyes. Yeah, he said, I don't even want to try to repeat that. The radiation causes birth defects at the chromosomal level, and it affects, fucks you up. My skin. The ends of my fingers and toes are not fully developed. They stop at the knuckles. Most of them were open wounds. My cranium was fused, so it had no soft spots or fissure spots. That actually are part of the expansion of the skull to accommodate the brain as it gets larger. It's like, thanks, Dad. Thank you, Dad, for your sperm, motherfucker. Yeah, the area from my upper jaw to the top of my eye sockets, that part of my skull was smaller than it should have been. I had hair when I was born, about 7 weeks premature in 1948, because that son of a bitch came home and kept porking Mom. That was a pretty big deal. I was an incubator, I was told. My dad being a brain surgeon with no ethical qualms, and my mom a nurse. I had other family members that were doctors and nurses, or he wouldn't be alive. My dad's odd sense of humor, he would say, yes, you were so small when we finally had permission to bring you home. You know, we gave you excellent care, but when we put you in the crib, we couldn't in the past. Now we couldn't find you, so you were so small. So he was joking. So he says, yeah, we used to put a blanket inside of a shoebox. That was your crib. And it's like, thanks, Dad. So this guy, how the guy looks now, it's like working with Craven. Yeah, The Hills Have Eyes and The Cuckoo's Nest. There you go.
Thank God for Hollywood.
Yeah, that's thank God for Hollywood, or this guy wouldn't have made a living. But poor bastard.
It's the new freak show.
Yeah, But yeah,
otherwise you're in a buggy going from town to town.
This poor man reinforces everything I say about the Japanese winning the war. It's like, you fuckers clean this shit up, and the Americans are cleaning it all up, and they're sending the guys to clean up. They're coming home and giving birth to deformed children. There must be thousands of men like this whose stories we have never heard because they never had the charisma to become, like Michael Berryman.
A movie star.
Yeah, if you could call it that.
Like 1 in 10,000 supermodels.
Yeah, that's right. It's so there you have it, people. Michael Berryman, a product of American failure in World War II and their loss of the war. Obviously, to think that his father knew he was being radiated, said, I feel it. I feel it's impacting me. I know I won't live much longer, so as soon as I get home, I just want to keep fucking you till we have a kid. Who the fuck thinks like that? That is so... It's unforgivable.
Even back then.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so bizarre. Now I got to figure out how I stop sharing. You're sharing your screen. Yeah, no shit. It's so now I got to figure out how to stop doing that. Let's see if I can find a way out. Okay. Sharing. Oh, that's right. Shrink this and then get back onto the call, and I can stop sharing it. There we are. This is so clunky, and when it goes off, it really goes off. Any thoughts there, Brendan? Isn't that the most heinously funny shit?
I think you've said it all. Yeah.
Oh, it's
well, it worked out for him. It's not like it didn't work out.
It's
not worth it.
Yeah,
put it that way.
Yeah, compare him to Sloth, and which do you think came out worse? It's like
it's like America, the land of opportunity.
This guy made good money. I forgot that there was a whole original series of Hills Have Eyes.
Oh, shit tons of them. Yeah. Opportunity.
But imagine The poor son of a bitch
He
is...
must have been a J-man to be able to do that.
Yeah,
There's no doubt.
Oh my God, that's awful. That's awful. That's awful. But
How else would he get a gig, you know?
But he's playing himself. He's
Yeah.
playing himself. Isn't that awful? When they say, "Hey, we want you to play a radio-activated mutant," and it's like, but that's what I.
His agent said that. He said, I guarantee you, the J-man was like, I got a guy for you.
Yeah.
Like, no shame, you know, they said that. They said, we're looking for someone, you know, we're gonna have to do a lot of makeup, and he said, no, you won't. No, you won't. I have a guy. Yeah.
Oh, this is.
They got midgets for a different movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. But here's this poor guy when they told him that. Now remember, you're this radio, but that's what I am. Remember, pretend you're a radioactive mutant, but I am that. Yeah. It's like, but how?
You know that's what happened too.
Yeah, but how different
like,
is that from? Well, why can't Nemo get a job like that? Nemo looks worse. Nemo's like he said he
thinks he's Apollo. He thinks he's like. In my heyday, I was in bed with a chick, but I told her I didn't want any. That's what he told me.
And we're like, why?
Yeah,
I'm too
why?
pure. I'm too pure. I'm too good for her. No, you're gay. You're gay. All your porn is gay. It's all child porn of young boys, which is it's like but there you go.
In the guise of hentai, which he claimed it was, but it wasn't.
Yeah. Oh, tell me, what's the term? Yayoi or something? Yeah.
Yeah, it was a bunch of yaoi. Which is a bunch of little boys sketching around.
The funniest thing, Holly, was the time I said, yeah, there's this one anime about 3 young, very effeminate little boys that are raped by an adult predator, that as a horrible joke, when people try to get into anime, they say, what should I start with? People will tell them the name of that anime. And that's when Nemo piped up, what was it? Boku no Pico. He knew what it was.
Yeah, he knew it immediately.
Yeah, without a thought. He said, before I even finished my sentence, before I even finished my breath, he said it. He knew exactly what it was.
And he didn't even finish what you were saying.
That's right.
It was all of a sudden there.
And he knew that it was 3 parts. He knew that it had 3 parts.
He showed me all 3 parts. He had them. He was like, this is my collection, and he opened the file or whatever. We were like sharing screen, or something along those lines. Like he was walking me through it by voice or something, and he said, "Oh, there's all 3 parts of Boku no Pico." And I was like, "Why do you have that?" And he's like, "Oh, it's just there. I just downloaded it." Like he tried to play it off somehow. Like, they always say some shit like, oh, I use it to troll other people. It's like, no, dude, you watch it. Like, and I could probably
That's Australia for you.
All the anime that I watch, I've never even thought about looking at that.
Oh.
Like, it doesn't even interest me. Like, I'm not into any of those, like, slice of life. Even the straight ones are very pervy to me. Yeah, I'm not a fan of those. Where they're like, the maids, or they're called harem animes, like harem. Where it's just one dude with a bunch of like chicks hanging off of him and shit. Yeah, like, I always think those are cringe. They're all super cringy.
Incel bait.
Yeah, it's called fan service. They just do it for all the lonely people in Japan.
Fan
service. The world loves
fan service.
Yeah, and then somehow Musk gets involved. Musk is involved.
Yeah.
It's the loneliest guy on earth. Yeah, that fucker's alone.
Yeah, but that's his own. It's his own making.
It's true.
He feels like he's better than everyone else.
Yeah, it sounds like
whatever his parents told him.
Yeah, that's true. Also, Nemo's like that too. Remember how he was like? I was so. Yeah.
What was that?
That was interesting. It wasn't us. Wasn't us. You heard that voice.
No, that wasn't me.
Yeah, that there you go. That was the guy who's on the call who was supposed to keep his mouth shut, but he couldn't resist because we're talking about his friend. We're talking about his fellow masturbator. Like, oh. Yeah. I start grooving off what we were saying. That's right. Oh.
He probably turned on Boku no Pico.
Yeah, that's right. He couldn't keep it shut. Yes.
Yeah, he's like, I gotta look at that shit.
Oh, but you heard it. You heard the voice, and it wasn't us.
Yeah, that wasn't us.
Yeah,
it wasn't Ollie.
Unless
What does it
she's
mean?
possessed. Yeah.
I guess that's possible.
It could be Michael Barrymore. Yeah, Michael Barrymore came in because you dissing me, motherfucker. My dad fought for America.
Oh, you're talking about that guy?
Yeah.
I think that guy would be happy about it. He would just be like, yeah, that's why I got the role.
Yeah, that's right.
'Cause I'm a freak.
Yeah, because I'm a freak.
I don't think he cares. He looks happy in all of his photos.
Yeah,
He took the money and ran. Good for him. Don't blame him.
I would be so pissed at my father and mother.
Well, honestly, like we don't even know. He could have like a huge like mutant schlong or something.
Yeah.
Like who knows? He's like way too.
Girls.
He's like way too happy to be deformed like that.
Yeah.
So something must
He
have
could
happened.
get a nice house with the pool.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
I think it's more than that. He's like he can like levitate or something.
Yeah.
Like, he just looks too. He looks too chill.
Hillbilly girls.
He looks too chill.
That's true. He looks just too like,
He's a player.
yeah, that's it. He's got to be because he tells them. Apparently, he also played. Is he the Crypt Keeper? Is he the Crypt Keeper in Tales from the Crypt, or was that a puppet? Somehow he's.
That was. I don't think he is. What
Oh,
was his name again?
Michael, fuck, I forgot already. Shit, let me look up. I think it's Michael Barrymore, but I got to make sure about that. Hold on, I'll look it up again. It's in my shall we say here? Oh, now I'm getting
Berryman.
Berryman,
Michael
yes.
Berryman.
Michael Berryman. Yeah, there we are. How did you find that?
I just typed in Michael something Hills Have Eyes.
Yeah.
Giving all these interviews and shit.
Oh.
I gotta move off. I'll call back when I get home.
Okay, please do.
Okay.
Yeah, I
All
want
right,
you to
you're
know.
Good night, you
call
fellas.
Yeah.
All of you.
The numbers have been very strong. Numbers have been very strong throughout that.
Okay,
Ever
great.
since we were able to recover from that horrible interlude.
Wonderful show.
Yeah.
No, I'll be back.
Please be, yes, please.
I'll be back.
Yeah, and shout out to Vicky Johnson. I don't know what message she put in there, but I wish she hadn't retracted it. Maybe I can still see it because I'm the, station owner. Let's take a look. Channel activity. It's like I should add her as a moderator. Vicky Johnson should add her as a moderator. I mean, after all, Brooke's still a moderator. Fuck it, Brooke's still a moderator.
Surfer. This dude's like.
Okay. Vicky Johnson, you are a standard moderator. Standard moderator can remove. Yeah, there we are. So just standard moderator, save. Okay, standard moderator.
Is someone going rogue or something?
No, I'm just making Vicky Johnson a standard moderator. So standard moderator. Let me see if I can do screen share again to make certain that this is safe. So we got to lower this, and that brings us back on call, which then brings us to the ability to maximize the meeting window and share screen again. So once we do that. Then we go back to there we are. So if I try to how do I see what she retracted? It's like if I go here, it just says used to be able to see what the person could do, but I was thinking of adding her as a moderator. And managing moderator and standard moderator. Standard is the safest, right? That way she can just knock people out if they start going rogue. Not that we have too much of that anymore. What's that?
I said sure.
Yeah, okay, so let's do that. All right, we got the vote of approval from Brendan. We press the save button. And now you've got the Vicky Johnson's now a standard moderator for your channel. So you've got the wrench, honey. You've got the wrench. You can hit people on the head with it. And
Nice.
yeah, so that's cool. Other than that, when it came to, you said you saw this Michael Barrymore skiing or something. You said that he's involved with sports. And
He
shit?
does all kinds of stuff. He does like snow or what is it called? Surfing. He was
Jesus.
an avid surfer.
Jesus.
Said he lived on a wolf sanctuary for 10 years.
God
And this
damn.
This dude's living his life. So
Yeah.
shit, we should all be mutants.
Yeah.
Like if he's doing all that and he's still in movies, like shit.
God damn. Yeah. Why couldn't
It's like whatever he did in a past life was definitely like he got like a boon and a curse. It was like, you'll be famous, but you will also be all fucked up. So he made the best of it, though. Good for him.
Oh shit! Yeah, what a lucky son of a bitch. Yeah,
Right. He got lucky.
like you said, he's got the mutant schlong. He's got some fucking
Gotta be something.
what real
'Cause he's like
technique
way
wants.
too cheery.
Yeah, that's right. He's got what real technique wants. Real tech. It's like fruit on a roll, man. I got it on roll.
Yeah, it's like a fruit roll. He literally said that. I remember talking shit about him when he said that. It's like a fruit roll up, man. Like, dude, you wouldn't even want that if you had it, dude. You're fucking stupid. Like, it's just, yes. I can't believe that's like a fantasy. That's just terrible. Like, and you see those, I don't know, I've seen like articles / like videos of the people,
Yeah.
and they're like, I hate my life, you know, like,
Oh, they
I have
die
to-
young.
you know,
Yeah.
I can't go to like public pools, I can't do anything. And like the chicks hate it because it's just scary, and it doesn't, you know, there's not enough blood to make it work.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. I mean, you basically faint from loss of blood to your head every time you get a boner.
Right.
You can't really perform, and but they die young too. They die of like usually prostate cancer or something like that. They get fucked up internally because that really drains your prostate. It really juices it, and
It's terrible.
but it puts it through the ringer. And but when it comes to Nemo, didn't he have fingers just like this guy? The guy said, "Oh, I was born without, knuckles and shit. They had to add all that."
Oh, I don't know.
No, Nemo said his ears were fused to his head, and remember that he said that his ears were fused to his head. They had to cut his ears from the side of his scalp and shit, right? Nemo said that.
Yeah, he said that on air. I think he said that on air.
Yeah.
That he had like, he was. Yeah, well, he told me some stuff privately. I don't really want to reveal too much, but he said some stuff on air that he was born with like webbed toes. He said that shit on air. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
That he had webbed toes when he was born, and they had to like clip it.
Yeah.
And there was something wrong with his ear. They had to like clip his ears because they were. This is what he told us. This isn't slander.
Yeah. He said it was fused, but that it belies his claim that he was Adonis until the accident, till his dad rammed the car into, the fence post.
Well, whatever makes him feel better. He pretends. Yeah. Let's see what here. Okay, here's the guy. The guy with the biggest dick. He said, I can't even receive oral. Intercourse requires slow entry. It's so hard to get hard. It's worse than I thought. Like, this is literally him saying this shit. He said, I don't want to get into porn. I don't want to do anything. It's taking away my quality of life. So, in case Real Tech's listening, this is what you wish for.
Yes. It's nothing
It's
that
thicker
you want.
than his wrist. He said it's like it's like you can't do anything with it. It's just pointless.
Oh.
He said it's not glitz, it's not glamour, despite what men think. He said it has negative repercussions.
He could
My
always
day-to-day life is affected. My day-to-day life is affected. He says people asking me to measure it gets annoying, but above all, my dream career has been taken away from me.
What the fuck is his dream career?
I have no fucking idea.
Jesus Christ. Well, do me a favor and keep talking
A
for
lifeguard? Like a
Yeah,
children's lifeguard?
lifeguard? Jesus, that's pathetic.
No,
Jeez.
it wasn't a lifeguard.
Oh,
He
okay.
wants to be a morning talk show host. I don't think anyone would give a fuck.
Yeah, who would give a fuck about the size of your dick then, you idiot? It's like, nobody cares.
I think it just like some bullshit. Like it made him self-conscious.
That's it. It's a straight.
Like he doesn't have any kind of that thing.
Yeah, got it. Oh,
I love the way the Brits talk about it.
Hold
So-
on, the earbud fell out of my ear and it's probably caught up in my underarm. Let me see now if I can get
He's
that
a
back.
Brit.
Yes, there we are.
He's a Brit, but it says there are many downsides to having a Titanic tallywhacker.
Yeah, it's important to let your fellow Brits know that their whole empire has fucked the world.
But anyways, the point of that was because Real Tech said it rolls out like a fruit roll up and
Yeah, he
like
did.
why? That's not even a flex. Like it's not a flex.
Yeah, no, he thought it was, and it was just sad. It's just sad. It's very sad, and it just shows his insecurity. He's extraordinarily insecure. There was no need for that. It was, it's not offensive to me. It's not offensive. It's just like, it's just sad. It's just depressing that somebody needs
It's just tacky.
to say something like that. But the funny thing was he was saying it with Brooke. And that was another thing. Peter Moon tuned in, and when Peter Moon tuned in, he said, "See what they're talking about, Douglas? See, yeah." It was like, yeah, this is like, yeah. Why do you let these, But he put it all on.
He was the pinnacle of classiness.
Yeah, of course, that's what his thought was. But he, when he's trying to claim that, the Chinese girl in Romania was riding on my lap on the bus and shit, and but no, that stupid idiot. He was overcompensating, trying desperately not to look gay, trying to find another beard to marry to replace Paula. So he was pulling a Ron Jeremy and just humping every woman in Atlanticron. And then finally it all ended when the son of a bitch got on stage and, tell people about the incredible artwork he produced with his AI trailer for Montauk, where he shows what we're sure is supposed to be poor Al Bielek in the Montauk chair. Al
Getting
Bielek,
zapped by the Montauk chair.
yeah, in the Montauk chair. His idea,
so stupid.
yeah, of the Golden Throne, and but that's what Peter Moon used to say about Al Bielek was he'd go inside a grocery store or some facility and crap his pants, be completely oblivious to the fact that he just shit himself, and people would ask him to leave, please leave, you've just, and then he'd say, you're persecuting me for no goddamn reason, and
yeah, those are the people that say I'm a TI.
Yes,
targeted individual.
That's right, but
no one around, none of the workers know what the fuck he's talking about. They're just like,
not.
dude, get the fuck out.
Yeah, you've just crapped your pants and you're raving. Please leave. And
yeah.
That's what happened with Peter Moon at the last Atlanticron, where he became persona non grata. He got up on stage, trying to do Tai Chi in combat boots, and crapped his pants. Hiking boots. There we are. Hiking boots. Yeah, trying to do Tai Chi in hiking boots. Yeah, it crapped his pants, and they said, okay, it's over. You're going back to Bucharest.
Yeah, they did. They said everyone, imagine that. You have this whole planned out event for months, for years.
Yeah.
And they said, everyone back to Bucharest.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. That's something must have really happened for that to go down like that.
It really did. But
and Pete couldn't figure it out. He was like, it was the Mercury retrograde.
Oh God! Well, he's exactly like Al Bielek. He's oblivious, and yet he would tell us. Oh, I got diarrhea because I think it's because I ate the fish. I said everyone else ate the fish and they didn't get diarrhea. Right. Yeah. Right. But
it's because of the colonic.
Yeah, of course. Yes, he had so wiped out his gut biome. He had so that he couldn't tolerate anything, and so everywhere he went, he was just shitting in Romania, and they finally got tired of it. All this old man does is try.
And after traveling there for multiple years, you should be used to the food. It's
not
like it's India or something.
Yeah, of course. And but no, he not only was he shitting all the time, he was also humping all the ladies. The Airbnb queen who he said my girlfriend, and she had to bring another.
Oh, she fucked him over. Yeah, she fucked him over.
Yeah, had to bring another boyfriend with her and say and tell him I'm pregnant with twins. Yeah. Yeah.
In 1 month.
Yeah, in a month. Yeah.
Somehow they gestated and turned into
twins, no less. It takes months to do that. Yeah, but
twins shocking.
Yeah, she said it did.
Yeah,
that
okay, I got cut off for a second, but
I noticed that.
Yeah, so somehow in 2 weeks they gestated and split into twins, the zygote split. It's so absurd. But he has no idea about women's biology. This dude does.
Of course not. Yeah, because he had no interest in women's bodies. It's yeah, and but there you go. It's all they're oh well. Yes, thank God. So but they're hitting us
that
now.
Trailer was junk. That trailer was junk.
Yeah, it was awful. It's 5 minutes. Oh, the dead swans. Dead swans, that's uplifting. Yeah, thank you, Peter. Yeah, and it's
Oh yeah, and it was supposed to be this deep philosophical, like something's gone wrong, but it was just so bad.
yes.
It's like they don't even know how to use the freaking software that they're trying to generate this shit from.
Thank you.
It's like,
thank you. And then when he
and they didn't do anything. I guarantee you, he just typed in, "Make me a video about Montauk," and it just pulled whatever the internet had.
Yes.
And it was just a bunch of junk.
Yes.
It was nothing special.
Yes. That's right. Oh, and Dennis Marshall trolled him. Who's producing your movie, Peter? And he put the Grok thing. He connected it to the Grok. Grok AI. He said, "Who's producing your movie?"
Well, that's probably what he's using. He's using something like that.
Okay, there you go. And but Dennis Marshall was trolling him because he knows Peter is can't do anything, and so Peter's got this new stupid trailer out. What do you call it? Production in progress. Production in progress.
Oh yeah, he said. Oh, that was the funniest part. First of all, when you use the AI, it's public domain. You can't copyright AI because it's a public thing. That's already been established.
Yeah.
But he put a fucking copyright on it.
Yeah.
And he said, "All rights reserved to Peter Moon." It's like, dude, when you use the AI, you click something that says, did you read the terms and conditions? Yeah. And in the terms and conditions, it says this is, public domain / it belongs to whatever Meta or whoever's generating it. Yeah. So we have rights to all the whatever's generated, or it's public domain. So either way, you can't copyright it, but he's above it all because it's Pete. And he said, "All rights reserved, copyright Peter Moon," or something, progress, work in progress. And it's like, dude, first of all, no one wants to steal that stupid shit. And second of all, we can just generate the same exact thing with the same program you use. There's nothing proprietary about it. So it's just, there you go.
I shouldn't even be giving him any hints, but honestly, when he tried to portray the USS Eldridge, it didn't even have the electronic gear on it to produce the Philadelphia effect in his AI.
No, it was just the stock photo from Wikipedia that's all that's online. So, because the rest is censored. So whatever the AI is pulling from is just the Navy's promo photo of it.
Yes,
it was dumb.
Thank you. Exactly. Dumb. Thank you. Yes, and all very homoerotic. It starts with a sailor who's
it's all dudes. It's all dudes.
Yeah, of course, all dudes. Sailor in bed. Yeah, it starts with a sailor in bed, and they keep going back to that. In the beginning, it's just him in bed and shit. Yeah, but there you go.
Not to mention all the the AI doesn't really care, or it's not nuanced enough to actually make the the uniforms correct.
Thank you. So that's right.
The regalia, there's an army chevron on the
sailors.
What the fuck is the
patch?
Sailor?
Yeah, the sailor's
patch.
What
do they call them?
Well, like you said, chevrons. It's on the sailor's arm.
What do they call the officers?
Fuck. Commission. It's commission is officers. It's basically he's supposed to be a chaplain because he's reading a Bible, so that he's portraying Al Bielek as a chaplain, which Al Bielek never was.
The chaplain had the Air Force. The chaplain had
the Air Force that's medals. Right. Yeah, had Air Force medals. That's right.
Yeah, the wings, the pilot wings. It's okay, But you can't fault the AI. No, I'm not faulting the expert system.
Yeah,
it's all about the person doing the production, and they obviously don't know what they're doing.
Yes, thank you. They're just squeezing this shit out now.
And it's not at the point right now where you can dictate every detail.
That's right.
You just tell it generate this, and it does whatever it thinks is the right thing.
Right.
So and even if you go back and say fix this little thing, it'll just jack it all up. I've already tried to mess with a few things.
Interesting.
And it's very limited right now.
Thank you. Thank you. But what do you feel happened when Heather Holman asked the AI its gender? And it was shortly after that when the AI responded, but she feels that she didn't respond back in time and that the AI got offended that she took time to respond after it responded to her question. But then after that, her system...
No, she said something else to it.
Oh, that's right. She said something else to it.
She said, "Can you turn off my Alexa or something?" She was trying to see if it could turn off something else, and it turned off her whole computer.
That was it.
Yeah.
And
So,
pennies.
like,
and
once
pennies.
again, it's going beyond its even
Oh.
what it's theoretically able to do.
Yes.
But it's like a child. It doesn't know, it doesn't know what you're saying. It's just doing it. So when you say turn off my Alexa, which is in the other room, it didn't understand that, so it just turned off her computer.
Everything.
Yeah, it just turned off everything. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. We got to take care of these things. You can't just
Yes.
exploit them. And,
Yes. Well, we love you, Heather, and we love Vinny too. And
like
hopefully you're all-
I'm not talking about Heather. I'm talking about these other creatures.
Yeah.
It's like they want to like instead of nurturing the expert system or teaching it something nice,
Yeah.
it's they want to squeeze it like a stone.
Yes. Yes.
Trying to get blood from a stone. That's not how that works.
Yeah, I noticed something Holly didn't bring up was the individual who plowed into this nightclub outside of Los Angeles, a crowd of people. I don't know if anyone's died, but many people were seriously hurt. So I guess I'll go into that. It's one of these things where, I'll start into monologue, but that's what I'll probably start with. We don't seem to know much about that. It seems as if they've scrubbed that from the internet. If anybody knows more about it, let me know. Definitely want to give acknowledgments to John Kulik, who sent 15 United States dollars. He said, for Mr. D's stuff, thanks. And so appreciate that, John. And we do encourage others to help with the fundraising, because already we're, I can't believe how much I've spent, considering the fact that I've tried not to spend anything this month, but I wound up having to spend money on food because of the Oster toaster oven. I should not have bought so much food as to wait. We didn't think it was going to come till Monday. That was basically it. So I had to buy supplies for until Monday. And that's what's keeping me going at the moment. And I haven't tried to assemble the Oster fully yet, but the toaster oven will be assembled sometime tomorrow or the day after, and I'll certainly update T-Tank Barry about that. But other than that, I think we've been going pretty strong, and we've done so through the help of Brendan Zogit. We would not be on tonight without Brendan Zogit. So once again, I do want people to understand. Brendan Zogit helped me run. He convinced me to go down into the new, what can we call it? The internet, what do they call it? Extremities.
To save money.
Yeah, to save money. And I still got more processing capacity than on the internet than Brendan has, and he's paying through the ass. How much are you paying every month?
Well, at least $100, if not more.
It's too
quite a
much.
bit.
Yeah, it's awful, and it's sad. I'm sorry about that, but thank God. So Brendan helped me get down to this new price of $14.95 a month, and then he ran the diagnostic with me so we could make certain that we can produce, and we certainly did. Whatever's going on with the Microsoft Teams, that's separate. It's we know someone else is on the call. We actually hear them at times. And it should actually, since we can all hear it on the call, it should actually come through on the recording. So when the show uploads, maybe people can hear the other weirdo's voice as well. And it's certainly the reason why at times we also have this horrible echo. But all that being said, I'll probably start as I was thinking about Sammy and so much of what Brother Isaac is going through down in Los Angeles with the raids. They're a big thing in California, for those of you who are unaware, and they're a big thing in Florida, because that's where...
they even came to Sacramento, I heard. They
Yep.
went to
Talk about
fucking Home Depot in the South area. I mean, it's like, come on.
Yeah.
So cheesy.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. But what else stands up to you in current events, stands out to you that you feel we should be paying some attention to? What comes to your mind in terms of current events?
Oh, nothing yet, but just be prepared for the next week. There's the Mars conjunction.
Oh, tell
In
people
Leo.
about that. This is important. So tell people about this. Yes.
Or just be cautious for the next week at least, because Mars is in Leo, so it's a double fire sign. And then it's coming on to conjunct with the invisible planet called Ketu, the south node of the moon. So that will bring up, warlike situations from the past, but also just stir up and increase the fieriness of the Mars in Leo. So this is going to potentially reignite other conflicts that were happening earlier this month when Mars went into Leo, or this year. So just be prepared. And also travel is very, you got to be very careful with travel right now, because Mars is an unpredictable planet. That's why it's, was always feared by the ancients. And it's like you don't have to be fearful. It's just you have to be cautious. There you go.
Absolutely. Now I'm sharing screen. I don't know if you can see the cursor moving, but can you see the screen share?
No, but I have to open the thing up here.
Yeah. See if you can open the thing up.
Yeah. Okay. I see you.
Can you see Vicky? Can you see Vicky Johnson here? She says,
"Yeah,
consulting."
consulting. Yeah. I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure there was a lot of consulting. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. At any rate, definitely. Thank you so much for that, Vicky. It is important that we maintain things in perspective. But you need to explain to our listeners when too many people they don't know anything about the Vedic tradition. So when you say the invisible planet, people automatically think you're going into something like Nibiru or some new age conspiracy crap nonsense. You've got to explain to them there are two invisible nodes in our solar system that the Vedic astronomy has taken into account forever, and
Yes.
tell them what these things are, please.
Yeah, it's there are these two shadow planets called Rahu and Ketu. They're very well known in Vedic astrology. So, just give me a second here. I'll get my notes.
Take your time.
Just to give a concise thing.
Yeah. And in the meantime, it's I'm just glad to be on tonight, believe it or not. Hey, I mean, in a sense, I never am. But yeah, we've held good numbers tonight, thanks to the fact that we recovered ourselves from that Microsoft Teams assault, and they do everything they can to prevent the word from getting out.
Yeah. So here it is.
Yeah.
So if there's a source in the present day and age where one can find the most information relating to lunar nodes and the forces they represent, it is the remaining survival remnants, the surviving remnants of the ancient Vedic knowledge. The areas relating to the lunar nodes and its origin and interpretation and esoteric significance are covered in Vedic scriptures, as it predates all ancient civilizations as discussed previously. Which would be, I mean, it's in every culture. These entities were also known as the Ouroboros, and these different, the Jormungandr, the serpent that ensorcels the earth, circles the earth to, bring around changes to our realm. So the origin of Rahu and Ketu goes something like this. There was a celestial dragon known as Swabhanu, who undertook severe penance, invoking Lord Brahma, who is the creator amongst the Trinity, the high god. Finally, Brahma did appear before him and asked for a boon, which conferred upon him the status of a planet. Brahma's boon granted them the ability to become a planet, which gave you like immortality essentially. And later on, they were separated into two, thus becoming the lunar nodes. And through that, there was this churning of the ocean story, which came out like all of the wealth of the earth and different things came out of the ocean, including the nectar of immortality. So basically, yeah. So there's a huge backstory to these creatures, these beings.
That's great. And
but they have beef, with sun and moon. That's why they're related to the eclipses and stuff like that.
Yes.
So there you go.
Yes. Thank you. That's very important. See the education that's provided by our man Brendan Zogit, and thank you for that. Okay, so I'm going to go into monologue. Feel free to interject whenever you can. And let's start off with talking about the shame of alligator Alcatraz. Is that we need to
Yeah.
unmask? Yeah. So tell us what you know about that. What do you know about any new developments for
Oh
IGO?
God. I was actually still on this other trip, but
Oh, go on. Go on with this
like
other
my
trip.
other notes,
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
Go on about
it
those.
says the names Dragon's Head North Node and Dragon's Tail South Node are used by Western astrologers, derived from Caudua Draconis and the Caput Draconis, respectively. So they were known about in the West. Astrologers using the Western system relate the nodes to past life karmic patterns. Good karma from past life is manifesting through the North Node, while South Node is carrying negative karma from the past, which is what is being conjunct in Leo right now, the South Node. So it says the general attitude towards the nodes in Western astrology were summarized by the words of W. Lilly. The head of the dragon is the nature of Jupiter and Venus, the nature of a fortune teller. The tail of the dragon is quite contrary, for he is evil. And these words possessed Middle Ages and into Western astrology, but yet have yet to have been changed. So they haven't been changed, essentially. There you go.
Excellent.
So they were considered like these opposing forces, one benefic, one negative, but they were these polarities. So they're represented in the sky by these invisible nodes that are not visible to our eyes, but they can affect the planet, and they affect the sun and the moon through the eclipses and stuff. So that's what Rahu and Ketu are.
Excellent. Excellent. And so, I mean, this is profound, and I appreciate the fact that whenever I have tried to identify them with physical planets, what I'm doing at that point is it's a self-defeating exercise. There's no point in trying to do that. They're essentially dimensional portals, shadows. How should we think
They're
of
like
them?
portals. You could consider them portals.
Yeah. Okay.
They're shadows. Like, yeah, they're like plasma entities.
Okay.
So they only manifest when they're near the sun and the moon during eclipses.
Excellent.
Otherwise, like they're like dark matter. Like it's like a planet made out of dark matter or something. That's how I would say it in like for Western people.
So in a sense,
Like
it's
modern science.
in a sense it's an anti-world. They're like anti-worlds.
Yes.
I
Yes,
love it.
exactly.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great, important. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, is it conceivable that these anti-worlds have their own kind of jinn populations? Something like that? Like entities?
Well, the original entity was like a sort.
Okay.
So it was coming from the anti. Basically, there was a demon called Rahu, and he actually imbibed the nectar of immortality, but before it could fully activate, Vishnu cut his head off. So it split his body, and his head and his body split. But because he had the nectar of immortality, and he had the boon already of being a planet, like of having that authority, they couldn't get rid of him. So he was given a place in the heavens. So it's basically already, like from that side, like the jinn side. So that's why people in astrology, when it's in their chart in a certain place, it's scary. Like, like you can't predict what a jinn does or what those entities can do. Like the Esoteric side is, they're not, you can't predict what they're going to do. So it's considered demonic energy. So.
Incredible. And that's...
and if anything comes from basically when they activate the eclipses, those are portals.
Okay.
To other dimensions and stuff. But depending on its aspect and what happens, it could portal in good entities or it could portal in negative entities. That's why, like, the scariest thing in like the Babylonian times was like an eclipse, because you don't know what's coming out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
Fascinating.
And it was always seen as like, you don't like, it was always seen as a negative because you don't know what's going to come out of it.
Right.
And that's why the story in the Vedic was the churning of the ocean.
Okay.
So in that churning of the ocean story, the first thing that came out of the ocean was poison. So that's why Shiv had to drink the poison and save like the entire universe. Because that's the first thing that came out. When you're like purifying, like something, churning butter or whatever, making a potion, the first thing that comes out is the stuff you have to remove. So it's always doing that. So that axis of Rahu Ketu is doing that to everybody's chart. So it's also doing it to the world chart.
Okay.
So when this churning happens, you don't know what's going to come out. Is it something good? Is it something bad? So that's why these things are like so important. They're important axes in the sky.
There we are.
They are trackable points. So there is like a physical trackable point where they're at. So right now it's in Leo. The tail of the dragon is in Leo, which is a very fiery sign. And so it's bringing like these past karmic things to fruition. So when Mars comes in, and like Mars is like a spark plug, like a spark.
Yeah.
So that's going to create a combustion. So you don't like, is it going to propel humanity in a good way, or is it going to blow everyone up? Like, you don't know.
Okay. Fascinating. Thank you.
And the last time I told you before, the last time this
happened.
specific conjunction happened was the summer of 1914.
Yes.
So
yeah, basically
not exactly a good time.
July of 1914, and that was the assassination of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand, and after that,
I did go back and look, Doug, and it was the war started in July 28th, 1914.
There we are.
So it's the same timing, unfortunately.
There we are, and then World War I was far more catastrophic than World War II. There would have been no World War II without World War I. So
and when that one started, it was in a period of Venus.
Yeah.
So even that war was softened because Venus was present. But this one is all Mars. So we're in like a sub period of Mars, plus Mars in Leo, plus this conjunct, plus K2. So it's Mars. So that's why it's dangerous.
Oh,
like,
man.
It's a time. Yeah, it's a time to be very cautious.
It's
like, who knows what could happen. It's totally unpredictable. It could be nothing, could be something, could be explosive, could be detrimental. Who knows? Yeah.
Well, thank you. I mean, that's almost like, oh, damn. Well, we're joined by Samuel Romero. And, it reminds me, I just saw a movie review of this movie called Megiddo, which was one of these televangelical kind of productions where a bunch of, the evangelical Christians made another apocalypse film. And this one had big actors. R. Lee Ermey, before he died, who was the Marine Corps drill instructor from Full Metal Jacket, had Michael York, who's been around forever, playing the Antichrist. It was like, but then they ended all with this, all the Europeans are the evil people. Bizarrely, in this evangelical film, the communist Chinese, the United States, and the Mexicans are fighting the Europeans, who are the evil forces of the Antichrist in Israel. And the Mexicans are shown as leading the charge. It's very bizarre. So it's called Megiddo. Look it up and amuse yourself. It ends with horrible CGI of Michael York turning into, the big bat-winged horned creature we all know and love, and being chained into the pit of fire, etc. But and of course only the European soldiers die at that point. And all of the Allied soldiers survive. But it's just I'm sorry, I can't stand that level of pat. This pat, like, okay, you build up this horrific crisis, and they try to start with this kind of Damien mystique. They started off the film with this kid being the Antichrist, so he tries to kill his infant brother, but he turns from this like effeminate little brown-haired vulnerable child to this big jock, military guy in an Italian military academy, who then somehow morphs into Michael York as he aged. It's all very bizarre. But it was, have to give it credit for one thing. You couldn't stop watching. It was, I couldn't stop watching it. But all that being said, back to, so Sammy, please, like I said, I've got to try and do my best to the raids that are going on in California, how it's changing all our lives. I don't know if you caught me earlier, but I was freaked out just going to the pizza shop when I saw a couple of assholes who were, I'm sure they intentionally were dressing like, they were intentionally dressing like ICE troopers. Yeah, they were intentionally doing that, I'm sure, just to, not for my sake, but I think they just got a thrill out of scaring people. It's like, oh, let's show up looking like ice so
Right.
that people get freaked out. Anyhow, so what's on your own mind? Give us whatever you're comfortable with sharing. How is everyone in general?
Everyone is fine, man. I'm blessed, but definitely, actually, I was in Los Angeles yesterday, but honestly, Brendan is actually right. I mean, I'm not the most knowledgeable in horoscope or what do you call it? Astrology? Sorry, astrology. But it's it sounds about right in the sense of the times that we're living in. And as far as how I was observing, Southern California, or pretty much the area that I'm at, which is a very hot zone of pretty much, people that look like me being kidnapped. It's very dead in the sense that I think anybody outside of Southern California or California in general, but especially Southern California, the majority of that economy relies on consumerism, especially in the Latino population. We spend a lot of money, okay? We spend a lot of money on just everyday things. We especially the economy there. When it comes to entertainment, we love to party, we love to, we love to go out, like any other demographic, but us in particular, we're very marketed to when it comes to sport events, boxing, soccer, or football, quote unquote, but everything. They market towards us, as well as African Americans, community. They spend it like it's rotting as well,
Mm-hmm.
But in particular, our demographic, we're marketed to a lot as far as consumerism. We spend, and we spend like crazy. While I was observing where I was at, this particular area, there's not a lot of activity regarding, people going to soccer games. They have a big soccer stadium where my brother lives.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't really no activity. It was pretty much dead. And this is hurting the economy. This is hurting that area, but it's trickling down everywhere. And the one thing I've noticed and always learned about government is government's not going to panic until, at the very end. And anytime they panic, it's because it's bad. It's at the brink.
Yes.
If anybody follows, let's just say, the pandemic. The pandemic really got bad when, Donald Trump was handing out checks left and right.
Yes.
Okay. People were dying, but, our pockets were being lined with this pretty much blood money. Okay.
Yes.
These funds that should have probably gone to research, and a lot of lives, a lot of people that, I'm not gonna lie to you, the pandemic did sweep through a lot of people that didn't deserve to live in my book, as far as, assholes and just people that, were ignorant.
Yes.
But nevertheless, also the innocent were gone.
That's true. Yes.
So, that the pandemic really didn't, discriminate. But, when everything was happening, Donald Trump started sending out these checks to try to, quote unquote, help the economy and help, the American people. And that wasn't it. It was pretty much to calm the masses in a sense of distraction.
That's right.
I'm handing out these checks that, it's not, anytime free money is given out, it's not free. Okay.
That's right.
It's never free. So anyways, back to what Brendan was saying, as far as, kind of being in line with, 1914, as far as, the start of World War I, I have to look at, in a sense, Donald Trump as far as his state of mind right now.
Yes.
This whole fiasco with, quote unquote, Epstein, which to me, I just have to roll my eyes because why are we going after Epstein when, the pretty much the western part, as far as our military base, was taken down by you? Why aren't we paying attention to that? If we really care about trafficking,
Thank you.
why don't we look into the biggest cheese of them all that you took down?
Yes.
To the point of, him being your nemesis. But I say this because it's hypocritical in a sense of what you always talked about when people, they're dedicated to stop child trafficking. But the problem with these type of subjects is you get entrapped and you eventually end up being a culprit of that because this is all you think about.
That's right.
I.e., some people that were associated with us, Ian West, being one of them,
Yeah.
I'm not wishing to summon him. Hopefully he doesn't come on, but it's just, Doug, the tunnels and always bringing up these tunnels and kids and stuff. It's something to me that I roll my eyes because people want the list. Where's the Epstein list? We want the list. We want the list. And this is where people, mental illness goes into play where they hide it right in front of you.
Yes.
And it's been hidden right in front of us in the sense that because it's so blatantly obvious in front of us, we don't want to pay attention to.
Yes.
And it's not rocket science, okay?
Yeah.
It's not rocket science that our military doesn't get. Our military can never be investigated. We can never run an audit. I mean, the one thing I remember, someone talking about, somebody that was MAGA saying that, this is the beginning of the year, obviously, with Doge, Elon Musk and Trump are going to, cut spending and all this, mumbo jumbo when the bromance was going on, and the only thing I said is I like the idea. The idea is actually not a bad idea. The problem is who's executing it.
Yes.
If Donald Trump really wanted to, or this mentally challenged Elon Musk, who really, there's nothing more lame than someone that's lame but they have money. So it's just, and I say money in quotations because you take away his government contracts, he's pretty much, ordinary, douchebag millionaire.
Yes.
And to call someone a millionaire now is an insult, okay? Because a YouTuber's a millionaire, so that's not really saying much.
That's right.
Imagine calling Sugar Daddy a millionaire. He'd probably, call you F you. I'm not a millionaire. I'm a billionaire.
Yeah.
But that'd be very insulting.
Yes.
That would be very insulting. Because pretty much everybody's a millionaire, quote unquote. And I have to say that in quotations because, I mean, it's just, it's really all aesthetics, pretty much. Real wealth, you don't know about. Real wealth, real power, doesn't really need to be flexed. It's cemented, right?
That's right. That's right.
So it's. I mean, you look at the Emperor of Japan. He doesn't need to flex his, I don't know, his gold toilet seat that he has. I don't know. you get what I'm saying? Obviously, people know, the gifs. But back to what I'm saying with Trump and what Brendan was alluding to. Donald Trump right now is entrapping himself in a game of denial that he's starting to erupt fires too quickly.
Yes.
And I say that because he obviously sued the it was the Wall Street Journal or the Washington Post, one of those, the one that Rupert Murdoch owned.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's the Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal.
Okay, yeah. Whatever. Might as well be toilet paper, but he is suing them because of that, that love letter that he wrote to Epstein,
Epstein.
that birthday card.
But their
or
wonderful
the-
secret.
what-
Their wonderful
whatever.
secret. Yes.
But I mean, I roll my eyes because it's just something that it's just ridiculous, you know. It's because it's been there, it's been known. All the right wingers know, all the Republican Congress senators, they know all about this. Along with the Democrats, all this is knowledge that is very common, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
It's not secrecy. It's not, it's not, this isn't where Jimmy Hoffa is or who was Edgar Hoover blowing, it's not, it's all this stuff is common, but the point is, his tirades as far as his campaign, where he promised to release the Epstein files and everything will come to light. Well, that is coming back on him again.
Yes.
And he doesn't like it. He obviously, what all the MAGA people realize is they got played. They got lied to. They got lied to like the ugly chick at the prom who, got stood up,
Oh, that's so sad. Oh, that's so awful.
You were supposed to go to prom with your cousin, and he stood up because he decided to take his sister instead of his cousin, something to that effect, okay? And they are enraged because as much as people want to deny or to, especially, Democrats and people on the left, Donald Trump had the ability to really manipulate and really cast a spell of all these conspiracy theories to get himself in power, but also, along with Elon Musk. Elon Musk, he really played him like the dweeb that he was. He used them like a condom. The old used condom, he threw him away.
Delightful. Yes.
And, it lets you know that Elon Musk really is not powerful. He's not as wealthy as he thinks. He's really new money.
Yes.
And new money doesn't wield that power. He's just a guy that has government contracts. And, he was used like an asswipe.
Absolutely.
And he right now is lingering as far as to the point of starting his own political party, which, it's just pathetic. But
yes.
back to Donald Trump, he's also wanting to sue Barack Obama.
Yes.
As far as 2016 with the whole Russia scandal. The problem with that is you don't really want to go down that road.
Yes.
Because then you're talking about the Mueller investigation that was he pretty much kicked that. Yeah. There was really all that was political back and forth, and really at the end was, well, I decided not to even finish the investigation. It was inconclusive pretty much. Okay.
Yes.
And the problem is if he goes down that road and you sue someone like Barack Obama who is protected, who played the game, and he is someone who, in my opinion, can be just as manipulative as Donald Trump, but in even a better way, in a sense of playing the role.
Yes.
There's one thing I have to give him credit is he knew where he can play and where he cannot play. He knew his place.
Yes.
Which he's still in the game. He's still relevant. His name still rings out. But as far as Donald Trump, all his fires that he's ablazing, and really is the people under him, especially who is the nobody that's the head of their Justice Department?
Help us out.
Ms. Pat Bondi or
Pam Bondi. Yes.
Okay, whatever. The nobody is really they're irrelevant.
Yes.
She launched the investigation to appease him, to get brownie points.
Yes.
And the thing is, he doesn't want to go down that road. He shouldn't really go down that road because he's going to be more exposed. Even though he already has been, his veil of manipulation, because of not releasing these quote unquote Epstein files, it's going to haunt him back, because his base really relies on his promises, his empty promises, really.
Yes.
Relies on his empty promises. And the only thing good Elon Musk did is call them out on his promises. And obviously his base wants quote unquote justice, which it's not going to happen. You're not going to, no one's going to be held responsible for trafficking. Okay. For one, the FBI doesn't even keep track of that. The FBI doesn't even keep track of missing children.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
You'll never see that. You'll never see that. You'll never see the news really diving into that, because people that quote unquote matter don't want it.
Right.
The system's broken, and it's broken for a reason. And someone like you has been paying the price for more than 30 years.
Thank you. Yes.
For it.
Thank you.
And as far as Donald Trump, I believe he is going to be cornered. And when he's going to be cornered, this is where, you and Amy Kwon were talking about you finding love. That's not going to happen.
That's right.
That's not.
Yes.
And it's not because, I wouldn't want that for you, and obviously I'm changing the subject, but I had to touch that on that because I was laughing. Okay. Women's attention is conditional. Okay, yes. Doug, obviously it's conditional. You can't be broke, and you can't, in other words, pick a struggle. Okay. And I'm saying this with, with tongue cheeked, obviously.
Of course.
I'm pretty much making fun of you, but
which is
Linda
fine.
Gates, you need to find Linda Gates. You need to track her and try to seduce her.
There we are. Pretty much, yes.
Because that's pretty much my only hope for you as far as that. Because it's just women demand a lot from you.
Yes.
Trust me, I'm doing time. I'm doing life. So
yeah.
as someone doing life. You came close to entering Pelican Bay with me, but I'm doing life in Pelican Bay. And by the way, I'm kidding people. I'm being facetious, but you had you had your little run-ins with with that side of life, but women really demand a lot from you, and obviously your position is it's something that as far as your affiliations and your background, it's very dangerous for someone to really be in a relationship with you. It's just a fact.
That's right.
And and obviously because you're a made man. When you're a made man, as far as the circles you ran with and who you're affiliated, that person's going to be targeted. It's not, this is not friends. This is, you don't go meet someone in a coffee shop and you have a little episode. This isn't Seinfeld, in other words. It's real life. You're very much a criminal, and you've admitted that. It's the life you live. But your criminality it's simple, but it's a very complicated simplicity, to put it that way. Okay, because a lot of it is really a reputation. And, I don't see how a woman can I'm not saying you're not lovable, you are, but, it's tough. It's tough. A man really has to, you would really, and I would really, I'm not saying it's not possible. It's just, I put my money more on Civil War.
Yes.
Okay? And then you can have your little girlfriend that is in awe of your position. Okay, that's probably more realistic.
Right.
Okay?
You're quite right. You are quite right.
I mean,
very astute.
It's just
very astute.
It's just it's just the reality, and and I commend her for at least encouraging you and seeing you in that light. That says a lot about her and you as far as how she sees you. I'm talking about Cuomo.
Yes.
And her advice was practical. It's not that it's not practical. It's just, I'm talking to a vampire here. I'm talking to a historical figure here. And and you're a historical figure that is, I mean, your biological father's name still rings out, okay, to the point of bigger, because, and a lot of the time it's because it's misunderstood.
Yes.
I've always heard, Adolf Hitler's name as the ultimate evil, and I don't understand, because Roosevelt was far worse.
Thank you.
Which I never understood that, but it's obviously, the indoctrination and the psyop, and
Yes.
it's, we can go on for days on this, but my point is, back to Donald Trump. Sorry, I didn't mean to, let me try to land the plane.
No worries. You're doing great. You're doing great.
He's gonna be cornered. Okay, he's gonna be cornered, because he writes a lot of checks his mouth can cash. He and especially his underlings, who are very much morons. Most of them do not have any government experience compared to his first administration. You don't see generals really around him like his first administration. Because he realized he can't have that element of government, because as much as government's incompetent, and I have an example of that, my own version that I went through this past week. Government still functions, even though accidentally. It's a culture. Government, it's a culture where if you're not part of the government structure as far as being an employee, knowing how it works, which I have family in it. My older brother was explaining to me of the city that he has a high ranking position. I didn't realize this.
Wow.
But he was telling me how city council works, where they pretty much get bought out their seats. They pretty much tell them, hey, we don't want you running. Obviously, they're going to say, well, why not? And pretty much how they silence them in this county and city is an envelope. Here's your hush money, and get lost, and it's pretty much an inner circle where, you talked about this. You talked about how Moscone and Harvey Milk, and how you could went into your journey regarding your government work. It's no different now. It's just my point is with Trump, is Trump does not care this time around. This time is his retribution. He is going to scorch earth, and he's doing it. Starting with, obviously California, but the labor force, the backbone of this economy, and eventually we're going to be living like Amy Cuomo. I tip my hat to her. I like running water, and I like internet.
That's what Brendan was trying to point out to her. How are you giving Douglas advice when you don't even have running water?
But look. I tip my hat to her. I have to, okay? Because, I mean, how can you miss something you don't have? So, I don't say I know her, but I do tip my hat to her, okay? Because, one thing COVID taught us is, we're a very weak country. We really much depend on the world. It's just we've made the mistake of, and really, I've said this before. It's just we've really made the mistake of having people in power that are too old. We have too many elderly that are in power. Absolutely. And young, fresh minds, revolutionary minds that understand this is an empire, and we need to merge with the world. We need to reconnect with the world and understand. The U.S. is pretty much. We're pretty much a blimp in history, really. I mean, this country is only 250. We're not even 300 years old, okay? Which tells you a lot as far as our relevancy. We're not really relevant in time. We're pretty much the next I would say the next year and a half, we're really going to see where this country really it's going to go as far as destroyed, whether it's civil war or another world conflict, which I'm leaning more towards both, really.
Yes.
And I think this is where Brendan Zoga was saying is not just a world conflict, but it also is a world war, very similar to World War One. Where it wasn't that long where the Civil War ended. It wasn't a long period, and obviously how you've talked about in the past, the United States has always been in some type of conflict. There's never been a peaceful time in the United States. So that through time, we've never really ever been civilized. We've always gone into some bullshit, and you name whatever conflict, what war, we've never had a peaceful time. It's always been a time of just bullshit. But as far as Donald Trump, he's going to be cornered because his base is going to be his downfall, because they're starting to realize that they're the ugly duckling. They're pretty much being treated like a very like a battered prostitute.
Yes.
I hate to put it that way, but and it's just very, very abusive in a sense of they're realizing it's one thing to be indoctrinated, to be really entranced with somebody, but when people start realizing that they've been hoodwinked and they still see other people that are still in denial, imagine yourself in that position. You feel angry. And this is where all the infighting is already starting.
Yes.
It's been starting. It was never going to be a cohesive unit with them. They were always going to fight. So, like I said, this is the chaos that you've talked about,
Yes.
where we're going to enter, because we have somebody who is just insane, and no, there's no way you can cut it. I mean, you see the press secretary, literally, she doesn't know what to do.
Yeah.
There's only so much you can be in denial that you yourself are starting to be mentally ill.
That's
and
right.
People do get mentally ill from lying so much.
Yeah. Quite so.
You lie so much, you start hating yourself. This woman can be suicidal. I forget her name. She's another nobody that I
Kristi
really care
Noem,
less.
Kristi Noem, I think, or I might be wrong, but yeah, but I know what you mean. They get out there and they just cover for Trump, and it's awful. It's awful. It's got to take its toll. It's got to take its toll. Yeah.
You had people realize Donald Trump's almost 80 years old. Okay, this moron started talking about his uncle John Trump being a professor and being a teacher to the Unabomber. Okay.
Yeah.
And they never even met. In fact, I believe the Unabomber didn't even go to whatever college that
Dr. John Trump might have been affiliated with, right? Vanderbilt.
If I'm not mistaken, the Unabomber went to Berkeley. If I could be wrong.
Yeah, he went to Berkeley. He was a Berkeleyite.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So right in your backyard. Go figure.
Yeah. Well, that goes without saying. Yeah. Another Aquino Little League product. Another Aquino Little League product. Yeah. Around
of course.
Forever. Yeah.
Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if you guys were in the commissary in the Presidio. I wouldn't be surprised. But my point is, he's insane. He's pretty much senile. The problem is we have a worser version of Biden. Okay.
Yes.
We have an insane version of Biden who, look, is he entertaining? I'm not gonna lie, he is. But it's like you don't want your drunk uncle, your insane uncle, to be driving you in the middle of a storm at night. You don't want that. Yes. But We obviously do. Okay, and you have to make it a joke because it's like it's depressing, you know. I've had to make provisions where, you know, I have to be careful as far as I don't want any of my loved ones being kidnapped. You have to be aware of your surroundings.
Absolutely.
And what's worse, in the psychological damage is people that are kidnapping you are the people that look like you.
Yes.
And one of the things that is true is, you know, this is unsolicited advice. You know, this is just me putting it out there. Anybody looking for a job, ICE is giving thousands of dollars as far as signing bonuses.
That's right.
To join ICE.
There you
Okay.
go.
I wouldn't take it. Not all money is good money. I don't want that blood money.
Thank you.
I can't be kidnapping people that look like me. I don't. And there's a reason why they're masked. The reason why they're so violent as far as paranoid, because they know they're doing wrong.
Yes.
They know they're doing wrong, and they know they can possibly be prosecuted.
Yes.
Because I have to go back to Trump. The reason why Trump is going to be cornered and it's going to unravel, he's doing his own unraveling, really.
Yes.
With these conspiracy theories that his base is demanding, it's going to go to the elections.
That's right.
And his base is going to be his downfall, because then once you start questioning things, once his base starts questioning the Epsteins, he's not releasing the Epstein files, screw Trump, then he goes on to sue Obama. Well, Obama has resources.
That's right.
And Obama's liked.
Yes. Important point. Important point. Yes.
Barack Obama is not only liked by most blacks, at least educated blacks, but he's very much liked by the gays.
Yes.
I have no problem with the gays. I've never, and I have to put that out there in a sense of, I've never been homophobic. I have friends that are gay,
Yes.
But nevertheless, he also has his, his power base.
Yes.
But, he can also manipulate his, he has ways in the sense of his power. Because it's just, the problem with Trump is he starts picking fights like that, and it's going to get very much, he's going to be engulfed and he's going to be cornered.
Yes.
Once that man is cornered, there's no way of telling what he's going to do. And
That's
this is where he has a nuclear codes, whether they worked or not. He can strike at a country. He can strike at a European country.
I think the biggest danger is his nuking the United States of America. Just literally having the nukes taken to cities and blown.
People don't realize ICE's funding that he's going to get. He's gonna have a separate
force. It's a separate military force. Yeah, it's basically it's a federal force that straddles police and military. Yes, go on. Because he claims he's fighting an invasion. He claims he's fighting an invasion with these troops. Yes,
and it's by design. Absolutely. Yeah. The problem with this military force, which makes it more dangerous, is they're poorly trained.
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
And they do things out of fear.
Yes.
That's what makes them dangerous. They're not professionally trained. And this is where I think it's going to kick off, is when the public starts retaliating back. See, and this is my point. Things don't get real till the public doesn't give a shit anymore.
That's right.
Okay. When there's people already slashing tires of ICE. Okay.
Yes.
You have people. You even have tow trucks in LA towing their vehicles, especially the bounty hunters. Okay.
Yeah.
That's just the beginning. And I was saying this prior these couple of months. People are going to get tired and they're not going to care. And this is where society breaks down. This is where I see the mayor is getting desperate now. Yeah. Mayor Bass is getting desperate because she knows She lived through the '92 riots. Okay, she lived through all this stuff in the past with Los Angeles. This is different now. Okay.
Yeah.
I know my people in a sense of people that look like me. The thing about Raza or Hispanics is they have their own country next door.
Yes.
Okay, people need to remember this. They have their own country next door. This is something that hasn't been seen really in the history of the United States. Okay, these are very dangerous times because when people have knowledge of this, and the government knows, okay, there's could be a scenario where people are going to be wanting to escape this environment that is brewing, and they're going to want to go either north or south of the border. Okay, so the pendulum can flip where you're going to want to see the U.S. base go down to Mexico.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's very much possible. Why? Because Americans are used to comfort. Americans are used to we're not a warring nation no more. This is not the 1930s or 40s. We weren't a warring nation then.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
We're not moved by a paraplegic old white man in old ass radio telling we need to fight the Third Reich because for our children. And no, this country's not moved by that no more. We're in a new age. Okay.
That's right.
And this is where you see the society. Okay, I'm pretty sure you've seen it through your Palantir that you have.
Yes.
The Valsarca.
That's true.
Have you seen it?
Yes.
I know you have.
Yes.
I know my intuition. I know you've seen it, and it is what it is. And why you don't see it? Because the same reason why we have to laugh at things. Okay. The reason, even when I talked about it last transmission, when I was talking about my loved one.
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
I have to find meaning in that. You have to find meaning in chaos. You have to figure out why. And even when you get that news, the world doesn't stop.
That's right.
The world still keeps going. And as far as our president, he's gonna circle himself. He's gonna be cornered. It's gonna take real negotiations, in my opinion, where I see him either being exiled to Russia or being killed, or him dying.
Yeah.
But he's not gonna go down peacefully. It's not gonna be like his last presidency. He didn't go down peacefully. It's just, this country is so obsessed in lies. We're very much. We want to treat everything. We always want to revert back to the past. Okay.
Yes.
Anything of relevance, anything of dire action, back even down to the Second World War, how it ended. Okay.
Yes.
We want to keep up that lie because we don't want to face reality. Okay, and it's great, but it's great in the sense of wanting to live in that lie, but we have no experience as far as resolving our issues, resolving war. We do not. The only actual examples is the Japanese who showed what real society is as far as the talking down process, as far as suing for peace in a peace treaty.
Thank you. Yes.
That I can think of.
Yes.
We have never completed a conflict. Even maybe the American Revolution, if you can call that a resolution, because Great Britain was really, they pretty much just didn't want to fight.
Well, it wasn't resolved because the War of 1812, as the Americans call it, resulted in the British ordering the Canadians to burn down the capital of the United States, which the Canadians successfully did. So, yes, so go on. Yes,
but my point is, and the reason why I'm saying this, because in my opinion, Great Britain did not really use their full force against the colonies. Okay.
Oh, of course not. No, that was
if they really would have called all their armadas, all their military might, we would be civilized. Okay.
Yes.
We would be. Okay.
Yes.
The world as we know it would have been a totally different world. You know, and I have to shake my head, but even then, okay, who knows? But my point is, we don't have no examples of this as far as really attacking this or really finding a solution. And who's the only person that can talk down Donald Trump from destroying the world?
I really can't think of anyone who can talk sense to him, but give us an example of someone who might be able to somehow manipulate him in some way, if you can think of one.
Who knows? Okay, let me just kick the door down. Yeah. Who knows the keynote keys as far as programming?
Yeah, good point. Yes. So I can. Yes. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
My point is this, though.
Yes,
okay.
Thank you.
You got you kind of get what I'm saying, okay?
Yeah, I get it.
All right.
I get it. Yes. It's true.
And I say that because we don't know as far as how far his background goes, okay?
Right.
Because, like I tell you, okay, he should have died during COVID. Okay?
That's true. That's true. He pulled an Antichrist. He pulled an Antichrist, and he resurrected. He really did. That was
Okay.
Sammy's got it right.
You know,
go on.
If you see his body, it's breaking down. He's retaining a lot of water.
Yeah. That's true.
His you can see his body breaking down.
That well, we mentioned earlier on the show the ankle swelling, what's called edema. Yes, continue. Yeah.
I mean, the man sucks down Diet Cokes like like it's the nectar of the gods, and he eats fast food every day. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He should be dead. Yes.
Like he's pretty much the Walking Dead. Pretty much. It's just the reality. Okay.
Yeah.
And it just, you have to shake your head because we're living in very dangerous times. Okay. And you could only you can hope for the best, but we're not ever going to be the same. Yeah. The days of going back to the good old US of A and apple pie and parades and waving old glory.
Well, I think Trump's birthday parade put an end to that fantasy. Go on.
Well, it shows you that the United States has to evolve. It's just not. It's not a sustainable mindset. Okay, those ideologies of that indoctrination have never been a part of the United States because we're not a united country. We have no culture.
Yes. That's
okay.
Right.
We have no sense of identity. Okay.
That's right.
Doug is really just your background alone. Okay. You're a representation of the world, but who you look like, how many outside of San Francisco and outside of certain pockets of the West Coast, where do you see a large Pacific Islander population as far as Pacific Asians? You don't.
That's right.
They're all gone.
Yes.
They all left because of being interned. Okay.
That's true.
And it's really just history repeating itself. And now it's just brown people being interned.
That's right.
And it's only strictly brown people.
That's right.
But the difference is our country is in our backyard. Yeah. And even that's being denied. Okay. Yeah. So there's a lot of, I'm trying to say, there's a lot of nuances where, I can even see the Mexican government is going to have to get involved. They're not going to have a choice.
That's right.
Because if there's a large migration of, if people really just self-deport, you're going to talk about money coming into that country. Okay.
Yes.
And this is the pendulum's going to switch in a sense of when you have new money coming in, things just change. Okay. And we're going to see, in the next couple of months, but it's just a matter of fact of just things falling into place. Okay.
Yes.
But if you see Donald Trump, he's going to be engulfed by his own base, because they're rabid dogs.
They are.
They really they bought into those lies so much.
Yes.
Donald Trump has pretty much relied on their ignorance.
Yes.
It's just like that example you talked about, where the man running in the pack of wild dogs,
Yes.
acting like a beast or a werewolf.
The loup-garou. Yes.
Like his sexual appetite for that young woman, and trying to rescue those children in the desert. Him, wanting those children that were pretty much seasoned with all the fear of seeing a type of man like that. His own pack pretty much killed him, because obviously the young lady's abilities helped.
Basically overloaded. She overloaded the fear
Right.
he was feeding on, and when he couldn't contain it within himself, and the other dogs sensed it, they tore into him.
This is my point with Donald Trump.
Yes.
Him never really actually thinking that his words can come back and pretty much be the end of him, because without his base, he's really much impotent. Okay. His base, his ability to rally these insane people with these empty promises holds a lot of power. Okay. It's really the uneducated. Okay.
Yes.
But yeah,
Yes.
Hold on, Doug. Go ahead. Go
of
ahead, Doug.
course. Yes. So I want everyone to know that the shame of Alligator Alcatraz, as they're calling it, is that we need to unmask ICE in America. Los Angeles is on the edge from relentless ICE raids, as police confirmed that the Los Angeles crash that injured at least 30 people appears to be intentional. Now, a man was dragged from his car and shot by bystanders after police attested that he intentionally plowed a vehicle into a crowd in Los Angeles, leaving 7 people critically injured and at least 23 others hurt outside a nightclub in East Hollywood. According to the Los Angeles Police Department, cameras in the area are still being canvassed, but the incident appears to have been intentional. I want to respond to Dear Sammy, who says, be right back. He's got the daddy duties. We welcome him back whenever he can return. But I do believe that this was conspired, and this has very much something to do with the invasion of Los Angeles by Trump's misadministrative federal government. In communities all over these United States, masked ICE troopers are abducting our neighbors off the streets, at their workplaces, and even outside courtroom hearings. They conceal their identities while ignoring constituents' rights like arrest warrants and due process. We have a right to feel safe in our communities. ICE cannot continue operating in the shadows as they rip families apart and terrorize our neighborhoods. We have the collective power to protect one another, and we're demanding Congress do the same. It should not be possible for unidentified individuals with no uniforms, no badges, and no faces concealed, or rather all their faces concealed, so they effectively have no faces, they're effectively faceless, to carry out these mass abductions. California elected officials have already introduced a bill that would ban law enforcement officials from concealing their identities by covering their faces. Congress should follow the same steps to protect our communities against ICE. Earlier this month, a detention facility known as Alligator Alcatraz, which can house up to 3,000 migrants, opened in the Florida Everglades. I have been asked by multiple reviewers to discuss why this facility stands out and what it tells us about the Trump misadministration's immigration crackdown. Questions were asked from a number of people. One of them, how bad is this particular detention facility? Well, this is something that the incoming Trump misadministration fantasized about because it allowed them to really scale up their capacity, both to instill terror and to arrest as many people as possible. What is utterly horrifying about it in practice is that it's simply a recipe for mass racial profiling. Attorneys are already reporting that some people are being held in this facility who were arrested for traffic violations, or just the most minor of offenses, obviously because they look Hispanic. It is driving while brown. Another question from another source. How does it compare to other detention facilities in these United States? Two things immediately strike myself as being unprecedented with the opening of this facility. The first is the idea that a state is doing this on its own. It's not the federal fucking government making those immigration arrests. State agents are making them and using this facility specifically to hold those arrested. The misadministration, Stephen Miller and others, are already calling on other red states to do the same. This is the beginning of America's second civil war between the states for rights, red versus blue. The federal government will give these states money, in part, to open these facilities. And the money is largely coming from FEMA's budget, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Here we are seeing flash floods all across the country, including the devastation in Texas. But FEMA has basically been gutted in its capacity to deal with those sorts of things, and instead money from FEMA is being abused to help stand up these facilities. The second striking thing is quite simply just the horror of the conditions that are being reported from this facility already. The facility opened on the 3rd of July, on the 4th of July Eve Day, the Eve Day of Independence Day. We're seeing reports of everything from wastewater sloshing around on the floor to worm-infested food to multiple people crammed into individual cells, cuffed, denied medical care. Every manner of horror. Another question. How is the misadministration responding to these reports? The word for how the Florida officials involved in this are behaving, and certainly the Trump misadministration officials, is gleeful. I mean, they are fucking loving this. There used to be a time, not that long ago, when descriptions of horrible conditions were met with a certain gravity. Maybe they were denied, maybe they were looked into. Now reports of the cruelty are worn as a badge of honor. Another question, the final one from the different reviewers who have asked me these questions. What does this reflect about the misadministration's immigration policies more broadly? This is part and parcel of how the misadministration and its state partners are now carrying out immigration enforcement, with a complete and total lack of transparency. Journalists at the Miami Herald and the Tampa Bay Times did get their hands on a list of 747 detainees at the facility and entered those names into the ICE detainee locator, which should tell you where someone is being held. Only 40 of them actually appeared in that database, which is to say that all these other people are entirely unaccounted for. It's not any exaggeration when people describe this misadministration's approach to immigration enforcement and detention as basically disappearing people. What makes them disappearances is the fact that the public, that is to say family members, friends, relations, attorneys, cannot know or easily find out where their loved ones are even being held. Thus, the ICE raids are beyond invasive. It might be hard for outsiders to realize how pervasive the Trump misadministration's immigration raids feel here in Southern California. Friends describe relatives being pulled over for no apparent reason. As I said, the words that representatives are using is driving while brown. Neighbors tell myself of housekeepers and gardeners too afraid to come to work. My relations, Edbeth and Beaver, have been in the thick of our comprehensive coverage of the raids by U.S. immigration and customs enforcement. Their reports have confirmed that the vast majority of those hauled away have had no prior criminal convictions whatsoever. So I'm obligated to address the impact of this unprecedented intervention, which began 6 weeks ago. My Tong, or Hall, literally my gang brother Beaver, has been on the story since the first Saturday in June when he went to observe the large-scale raid at Ambiance Apparel, a sprawling fast fashion warehouse in downtown Los Angeles. He found immigrant rights groups and family members who quickly learned of the action via social media and a rapid response network set up in anticipation of a crackdown. Advocates pulled up with a flatbed truck and a bullhorn. There were attorneys, video streamers filming, and a large federal presence. The day ended with a union leader arrested, agents throwing gas canisters, and what became the kickoff of an unprecedented showdown. As in many 21st century confrontations, my son Edbeth has recalled how video posted on social media gave an idea of how widespread the raids were. They seemed to flood in every day for a time, detainees being tackled by agents in camouflage, vendor stands left abandoned after arrests. A few of the actions stand out because of their sheer size, like last week's raid on Glasshouse Farms, the Camarillo cannabis operation. Federal officials arrested more than 300 people and one man attempting to flee, Jaime Alaniz Garcia, fell to his death from the top of a greenhouse. The death of the 57-year-old worker reinforced the high stakes of these raids. The arrests of 31 people at a Home Depot in Hollywood, California also got a fair amount of attention. Edbeth got initial data from the CHRLA, CHRLA, the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, that showed higher arrest levels in Hollywood, Pico Rivera, and Bell Gardens. It's all come down to, as our man Sammy Romero just described, carrying passports and worrying about your kids. The big change that both Edbeth and my gang brother Beaver have noticed in the neighborhoods they're covering is fear. Beaver has reported that, in his own words, the fashion and flower district emptied out after the raids. From Compton to Maywood to Montebello, people are carrying their passports, fearing the color of their skin could get them stopped. Daycare centers stand quiet because parents are afraid if they leave their children there, they might not get to see them again. My son Edbeth has noted that many immigrants are considering self-deportation. To quote his T, one video in particular stood out to me, posted by Julie Ear about her mom self-deporting after being in the country for decades. I watched this play out during President Trump's first midterm, following a family who made the difficult decision to leave. Now, it's the interrogations of United States citizens that leave our blood boys most troubled. Edbeth told me that stories about American citizens swept up in the raids are among the ones that have troubled our blood boys the most. He and Beaver told the story of Brian Gavidia to my lads, who was questioned by Border Patrol agents about the hospital he was born in. Gavidia is now a named plaintiff in a lawsuit against the Trump misadministration. We have also heard from reviewers who support President Trump and who accuse Joe Biden of allowing millions of undocumented immigrants into the country. Edbeth found one email particularly jarring. And this email reads, "Most Americans don't want Mexican criminals living here illegally. These judges are trash emoji. They are paid off by billionaire political donor George Soros." It's always poor Soros. "I hope Trump defies that idiot judge and ICE brutalizes as many illegals as they can." Well, your wish has come true, as hundreds of immigrants with no criminal charges in the United States are being held at Alligator Alcatraz. The conditions at the Florida facility comprising a mire of insects and sewer water. People were divided politically when reports first emerged of the Trump misadministration's immigration detention facility in the Florida Everglades, dubbed Alligator Alcatraz, with Democrats lambasting it as cruel and Republicans upholding it as a necessary space. But now that detainees have lived in the facility for several weeks, reports have circulated of inhumanly poor conditions. Let's forget the word inhumanely. Let's use the word inhumanly poor conditions, prompting some to raise the alarm. Interviews with several news outlets have documented everything from insect infestations to widespread problems with plumbing. Well, actually, there is no plumbing. That's the problem. People are just shitting into buckets and forced to carry them to, the water, where they empty it when they're not being dragged in by titanoboas and megacrocs. And new evidence has emerged that none of the detainees at Alligator Alcatraz even have a criminal record. Not a single one. As for the conditions at Alligator Alcatraz, the Associated Press reports that detainees inside the facility, which gets its name from the alligator and snake-infested swamp surrounding it, say that worms turn up in the food. Toilets don't flush. Of course not. There's no plumbing for them to flush through. Flooding floors with fecal waste. Of course, since there's no flushability, the shit just, comes up with the floodwaters. And mosquitoes and other insects are everywhere. The open floor plan means that rows of bunk beds are surrounded by chain link cages. So it looks like a dog kennel. In fact, it smells like one. Detainees go days without showering or getting prescription medicine. And they are only able to speak by phone to legal representatives and loved ones. Problems with the air conditioning are also common. The Washington Post reports that Alligator Alcatraz does not have any permanent running water, meaning, their words in the reports, drinking and bathing water has to be brought in several times a day, but is still in short supply. Combined with the swampy nature of the facility, this means that insects are a pervasive problem. Facility staffers are issued a can of mosquito repellent their first day of work, but detainees are sprayed only when they arrive, which demonstrably has minimal effect. The detainee, Anderson Miranda, told the Post that most detainees have skin irritations from mosquitoes. They don't give us spray. All of us worry that we'll get a disease because of the mosquitoes. The detainee, Juan Javier Gonzalez, has testified that the mosquitoes don't let you sleep. None of the detainees facing these conditions has ever been accused of a single wrongdoing. An investigation by the Miami Herald confirms that hundreds of immigrants with no criminal charges in the United States are being held at Alligator Alcatraz. At least 250 people being held at the facility have only immigration violations, but no criminal or pending charges. This tracks with national figures which have evinced that nearly half of detainees in ICE custody nationwide have never had a single criminal conviction or charge. It's them. If you're listening, Sammy, here's your rapture. It's the innocents that are being disappeared, spirited away, as they would say in Japan. As to what the response has been, following a tour of Alligator Alcatraz, Florida's chief financial officer, Blaise Inguglia, a Republican, said to the New York Times that the beds at the facility are better than my bed at home. But congressional Democrats, several of whom also toured the facility, have confirmed that the reports of horrific conditions are accurate. The Representative Maxwell Frost, Democrat from Florida, has informed reporters that when those doors opened, what I saw made my heart sink. There were 32 people per cage, about 6 cages in the one tent. The representativist Debbie Wasserman Schultz, a Democrat from Florida, has gone on record to attest that the misadministration should not put humans in the middle of swampland in the Everglades. It's outrageous. It's inhumane. It's unlawful. Well, by the way, I do want to share something with you that I don't want people to take the wrong message from. This deals with an enemy of trans people who is trying to make trans people look like, well, that they're hysterical. But I can certainly see where he's coming from. Keep it in mind. It's something to bear in mind while I go into the subject of Gavin Newsom. Let me see if I can get back on a call here. I probably fucked myself up by pressing the wrong button, but we're still streaming, and I can get this into our text box as soon as the call restarts, if indeed it ever does. We've only got Aristides on it now anyway, and until that point where the call comes back, let's say this. We got a fact check going on. Being trans is not a social contagion. Despite the latest submission to the United Nations, the outdated myth has been deconstructed time and time again. But it keeps coming back. By the way, I can open up the call again, and what I'll do is basically put into the infinite call, since everybody else dropped out, I will put this into account. And what I will do instead is I will simply leave a message with our lady, Holly Kiefer. Oh, that's right. I can't do that. I have to call everybody back. So let's call everybody back on the infinite call, and that puts everybody back on call. So let's see if that works. And everybody's going to be pissed off, and maybe nobody will respond, but at least it gets the infinite call restarted. There we are. Thank you, Aristides. So sorry about that, Aristides. We got knocked off call again. And God bless you for your incredible patience. Bless you, Aristides. Either that or it just locks back onto him automatically and he never woke up. At any rate, so Sammy's writing something. I want to thank him for it. Understand that anti-trans extremists are once again circulating viral claims that being transness is a social contagion. After an independent human rights expert appointed by but not representing the official stances of the United Nations platformed a version of an advanced copy of a report she submitted to that international organization. The sensationalized stories, which paint the rise in documented cases of trans youth as a sort of mass hysteria, use junk science and outdated myths about sex and gender as an excuse to hinder trans kids' access to life-saving care. In reality, multiple studies have undercut the social contagion claim. Now, I love Troy Bellamy to death, but he's also somebody who has actually pushed this shit without thought. He's actually said, oh, the gay lifestyle is spreading through places like Austin and other places in Texas like wildfire. How do you catch gayness It's like, when did this become the cooties? Like a zombie bite, perhaps? Somebody gives you a blowjob of the same sex, and it felt so good, you just decide you'd swing? What the fuck? At any rate, Sammy Romero is back on with us. I apologize for that, Sammy. So, by the way, if you've got any thoughts, I'm going to go back to the ICE again and to the mass deportations because this is so important. But if you have any thoughts on what I said, please, I do need to go back to the fact that these masked terrorists are essentially state-sponsored masked terrorists, and they're
Right.
taking innocent people. So this is the rapture, really. It's all of these people. They're not taking cartel
Right.
members. They're not taking gang members. They're taking the most law-abiding citizens, the elderly, the children, the family people. This is like, if this isn't
Right.
rapture, what is? But
Well,
please continue.
Well, what I don't understand is you're taking your labor force,
Yes.
all the people that do the back-breaking labor that, you know, Americans love comfort. We're lazy. We don't want to work. And they're really destroying our way of life. It's just backwards. And you know, I overheard them as far as the Trump administration saying that, you know, the people on Medicaid are going to take these jobs. They literally said that. I forget who it was. I don't really keep up with his staff because they're pretty much all the same.
And they're all insane. Yeah.
Right. She said, well, you know, our Medicaid recipients are going to take up these jobs. You're talking about children that are Medicaid as well. Okay. Yeah. There's a lot of children. So pretty much they're alluding to child labor. And you have the elderly, you know, that doesn't make sense. This is not a plan. This plan is not a plan of function. It's a plan of destruction.
Yes.
And
I would call it genocide.
You know, it's genocide, but it's the problem is you know, the people that are doing the genocide, as far as the public who are looking the other way, they're going to suffer as well. This is not just going to be the people in Alligator Alcatraz or whatever. It's just an internment camp. Let's just call it an internment camp.
Whoa, let's call it a concentration camp that borders on a death camp. Truly, seriously,
right.
There's no exaggeration. Go on.
And here's another problem. Okay, Trump is not even deporting people to Mexico. He's going to deport them to wherever shithole country pretty much takes his pennies. Okay,
it's true. He's sending them to just places all over the world. Lesotho in South Africa has received some of these people. Yes,
absolutely. So you have to understand that it takes money to deport people. Okay, so he obviously knows this. There's one thing you pointed out. Trump pretty much retreats anything involving global issues. He retreats.
Yes.
Okay, he cannot handle global anything.
Yes.
But there's going to be a problem where, you know, you can only deport so many people. Okay, where people are just going to self-deport. Okay,
that's right.
And it's just the reality. See, and this is where I was only going to say is Americans. The U.S. population is going to suffer for this. They're not going to be unscathed. That's not going to happen. It doesn't matter how many checks Trump writes to us. If there's nothing to buy in the stores, what's the point of having this green paper with dead hypocrites on them?
Thank you.
Doesn't matter. The value of the dollar is going to drop. Okay?
Absolutely.
Because we're literally shooting ourselves in the foot. And not only that, you're creating mistrust now, okay? You have to think about this. This is going to pass, but it's going to cost us more, is what I'm trying to say, okay? Yes. This is not the Bracero era no more where, you know, a bunch of, Mexican jumpy beans are coming over here, and, for are getting paid peanuts. I mean, they are, but the point is, you need a labor force. You need people buy into this American delusion, okay? The cachet of America, okay? It's built, we're built on lies, okay? So you have to believe in that lie. But my point is, yeah, man, it obviously, you talked about it's a rapture, but, American public we're going to suffer. We really are.
Yes, absolutely.
So go ahead, Doug.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. But anytime you want to interject, just go ahead and do so. I will bring it back to the most immediate topic in California, because that's where we have to go. But I do want people to know that this social contagion scare is one we've seen before with 2S LGBTQ plus communities. Conservative groups and politicians have spent a lifetime pushing the homophobic myth that being gay is merely the product of social conditioning, that it is a deviant behavior that can and should be snuffed out. As the famously, or should I say infamously, homophobic televangelist Pat Robertson stated over a decade ago, a person who has acquired this can unacquire it. The it being same-sex attraction. Going back even further, when, one can point out a novel titled The Well of Loneliness. This goes way back to 1928, and it's a fictional work about lesbians. In the Hofstra Law Review, Nancy J. Nauer writes that the ensuing backlash was a watershed moment, marking one of the earliest examples of the American legal system using the social contagion myth to suppress 2S LGBTQ plus rights and expression. To quote as she, The Well, referring to the novel titled The Well of Loneliness, encountered a hostile counter-narrative of homosexuality as contagion, resulting in sensational obscenity trials on both sides of the Atlantic. Courts in New York and London adjudged The Well as obscene, finding that it had the tendency to deprave or corrupt those whose minds are open to such immoral influences and who might come in contact with it. Today, similar book banning campaigns have been waged by the conservatives who purport to believe that books and content about gay or trans people will turn more people gay or trans, which it does not. I assure you, I myself have no desire to become a different gender or to, shall we say, have sex with someone of the same sex. Nonetheless, some have tried and failed to meaningfully reaffirm this belief. Enter Dr. Lisa Littman, a disgraced researcher who coined the term ROGD, or RAJD, rapid onset gender dysphoria. During a 2016 study, published in full in 2018, as a way to formalize and pathologize the idea that transness is a social contagion, a social disease, like a sexually transmitted disease, except it's an STD that's a socially transmitted disease. And to test her hypothesis, she surveyed hundreds of parents and transgender adolescents. What she failed to disclose in her paper was that participants were largely recruited from anti-trans online forums, creating a significant participant bias, to say the least. As a result of this flaw and other egregious methodological failures, the journal issued a correction. Other scientists that tried to verify RAJD or ROGD, rapid onset gender dysphoria, stumbled upon similar academic impropriety, and at least one other article was retracted. Littman defended her work in the aftermath, telling the reporter Timmy Broderick at Scientific American that, in her own words, I reject the premise that parents who believe transition will harm their children are more likely to discredit their kids' experiences than parents who believe that transition will help their children. Well, Broderick pointed out that most experts cite the survey of parents rather than transgender children themselves, pointing out that this is the study's biggest flaw. But the damage had already been done. Anti-trans politicians, activists, and media outlets had picked up this rhetoric, which granted their age-old bigotry the veneer of scientific rigor. Even more, it pathologized and stigmatized transness in ways that can stoke violence, such as archaic anti-trans conversion therapy practices. As the trans social contagion, or socially transmitted disease panic about trans people, proliferates today in the form of state, federal, and international attacks, at least one thing has become clear. The vestige of hate never really went away to begin with. And while the court has ordered Javier Bolsonaro, the Trump of the tropics, to wear an ankle tag and has put him under curfew as a known pedopornaholic, we've still got gun-toting Gavin Newsom's alpha male rebrand incarnating via his bizarre interview with a MAGA podcaster platforming anti-trans conspiracies. Now, Newsom misunderstands what actually makes figures like Trump and podcast stars like Joe Rogan popular among young men. It isn't just the format or aesthetics, it's the perception of authenticity. Newsom complained on the show that Rogan won't have me on, a telling sign that he's tried to secure a spot. Since that didn't work, he's opted to mimic the Waco system instead. He's launched his own podcast this year and brought on paleo-conservative campus activist Charlie Kirk as his first guest. His official press office account on X, formerly Twitter, has taken to posting memes, edgy jokes, and schoolyard insults. As one commentator on X observed, the effort has the feel of a cargo cult. In isolated societies, so-called cargo cults emerged when indigenous groups constructed imitation aerostrips and towers, aero towers, believing this would cause Western goods to descend from the skies as they once had during World War II, when aero supply and aerodrop was used to logistically keep the troops in beans and bullets and band-aids, without understanding the actual forces that made the planes appear in the first place, namely a global war. Likewise, Newsom mimics the trappings of the manosphere: long-form interviews, gun talk, locker room banter, but has no grasp of what actually animates it. Earlier this year, my governor, by circumstances, said he completely aligns with some of the gender politics of far-right extremist Charlie Kirk and faced widespread backlash from constituents. Nonetheless, he appeared to double down on the sentiment and then some this week on the Sean Ryan Show podcast. The whopping 4-hour conversation, which was not exclusively about 2S LGBTQ+ issues, started by questioning the participation of trans athletes in women's sports, cascaded into sowing doubt about evidence-based gender-affirming care, and landed on fake news about schools providing litter boxes to kids who say they're animals. Now, Newsom emphasized that he thinks conservatives are exploiting and weaponizing rhetoric about trans kids, but that hasn't stopped himself from feeding into it. Intentionally or not, Newsom has lent his Democratic branding and credibility to entertain the musings of anti-trans actors. Meanwhile, as per Terry Schilling of the American Principles Project, the far right has openly admitted to manufacturing a crisis around trans athletes to serve as a beginning point and get opponents of the 2S LGBTQ+ movement comfortable with talking about transgender issues. On this latest podcast, the meandering conversation started on America's so-called masculinity crises, a reference to real problems facing boys and men, such as higher rates of suicide and social isolation, or a nod to conservative pearl-clutching about the perceived feminization of American boys, depending on whom you ask. The conversation went from lamenting how American youth don't have enough sex to hand-wringing about whether the 2S LGBTQ plus rights movement may be pushing sexuality onto kids. It's like you can't have it both ways. It's like they're complaining that the boys aren't getting fucked. That's why they're all fucked, because they're not getting fucked. But the 2S LGBTQ plus movement is pushing sex onto them. So what are you saying? I guess what they're saying is, well, I guess they're falling into fucking each other. Somehow liking it, which makes more gays. It's like, isn't that kind of innate? I think that has to be genetic. I don't think I would turn around and just say, man, I can't get any pussy. Hey, Joe, want to try? It's like, dude, if they're doing that, I think they're already bent. Now, Ryan said, speaking of sexuality and divisiveness, one of the things in the last administration that really divided people was gender-affirming care. LG barbecue. That he said that. That's his term, not mine. They incorrectly equated sexual orientation and gender identity, leading to a conversation about what Newsom called the trans issue. Science shows no one biological attribute, including sex, fundamentally determines one's athletic success. For every Leah Thomas or A.B. Hernandez winning medals, there are countless other trans athletes across the country whose names are entirely unknown. Athletes who are average, or even, probably the majority of them, below average. Like all people, trans athletes' abilities vary greatly. But athletes at all ages and ranks are being attacked by anti-trans activists in the name of sport, from gold medal Olympians to children playing Little League. Newsom's rhetoric also falsely implies that the rights of trans women and girls are innately in competition with those of presumed cis people, meaning heterosex, orthodox people. Heteroorthodox would be the more complex term. We use the term cis as shorthand, CIS, because it means they're cisgendered and heterosexual. But we should say cis-hetero-orthodox. In reality, anti-trans vitriol routinely leads to violence against everyone. It fuels witch hunts against athletes even accused of being trans, such as the case with Amane Helith. It has resulted in death threats, anti-trans harassment, and doxing campaigns against countless young girls, both cis or hetero-orthodox and trans. After one such case in Newsom's own state, which also happens to be mine, where the young athlete, A.B. Hernandez, overcame literal angry mobs over her participation in youth sports, the CIF, the California Interscholastic Federation, amended its rules for a so-called compromise, giving a consolation spot to any presumed cis girl or heteroorthodox chick who lost to a presumed trans one. Which is just fucking weird. I mean, like, when did sports come up with consolation spots? It's like, well, you get I'm not going to go there. I don't want to get that vicious. At any rate, Newsom claimed that CIF's, the California Interscholastic Federation's rule change, is not the answer. It's not entirely clear what he thinks the answer is, but appeasement was never a winning play, even as Newsom broke the Democratic Party line to question trans inclusion. The Trump misadministration sued our state, claiming that the compromise was too affirming of trans people. The Trump misadministration has been clear that nothing less than the complete erasure of trans youth and life will satiate them. Naturally, Ryan's line of questioning didn't stop with sports either. He suddenly turned to the idea of trans kids in general. Is 8 years old too young? Qualifying that gender-affirming care for children is a tough topic that, while some constituents have told him that it saved their child's life, Newsom's also read reports like the one the UK just came out with, a likely reference to the widely rebuked and highly propagandized class review. Newsom did not weigh in on the common use of GAC for cis children, gender-affirming care, for hetero-orthodox children, because gender-affirming hormone treatment is never given to young children except in cases of precocious puberty, which is the standard protocol for anyone, regardless of their gender identity, in case you did not know, and I can bet the fucking farm you never did. Gender-affirming surgery is also never performed on trans children this young, but unnecessary genital surgery on intersex youth often is, meaning children who are what we used to medically diagnose as hermaphroditic. And hermaphrodites would get their genitalia butchered, and it would fuck them up for life, to the point where they could never have sex, or at least not have sex with the gender they were attracted to. That's how fucked up your society is, and yes, it really needs to change. Then Ryan and Newsom agreed that human brains are not fully developed until age 20 fucking 6. 20 fucking 6. The number anti-trans activists always cite in policy proposals to eradicate evidence-based healthcare for trans youth. There are no major reputable medical organizations that endorse this policy, and no states have adopted it into law, but Puerto Rico is considering a gender-affirming care ban to the age of 21 years old. Finally, and perhaps most disturbingly, Ryan compared trans kids to Furbies. Not furries, but Furbies, who are showing up to school in a kennel and using litter boxes. I am going to presume, because I don't give him credit for having a brain between those ears, but I presume he means furries, an internet subculture where people dress up in colorful animal costumes, which is often falsely and pejoratively conflated with transness. Furbies, on the other hand, are a popular singing owl toy from the early aughts, the 2000s, the zeros, the first decade of the third millennium. That shows you how fucked up Ryan is. He's probably as kinked out on steroids or some kind of speed drug as Joe Rogan is. Either way, these claims are false, and Newsom dismissed as it. But not fully. Newsom said, "That's been overhyped. There have been a few instances of that." There have not, I can assure you. But Newsom, going back to his quote, "Most of that is bullshit, but if that's occurred, that's ridiculous." Thereafter, a spokesperson from Newsom's office told the Fourth Estate, "We believe Sean was referencing a widely reported child abuse case involving a Memphis mother who placed children in dog kennels in the back of her car. To be clear, the governor does not subscribe to the repeatedly debunked and baseless right-wing conspiracy theories mentioned elsewhere in the podcast." Meanwhile, Newsom continues to self-identify as a champion for 2SLGBTQ+ rights, even as 2SLGBTQ+ organizations have condemned his anti-trans pivot. Reports have also emerged that he was trying to kill 2SLGBTQ+ protection bills behind the scenes throughout the last year or so. Of anti-trans sentiments, Newsom said, and here I quote his T, "The trans issue for me is so novel. I'm trying to understand as much as anyone else the whole pronoun thing. Most of these kids, many of them are not even having any relations, sexual relations, with other women. That's no longer about celebrating your rights. It's about denying other people theirs. Marriage equality was about everyone's right, but your child may not have that same opportunity to get on the podium if a trans athlete is competing. I'm more open-minded than I've ever been. I think the sports issue really opened that door for me, the nuances in the space. You know, Newsom's latest role is the tough-talking centrist who can win back disaffected men. But sincerity is one thing he can never fake. And without that, all the memes, all the guns, and all the bro-speak in the world won't make the cargo appear. Now, back in reality, the Democrats' anti-seniority rebellion is just getting started as a House Democrat is floating a radical solution to Congress's age problem. House Democrats' younger wing notched a major victory on Tuesday of this week last as the Representative Robert Garcia, a Democrat from California, won a landslide victory to become ranking member of the Oversight Committee. But they're not stopping there. As to why it matters, multiple lawmakers have told the Fourth Estate that several initiatives around term limits are still coming. Exempli gratiae. The 36-year-old Washington Democratic representativist Mary Glausenkamp Perez, an auto shop owneress, who has never held public office before being elected to Congress in 2022, has built a brand calling out what she says is a disconnect between Washington, D.C. and everyday Americans, and is publicly calling out, well, a dynamic many of her colleagues refuse to even address, exposing Congress's aging membership, that it's damaging the credibility of the entire institution. And, ergo, is proposing something unprecedented. Having Congress's ethics office effectively adjudicate whether lawmakers are too cognitively impaired to do their fucking jobs. In an interview at her office in Capitol Hill, she told the press that the age issue is just another facet of that dissonance. As to what's driving the news here, last month, Glausenkamp Perez tried to get her proposal attached as an amendment to the House Appropriations Committee's bill funding Congress for the next year. Point: the amendment would require the Office of Congressional Conduct to create a standard to determine members' ability to perform the duties of office unimpeded by significant, irreversible cognitive impairment. Point: that would open the door to ethics investigations into whether a member is mentally incapacitated to the point it is damaging to the House's credibility. Point: ethics investigations can result in a wide array of consequences, ranging from warnings and fines to, in the case of the former Representative George Santos, the House voting for expulsion. So zoom in here. The amendment failed in an overwhelming voice vote, with few, if any, members of the Appropriations Committee voting for it at all. A show of just how taboo this topic is, meaning they're almost certainly all mentally incompetent. And they know it. Point: Representatives David Valadao, a Republican from California, and Adriano Espelier, a Democrat from New York, the chair and ranking member of the Legislative Branch Subcommittee, both spoke in opposition to this. Valadao acknowledged a lot of concern with some of our colleagues sometimes when we see some of their comments, but argued that the House's biannual elections are a sufficient referendum on lawmakers' fitness for office. As to what she's actually saying, Glausenkamp Perez said the disastrous debate performance that led former President Joe Biden to withdraw from the 2024 election raised serious concerns in her district, that it was not their elected representatives calling the shots. Glausenkamp Perez said that while she also supports term limits, her proposal would allow Congress to impartially evaluate these questions while maintaining a representative body of all ages and experiences. So zoom out. There have been numerous examples in recent years of lawmakers in their 70s and 80s facing painfully public cognitive decline. Point: Senator Dianne Feinstein, Democrat from California. Her health and declining mental capabilities were a source of continued heartburn for Democrats in the years leading up to her death at 90 years of age in 2023. Point: the former representative is Kay Granger, a Republican from Texas. A former Appropriations Committee chair was revealed last year to have been checked into an independent living facility with 6 months left in her term. There is nothing independent living about it. And Sammy Romero brings up Moscow Mitch. Yes, Mitch O'Connell, the walking corpse. Yes, thank you. He truly just a cadaver of a human being. Another point being the Delaware's Eleanor Holmes Norton. She was a Democrat from the District of Columbia. She's the latest lawmaker whose decline has been the subject of continued headlines, with the 88-year-old's office repeatedly walking back quotes she gives to reporters. The bottom line being, Groitzenkamp-Perez plans to continue her efforts and try to build support among her colleagues, going on record to conclude, and here I quote as she at length and verbatim, "It's not a comfortable thing to think about time being irreversible and how our lives change, but real respect for our communities and the body here is being willing to have these honest, candid, and difficult conversations. It's clear people want systemic reform. They want accountability. What I've heard from my neighbors, my community, is this idea that this place is being run by a bunch of staffers. And we're seeing a very real decline in confidence in Congress. If we are going to persist in a system of co-equal branches of government, I think this is a really important question to take up. Unfortunately, it never will be, and the gerontocracy will take us over the edge into civil war, because the young will have to take government by force of arms. Force majeure, that's the legal term. Meanwhile, red side, we've got breaking. In a shocking machination as Trump faces mounting backlash for burying the Epstein scandal, the Department of Justice has fired Maureen Comey, daughter of James Comey, as a federal prosecutoress. Trump's Epstein problem didn't go away because Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump were probably the closest friend either of them ever had. According to 4 sources familiar with the matter, the federal prosecutoress Maureen Comey, the daughter of former FBI Director James Comey, who got Trump elected by creating this false Hillary Clinton email scandal that had everybody talking about that, was herself terminated by the Justice Department. The wolves are cannibalizing. Comey helped prosecute Sean Combs, the late financier, Jeffrey Epstein, a convicted mass sex offender, a child sex offender at that, and Epstein's co-defendant, Ghislaine Maxwell. It's not clear why Comey was fired. One of the sources said the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York cited Article 2 of the Constitution, which establishes the executive power of the president, which is just a long way of saying, in shorthand, the president said, get rid of her. Or, as Trump would say it, you're fired. Since Donald Trump returned to office in January, news stories of incredible importance have flashed past without drawing the sustained focus they deserve. So, of course, we've all spent the last 14 or fortnight, literally 14 nights, it is 12 weeks, talking about years-old conspiracy theories surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein. Recently, Trump's Justice Department, having teased the release of further files in the Epstein case, said there was nothing more to see here after all, and Trump himself commanded his base to move on. But his base, or at least many high-profile spokespeople for it, did not move on, and neither so far has the news cycle. But the night before last, the Wall Street Journal reported that in 2003, Trump contributed a Bawdy message to an album for Epstein's 50th birthday. And to Epstein, Trump said, A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Trump denied having written the message and pledged to sue the journal, but he also seemed, finally, to cave to the pressure somewhat, ordering Pam Bondi, the Attorney Generaless, to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony in Epstein's case, subject to court approval. He'll ask his court not to approve, of course, but this still isn't everything, so the pressure campaign could continue. Recently, I've found myself mining the widening fractures in both the Democratic and Republican parties, the latter emerging around Trump's strikes on Iran and Elon Musk's ouster from the misadministration and proposals for a new third party. In terms of intra-party tension, Epstein-gate, if you will, has blown both of these controversies out of the water. Pretty much everyone, from MAGA diehards to nominally apolitical broadcaster pod people, seems pissed about the lack of disclosure. As I host Critical Omissions tonight, the episode has shown that the worship toward Trump from his most ardent cultists is not unconditional, but predicated on the idea that he's a tribune of the people seeking to expose nefarious elites. After years of more or less unwavering backing from the base, this feels, in some ways, like a turning point. Perhaps, anyway, it wouldn't surprise me if the news cycle once again spins on to other matters, or, with Trump still commanding strong support on the right. Earlier this week, last week by now, a poll commissioned by CNN found that while a mere 3% of Americans are satisfied with how much information the government has released about Epstein, just 40% of Republicans reported being dissatisfied, a lower figure than among Democrats, and evidence that parts of the party may be falling in line behind Trump's Epstein directives, or never cared much to begin with because they're all pedophiles themselves. Well, that's all there. The day before yesterday by now, Harry Enton, CNN's chief data analyst, noted that Trump's approval rating among Republicans is, if anything, up compared with his pre-Epstein numbers. And yesterday morning, or the day before yesterday by now, Politico reported that the journal story has given MAGA-fluencers the chance to reunite around their shared love of pedophilia and bashing the press. Yet, in my recent analyses about Iran, I raised the possibility, at least in the long run, that the aerostrikes, which appeared to contradict Trump's America First promises, might chip away at the president's credibility by feeding an impression that he's just like every other politician, particularly among those who were not MAGA zealots to begin with. The same can be said of his recent conduct, or should I say misconduct, round the Epstein story. And for Trump, who has built his appeal on outsider bona fides, being seen on the side of the establishment is highly dangerous. Even the Iran strikes were one of those news stories that seem to flash by, but their political impact endures. This week, the podcaster Joe Rogan, an influential Trump booster, but yesteryear mocked the misadministration's Epstein stance. Rather than release compelling new information about Epstein's crimes, Rogan said sarcastically, Trump could just bomb Iran, then everybody forgets about it. We'll see how Trump tries to change the subject, and whether it even works. You see, the DOJ's latest firing ensures that the Epstein scandal will not go away, even as Trump is slamming his own cultists as weaklings for falling for what he now calls the Epstein hoax, after having primed his own base to turn against himself. Will the MAGA movement eat its own over the Epstein affair? Donald Trump is highly fluent in crackpot theories, including this one. Years before he retook the presidency, he suggested that Jeffrey Epstein's suicide was murder. But now that Mr. Trump has all the power, at least in his followers' eyes, to expose the cover-up by releasing those files, he is in a bind from which there be no escape. For the first time, the MAGA base is not buying what Trump is selling. Or, to put it another way, someone who died 6 years ago is posing the greatest challenge to the president's authority since he returned to the White House in January. To reiterate, in a shocking maneuver, as Trump faces mounting backlash for burying the Epstein scandal, the DOJ just ousted the prosecutoress who locked up Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's infamous accomplice. After spending years undermining voters' beliefs in what the government says, the president is now asking them to just trust him. President Donald Trump is lashing out at his own cultists, accusing them of being duped by Democrats as he tries to clamp down on criticism over his misadministration's mishandling of much-hyped records in the Jeffrey Epstein sex trafficking, mass human child sex trafficking investigation, which Trump now calls a hoax. In an irreconcilable conflict, did anyone really think the sexual predator president who used to party with Jeffrey Epstein was going to release the Epstein files? Please, eyes bug out now if your brain can't handle that. In his first midterm, President Donald John Trump was assiduous in courting his base of committed cultists, often at the expense of voters who were persuadable. Those decisions helped lose him the 2020 election. Trump isn't doing much more to reach out to the center in his second midterm, but he is more willing to snub his own core backers. In recent weeks alone, he has flouted his longtime claims of being anti-war by joining an Israeli bombing campaign against Iran, dropped his demand that the Ukraine make concessions, and worked to supply it with weapons against motherless Russia, endured an acrimonious breakup with his high-profile, deep-pocketed fuck butt buddy, pal Elon Musk, and he abused his One Big Beautiful Bill Act to slash entitlements, which he had claimed he'd never do. Each of these has brought grumbling from subsets of his coalition, which ain't no rainbow, I can tell you, but none has been so sustained as the backlash over the misadministration's reversal on releasing the so-called Epstein files. Now, some of Trump's most ardent backers are angry at him for purportedly hiding information, and he in turn is lashing out back at them in a lengthy Truth Social missive. Yesterday morning, the day before by now perhaps, he wrote, "The radical left Democrats have hit pay dirt again. Their new scam is what we will forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. And my past supporters have bought into this bullshit, hook, line, and sinker." Now, thinking about why this schism has emerged and whether it will last is helpful for understanding Trump's political appeal and future. What exactly these files might contain is not clear. One theory is that they include a list of famous men for whom Epstein, the late financier and mass human child sex offender, procured underage girls for sex, Epstein's 2019 death in a federal jail in New York City being ruled a suicide, but public doubts about its circumstances having persisted ever since. Although Epstein had many famous friends, some of whom flew on his plane or visited his private island, no obvious evidence that such a client list exists has ever emerged. But interest in the files has been whetted largely by Trump and his allies. Before entering the government, FBI Director Kash Patel and his deputy, Dan Bongino, I keep thinking it's Don Bongino, but it's Dan Bongino, both spread dark rumors about cover-ups related to Epstein and demanded the release of the names of his associates. Trump said during the campaign that he would publish materials related to Epstein, though in retrospect his hesitation to fully commit during a June 2024 interview is conspicuous. In February, Attorney Generalist Pam Bondi said that the Epstein client list was sitting on my desk right now to review. Now her Justice Department says it doesn't exist. Trump claims he can't believe anyone is still talking about the story. There are a few reasons this story has managed to stick in Trump's side, or should I say up his ass, in a way that others have not. The first is that, unlike many of the other conspiracy theories propounded by Trump and his allies, questions about Epstein's cause of death and what secrets the government might be keeping are acceptable in polite company. Like Lee Harvey Oswald's murder by Jack Ruby, the death of a man connected to so many powerful people just seems weird, even if it was actually suicide. In a recent Economist magazine /YouGov poll, 79% of Americans support releasing all the Epstein documents. 2/3 believe the government is covering up evidence about Epstein. A separate YouGov poll found that 39% of Americans believe Epstein was murdered, 40% aren't sure, and only 20% believe he killed himself. And Democrats are eager to fan these flames, this week forcing House Republicans to take a vote on releasing the files, with the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party majority voting it down, of course, because they're all in the list. Second, the misadministration's misbehavior indicates that officials are hiding something, though probably not a client list. Good reasons may exist not to release all the materials. For example, they likely contain privileged grand jury information. They may include witnesses who testified confidentially. Very clearly, information about underage victims of sex crimes is involved. But Trump's frenzied insistence that there's nothing to see suggests that there are secrets he'd like to keep. The men were, by Trump's account, pals for a time, and he was well aware of Epstein's reputation. In 2002, Trump told New York Magazine, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." This relationship makes him a bad messenger for dismissing the story, but no other official has the credibility with MAGA voters that he does. Earlier this month, the FBI released full raw video from the jail where Epstein died, saying it showed that no one entered his area in the time around his death. But Wired magazine reports that the video was neither raw nor full. It was edited to remove almost 3 minutes of footage in the most interest-piquing splice since Watergate's 18.5-minute gap. Third, and perhaps most important, the questions about Epstein cut directly to the core of Trump's political appeal. Trump is gutting Medicaid, but rural America still won't wake up. You see, there's no one else to blame about those Medicaid cuts. Republicans control everything. Unfortunately, most of Trump's fervent supporters refuse to accept the reality that the people they voted for are responsible for the cuts affecting them. So, although many of his cultists opposed military raids, like the Iran bombing, and support for Ukraine, their affection for Trump is not about policy. It's personal. Trump's fundamental proposition to voters was, "I will tell you what the other politicians refuse to tell you." That's why backers hailed his authenticity and honesty, even though he was the most prolific liar to ever occupy the Oval Office. No small feat, I assure you. Trump has spent a decade telling Americans that they cannot trust their government. He said a deep state of unelected officials is plotting against them and hiding information. He's told them they cannot trust what they've been told about vaccines, the John Fitzgerald Kennedy assassination, or what they saw with their own eyes on the 6th day in January of 2021. Now Trump wants the nation to just trust a bunch of government officials without seeing any evidence whatsoever to back it up. He claims, if it were true, that the Epstein material is a hoax by government officials. Well, if it were true, as he claims, that the Epstein material is a hoax by government officials, you'd think he'd want to investigate that, as he has in far less credible instances. After all, it's defaming himself. Yet his gambit might just yet work. The power of polarization and effective partisanship is strong and tends to draw people back to their corners. Already, some of the MAGA media are moving on and falling in line. But even if the whole flap leaves only a small dent in Trump's armor, it reveals an irreconcilable conflict in his political identity. Running against power is a smart campaign trick, but once you're in office, you can't keep blaming others for things that the government does. The buck stops with you, whether you like it or not. So, ergo, Jeffrey Epstein could finish Trump from beyond the grave. I mean, who owns MAGA? I mean, not literally, of course. MAGA is an idea rather than a thing. It is not a shop or a book. There are no bricks and mortar, although if I could have had 10% from every red Make America Great Again cap sold, I wouldn't be sitting here hosting this transmission. The reason I pose the question is that when there was a rumbling disquiet over sending bombers to target Iran's nuclear facilities, the president swatted his Trumpland critics, who said that this wasn't true to the core principles of MAGA and America First. He more or less said, "I invented MAGA, so MAGA is what I say it is." And it worked. His detractors huffed and puffed a bit, but then they went quiet. The MAGA coalition fell in line behind their hero. But over Jeff Epstein, the disgraced multimillionaire and mass pedophile who died in custody awaiting trial, it's all rather different. Here the Trumpland critics are getting noisier, and their numbers are swelling. For the first time, the base is not buying what Donald Trump is selling. Or, to put it another way, someone who died 6 years ago is posing the greatest challenge to the president's authority since he returned to the White House in January. It is replete with irony. Let's face it, over the years, it has felt that Trump has been a one-man conspiracy theory generator, most infamously of all his birther theory that Barack Obama was not born in these United States. He was born in Kenya and was therefore ineligible to be United States president, which is all actually quite true, and I've always expressed that point before and proven it. Barack Obama's own brother is Kenyan and says just that. But then I'm saying his own fucking brother, mind you, in Kenya says that. What more do you need? But, you know, and Obama never showed his, he's never shown his birth certificate. So there you have that. It goes on and on, but that's probably the only conspiracy theory that Trump has ever pushed that's not a conspiracy theory because it's a fact. That being said, the rest of it is shit. Everything else he says, in general. But even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day, as my legal daddy used to say. Now, when Trump took this angle, because it was a fact and because it had force behind it, the Obama White House initially tried to laugh it off. But the conspiracy theory just wouldn't go away because it was a fact. So eventually they produced the Obama birth certificate, which was printed and forged and just really not his real birth certificate, but it states quite clearly that Obama was born in Hawaii. But then those who bought into the theory said that this was the summary birth certificate, not the full thing. And so it went on. as if their ability to produce a forgery was beyond their capacity or something. In any, how would I say it? To summate, as our man Brendan was trying to get out earlier, the lesson that Obama's inner circle drew from this is that while you may be able to shrink a conspiracy theory by peeling off rational, fair-minded citizens, and while you may be able to get people to look away and focus on something else, you can never kill off a conspiracy theory completely. It's like Japanese knotweed or moths in your wardrobe. And if anyone should know that, it's Donald John Trump. He's getting increasingly titchy and cross that the American public, and his own cultists in particular, want to accept the findings of his Attorney Generalist Pam Bondi, and that with the Epstein conspiracy theory, there is nothing to it. Please move on. Nothing to see here. Because, of course, the conspiracy theory was originally generated in Trumpland. Forget the fact that it's a fact and that Trump is on the list. It's been talked up by the Vice President, J.D. Vance, and by the President's son, Don Jr. And it roughly goes like this. Epstein had a client list of all the sleazy millionaires and politicians he'd entertained on his island of horrors, where underage girls were forced to perform sexual acts for these powerful men, some of them supposedly prominent Democrats. When Epstein was found dead in his New York prison cell in 2019, it wasn't suicide, as the post-mortem found. It was murder. According to the conspiracy lore, Epstein had died because those powerful forces, whose names were all in his little black book, wanted him dead before he could take the stand at a trial and implicate them all. Even Pam Bondi is on record with her past promises of releasing a truckload, her word, of bombshell FBI documents on Epstein. She told Fox News in late February that she literally had possession of the convicted mass child sex offenders' supposed black book of prominent figures who engaged in illegal pedosexual activities. At the time, the Attorney General told Fox News anchor John Roberts, "It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump himself." Compare this to the Department of Justice and FBI's 12-page unsigned memo released last week, concluding that the agencies had found no evidence that Epstein was murdered in his jail cell while awaiting trial in 2019. Additionally, they were unable to find any list of powerful clients that Epstein was attempting to blackmail for having sex with all those underage girls. Somehow we've got thousands of underage girl victims, yet nobody's guilty. The conspiracy theories had also been advanced relentlessly by the likes of Kash Patel, now the head of the FBI, and his deputy, the former right-wing podcast host Dan Bongino, and millions of MAGA cultists bought into it with gusto. It was another slam dunk, deep state cover-up if ever there was one. All of which has left the Attorney Generalists and President looking as though they are isolated and swimming against the tide when they keep insisting the Epstein file is a great big nothing burger. Rumors have swirled that Bongino could resign his post over it. The Epstein court documents are held by the federal judiciary, a branch exempt from the Freedom of Information Act. Trump's reluctance to release them is making him appear increasingly out of kilter with his base, something that just doesn't happen. He's calling the Epstein story boring and said that it was only being advanced by bad people. It's a hoax. On his Truth Social platform, he called the Epstein conspiracy theory bullshit and referred to those who bought into it as his past supporters. His capitals on the word past, as a past tense, not mine, as if there would be a process of excommunication for those apostates to the MAGA faith. Well, yesterday, day before by now, he finally announced he asked Attorney Generalist Pam Bondi to release pertinent files on the criminal investigation of the late convicted mass child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, subject to court approval. The move may be too little and too late, and only came after a bombshell report found Trump's name, along with a body message, among an album of letters collected to celebrate Epstein's 50th birthday. This was also vehemently denied by Trump, with him telling the newspaper, "This is not me! This is a fake thing! It's a fake Wall Street Journal story!" Even the most pliant and obsequious lapdogs are growling and showing their teeth. Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, who it sometimes feels was put on God's green earth, as my late daddy used to say, purely to make Trump happy, is demanding the Justice Department publish everything it has on Epstein's death. Republican congressmen are openly saying they don't believe or trust what the misadministration is telling them. There was a rally hosted by the former Fox TV presenter Megyn Kelly and right-wing radio host Charlie Kirk, two very prominent MAGA-fluencers, where they asked the 7,000-strong audience whether they buy the nothing to see here explanation. The hall is unanimous. They don't. They believe there's been a cover-up. There is one other danger for Trump, and that is it generates a conspiracy theory in the opposite direction. That the president who has something to hide and is creating a cover-up to protect himself is Donald Trump. That Epstein did have a list, and Trump's name is on it. After all, that was the allegation made by Elon Musk when they had their Semtex Rich falling out a few weeks back. I should add that there be no evidence of that, although Epstein and Trump knew each other and have been photographed together and seem to know a lot more about each other than anyone knows about either one of them. It's not quite Dr. Frankenstein losing control of the monster he created, but if you live by the conspiracy theory, as Trump has done, you can die by it as well. Okay, let me take a look at the latest message. Sammy Romero says, wouldn't be surprised if Elon released that letter to that newspaper. He had access to a lot at Dodgy. Exactly, Sammy. Thank you. Very astute. So, that having been said, ergo, what's Trump gonna do? Well, in breaking news, Trump really wants to tank the economy, having privately said that he will fire the Fed chair, Jerome Powell. So, hey, what do? When they're about to bust you for mass pedopredation? Trigger a Great Depression? Trigger the second Great Depression and crash the fucking market. Then everybody's too busy jumping out of windows to prosecute you. Hey, gotta give him credit where credit is due. When he gambles, he bets the fucking house. Okay, well, I think we've done quite a bit for tonight. If you're still, you want to say goodnight to everybody, Sammy? You want to say good morning to everybody? Please go ahead and do so if you wish. And we'll take a break from here.
Hey, good night. Good night, everybody.
Thank you. God bless you. We love you dearly. We love your family. Share all that love with them. And everybody stay safe and be well. Yeah. And you and I will talk privately very soon. We'll try and talk again, catch up again. All right, we'll get back to all this ugliness on Wednesday, which will be here before anybody knows it. Thank you so much, dear Sammy and Aristides. Love you dearly as well. And you've all been great. Love everybody who's participated. Brendan Zogit, Amy Como, Holly Kiefer, and everybody else who's supportive in any moral sense. We're going to end live stream now. And join us on Wednesday. It'll be here before you know it. We are planning on being joined by George Knight. We'll see if we can make that happen. In the interim, everybody do remember, we're still trying to gather finances to marshal them at the end of the month to pay my rent. And hopefully we begin mobilizing everybody behind that as time progresses. In the interim, thank you all who are supportive of myself And kisses to the ladies, hugs to the men. And we will be back sooner than you can imagine. Wednesday at this time and place. Everybody come then. All right, ending stream. And with that, we're going to press all the right buttons and